Sunday! Happy Sunday! Welcome to consecutive streaming day number 603. What a week. What a week it was and what a day it is. This is the day where you're supposed to sleep the longest the entire year. People in the European Union, we have changed time zones, and this is the good change where people get an hour extra. But instead of starting an hour earlier, as one should when this happens, I started later. Auntie! It's winter time, everybody. It is officially winter time. Summer is over. Put the bikinis back in the closet, especially the men. And stock up on hoodies. Stock up on hoodies, everybody. I want that hoodie. Well, it's on our Streamlabs merch store, I think. But you're the second person that said that purple is nice. I think so too. There's actually about this hoodie kind of a funny story. A viewer and friend of ours got this one as a gift from another friend. He's in the band Excrementory Grindfuckers. Shout out to the Grindfuckers. And he texted me on WhatsApp like, yo, Neo, this too small for me. I bulked up a little bit and it's too small for me. Do you want that thing? I'm like, yeah. So a viewer of mine gifted me my own merch. And it's so cozy. It's so comfy. I love it. Yeah, so shout out Mike. Oh, that was nice. I also got a couple of shirts from his band. So lots of free merch for me. No, the reason we are a bit late is I'm ungodly tired. Oh my god, I'm so tired today. I don't know why. I'm supposed to be like rested, but I'm not. I don't know if like the time zone change fucked up my internal clock or something. Jesus, I could go to bed like instantly. But we got an exciting game. Yeah, first of all, we gotta educate the people of what happened this week in Warcraft 3. Since Soul Journalist Man is no more, rest in peace, Soul Journalist Man, it is my duty as I go a bit back to my journalist roots. And even wrote an article today. Yeehaw! Neo's not jacked enough. Some people told me I should get jacked so that my head doesn't look that big anymore. Which is, I guess, a fair advice. But before I get jacked, I have to get out of like 1200 MMR. Also, then nobody would be able to tell me and Remo apart anymore. I can help you with that. But let's not go there, dude. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Dude, for me, it would be great exercise already if I use my standing desk a little more. That's the first step. I changed my cable management actually so I can do that a little more. We could tell you and Remo apart. You're the one with the head. So, okay. Remo gets a head. And I get buffed. Okay. Yeah, then we're kind of the same. Oh, boy. Shout out to the Ape Man. Wonderful coverage with us for the W3Champions finals. Big raid. Man. The Ape Man numbers are growing. 270. Well deserved. Also, thank you, Reeve, for 52 months. Snack for 49. And David, 2 pounds in the super chat. Good morning, Neo. Do you ever sleep? Actually, my sleep is really fucked. I don't know why that is. Like a couple of weeks ago, my body just decided long sleep is not allowed anymore. And I can go to bed as early as I want. All of a sudden, I'm up at 8. Like, what? Why? That has never happened to me before. Like, even some business partners are like, Yo, you're responding like 4 hours early. Is everything all right? Oh. Oh, what can I do? If you're awake, you're awake. Thank you, X7 Tech, for the 32 months. Get a healthy sleep rhythm like 5 a.m. to 12:15. That was actually my perfect sleep schedule. It was like 4 to 11:30, but it's like similar, right? I was fine with that because I'm a nerd and I make it through the night anyway, and nothing good ever happens in the morning. It's just a fact. Especially for me, like nothing good ever happens in the morning. And my body was fine with that. I got up, I was fresh, like everything was cool. Getting up like 11:30, let's go. I'm fine keeping that. Like, to me, in my mind, that's the perfect rhythm for the rest of my life. I wouldn't complain. But apparently that's not allowed anymore. I don't know. So I get used to the new schedule and I hate it. But what can you do? Senile Bettflucht. That's the thing. Like, I would be fine if I wake up, go to pee or whatever, and go to bed and sleep again. No. I'm just awake. It's weird. Might go away. Might not. We'll see. I'll keep you updated since that's apparently a hot topic. Might try do some sports. Nope. Just nope. If I do sports, when am I streaming and reading forums and annoying people on Discord? I hear you. One of my 2 nights off, I get called in at 2:45 a.m. or so, and I'm awake for the day now. Yeah, man, shift work is the worst. I've been there, buddy. I've been there. Watch sports on TV. That might be a nice middle ground, mate. That might be a nice middle ground. I am indeed watching a bit of pro. Yeah, not that much anymore, to be fair, but a little bit. But yeah, that's the update of my life. Very, very exciting stuff. So, what are the updates in Warcraft 3? I have a notepad up. I collected talking points throughout the week. And you watch gymnastics? Really? Really, really? Wait. I mean, it's kind of the same, actually. Where's this legendary video? I think I got it. This yours? That's the best melody, dude. So great. I love it so much, man. Whenever you're down, watch the 80s aerobic dance video. Just lifts the mood, man. Just lifts the mood. Love it. Original SNS footage from the first Rara Land. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Maybe we'll start crowdfunding campaign and you get a bike to stream on. I think that would be really exciting stream feature. How am I doing, like, camera control? I don't know, man. But yeah, that's just a great great melody. So what do we got? Tandem with whom? Me and Soul? Man. That'd be freaking great. I'd do that for a week or so. Sharing a tent, sharing a bike, sharing everything. One of the beer bikes. As someone who lived at Reeperbahn and saw a lot of beer bikes, I have something against the people that use these. I mean, if you're a group and you think, okay, let's do like a group experience kind of thing, let's do a journey. Who in the right mind would say, I'm gonna grab a beer bike and ride through Reeperbahn? Like, how unoriginal can you be? Same for like, what's it called? When you get married? Bachelor's party. Bachelor's party. God damn it. If you're from outside Germany, okay. I can get it. I get it. Reeperbahn, red light district, different country, kinda cool. Lot of Brits. Oh my god, so many Brits every weekend. But if you're from Germany and you have your bachelor's party at Reeperbahn, what the hell are you doing? Is there nothing else that you can think of? Like, take Amsterdam. Mamma mia. Matching shirts are breakpoint for me. Bro. Male bachelor's party, pink shirt, white print, fuck you. God.
Obsessed W, you still Neo.
Yo, thank you very much. $16 at Taco Bell. And there's legit people who do their bachelor's party on like a Tuesday. I think I told the story a couple of times, but I give shout out to one specific bachelor's party that was in Hamburg. It was basically right in front of my window in my second last flat. They had this great idea to give the it's not the bride. What's the name of the dude? The man person. You help me out in a second. That dude, he got the groom. He got a bullseye on his chest. And you could buy baseballs at his best man for €2. For €2. And you could just throw it at the bullseye and win like little shots if you hit the bullseye perfectly. They did this the entire day. Like legit baseballs. Not like water balloons. Do you know how fucking hard a baseball is, dude, if you get it into your chest? They made a lot of money. They made so much money. Best idea I've ever seen. Not for the groom, though. The best man was probably a little jealous. That was so hard. Yeah, fun times at Reeperbahn, where every time you leave your flat, you got the wonderful smell of trash and vomit. You missed the sad part.
You missed the sad part. They get married.
Yeah, that's like when things get really, really, really bad. And we get like zero funding for any tournaments anymore. That's then my crowdfund idea. I'm obviously the best man part in all of this. But we'll find some people who sacrifice themselves, I'm sure. Thank you, Atrox. Great business idea, Kevin. We should talk. We should talk. Do you have a connection to someone who's dealing with balls? By the way, okay, where do we start this news? Colosse? I don't think Colosse works, dude. Like, the difference between throwing a baseball at Colosse and throwing a baseball at, like, a concrete wall.
The smallest handcuffs in the world. 2 small golden rings.
The difference, thank you, Lucrest. The difference between throwing a baseball at a concrete wall and Colosse is like 0. So you shouldn't pay, you wouldn't pay for that. You gotta take someone fragile. Like Carson. Went there recently for a private Reeperbahn festival party. Not sure if the Reeperbahn turned to even more shit, or I don't remember how bad it was back then. I had the same experience. I went there for a concert, and I got out of the subway. That smell was it was insane. The smell was insane. I think we just get used to, like, normal air really quickly. Old mate dad, thank you very much for the prime. Good to see you streaming again. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know though. I don't know. I'm not there anymore often. In case you let's start the news section with something that some probably haven't seen yet. If you're a Vivid follower, or if you're on a 15 stream streak, like some people here that I love the most, you probably know a lot of these news already. But if you don't follow us on our socials, you probably haven't heard that. I tweeted today about the schedule of the W3Champions finals today. That is 5 p.m. Start. Dise Hazy, Starbuck DeathNote. Very pog, very pog, very pog. It's always the question though, right? The guy coming from the lower bracket, he has no breaks. So we create a little break. Prior to the grand final, we'll talk with Gideon of Being Esports to update our collaborative roadmap for Dach Inferno and Raraland. Yay! Dach Inferno and Raraland! Woo! Let's see what he has to tell us. I wonder what the update is. So that is a very, 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 very good reason to tune into the W3Champions finals later. Talking to Gideon is always good. Hazy's fun to watch. I agree. Okay, I got notes. So let's start with one of my works. Of course. I gotta tout my own horn. That was weird. That was whack. Whatever it is. I sat down at the beginning of the week with one of the most important people in the Warcraft universe. Warcraft 3 universe, that is. And that is Hi Toon. And we did a little interview here. And it turned out to be really pog, I think. Do what you believe is right for Warcraft, not just what feels good for you. He started as a player in the 2000s, like so many of us, and watched Sky win WCG and was playing with his math teacher and his university colleagues and was grinding quite a bit. And then he left the scene, like also so many of us, but came back in September prior to the Dubai event and started to sponsor some show matches. And how his journey turned out after that is quite legendary. Whenever you see a Dolphin tournament, Dolphin Warcraft Championship Cup, Dolphin Warcraft Super League, Dolphin Warcraft Cocoon into Butterfly Cup, Dolphin Warcraft Next Generation Cup, all of these tournaments that are accumulating like a prize money of $100,000 by now. That's the guy. That's the guy, and he's going into tournament organization, his colleagues from all over the world, like myself, like Angeline, Pawn, Chao Tian, etc., etc., and his philosophy about that. So that's really, really, really cool. I really like that he took his time and answered my question, and I put this all together. And then he also talked a bit about Super League. He was very appreciative of the survey that we did together, and I think the scene kind of spoke in unison about Season 1. First and foremost, oh my god, how old is that command? Holy shit, Floduke, how did you even find that? Exclamation mark interview links to Frost Giant presents Stormgate. Bro! That's crazy. Let's change this. Set interview. There it is. Oh man, let's not get into Stormgate Bros. The feedback to Super League. A, it was a really, really, really good tournament. A lot of people said it was their favorite tournament, which he goes into was a learning effect from Championship Cup 1 and Championship Cup 2. But of course, there's always something to learn. So, takeaway, playoffs aren't that great because you see the top players only once or twice. Even though I really like the idea of Ascension system, that is obviously a flaw of the Ascension system. So he says, somewhere here. Season 2 is confirmed, by the way, for everybody who didn't see the news last week. Season 2 confirmed, starting at some point. Season 2 improvements include playoff redesign. Do I know what they do? I did give my input towards the playoff phase. You want to be a little different from B Cup, right? B Cup is relatively regular double elimination. Single elimination kind of feels wrong too. So I'm curious what they do and how it's gonna look like. You still want to reward a strong performance in the group stage, right? So it almost feels like you have to give like a 1-round pass to the top performers. I would also like if some people are not part of the playoffs. Like it's 15 players again, right? So maybe have playoffs with 8 of them, 10 of them. There should be a punishment for not performing well in the league. To me. Since it's such a long league. Especially when it's not an Ascension system. Hello, Skimmy. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. So yeah, that's my thinking behind it. But that means we will see the top players more, I guess. I hope. Revised point system. I'm a bit worried about that. I think the point system worked really well. They had criticism, though, that one high win with 3-0 is outweighing 2 smaller wins. The point system was, what was it? 4 points for a win, 3-2, 5 points for a win, 3-1, and 6 points for a 3-0 win. There's not much wiggle room unless you start with like 0.5 points or something. So curious what they do here. Updated map pool, obviously. Map pool discussions are really tough for me these days. Here's my problem. I want to see new maps, and we definitely need new maps. We play Last Refuge for 15 years. Some maps just have to go, is my opinion. But a lot of the new maps are really bad for Orc. And Orc rather needs help than a punishment right now. So you have these two things that work against each other. So what do you do? Like, W3Champions included scrimmage, and we've seen banger games on scrimmage against my initial judgment of the map. But scrimmage is really bad for Orc. So, what are some maps that are not played in tournament too much that Orcs would love to have in tournaments? Are there any Orcs left that can answer this question in the chat? Like, I definitely need help. I know Remo is touching on that as well a little bit. Like, we have to get rid of Northern Isles Concealed Last Refuge. And while I, in general, agreeing with that, I think he's kind of missing the balanced picture a little bit. I've been watching Brood War play, and they've been doing new maps, and it's really fun to see. Yes, ideally. But I think creating a balanced Warcraft map pool is more difficult than a Starcraft map pool. Just from the fact that we have creeps, 4 races instead of 3, and neutral buildings. So I need input. I need knowledge in my veins from Orc people what there can be done about map pools. That's a big problem, that these two issues kind of correlate right now. This is Soccer's live show match. Thank you, Cover. I think I'm gonna finish this news segment thing, which might go on for like half an hour. Yeah, I'd love to hear from Francis. I'd love to hear from Tedstar. I guess Hitman still counts. One new map every season seems to be a good pace of change. Yeah, but in tournaments, it's way slower with the rotation. The map debate is a never-ending circle. So yeah, I'm really curious to put a straight up line under this. Map pool decisions are really, really dangerous right now, I think. Yeah, and you gotta be careful. You gotta be very careful. But the good news is new maps are currently being tested through L Cup and ML Cup. Lawliot is in charge of that alongside 54 and Pawn. PAWN, not what you think. So they are testing actively, and I know that they are collaborating with Orcs and asked them. So the Super League map pool should be, if they decide well, the best reference for maps, hopefully. Knowing that Haituntun is also a bit more progressive than other Chinese tournament organizers. We see Shattered Exile introduced, we see a lot more Boulder Vale. So maybe one of them. One major request from the community was to release the match schedule earlier, a difficult task due to player availability at external events, but effort will be made to give players an even amount of matches at any given time. If you think back to the Super League, we ended up in a situation where 40, Lin, and Happy had a very low amount of games, while everyone else was almost finished with their season already. they want to tackle that, but already said, yo, we're not like ultra pros here. We got to deal with what we have. So, good luck. 15 players and their availability, etc. is really not that easy. We had a lot of join bugs with so many observers, but those got tackled by W3Champions big time. Shout out to Faro. I mean, we're touting W3Champions horn a lot during the W3Champions finals, but it was an issue during season 1, and they analyzed the situation. They put in a lot more like notification, like whose fault it was, and in general, we should have less join bugs already. And there's a Flow TV system with passwords, so that should help too. So we'll see. Those are the changes to Super League. I think in general that they tackled the right thing. One thing that wasn't mentioned here, cameras. Cameras! I want player cameras! Ideally, the more media obligations for the player, the better. I think we're in a pretty pathetic state when it comes to player exposure. Like, we know nothing about the players. We don't see them. There's no or very little emotional investment into them if we don't see reactions. Like Warcraft 3 is like 2 generations behind, 3 generations behind in that regard. This is why we try to do better in Inferno and W3Champions finals, even though we aren't doing that in a perfect way either. It's a little more. So I back them many, 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 many times for little video statements and player cameras, etc. That's super weird. Got a little Orga problem. Okay, things should be fine. Yeah, I use a bot that converts time zones, but that bot apparently didn't register that there's a time zone change, which sucks big time.
If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Thank you, Therenzi. Okay, now I gotta update everything real quick. It shouldn't take long. 1 second. I just don't want any confusion for the players. This 20. What a weird thing. Never rely on technology, everybody, if you can avoid it. But where can you avoid that these days? All right. I hope I fixed it now. Hasn't you talked about Blade yet? Nope. Okay. Whew. Thank you, Rulers, for stepping up and helping out. Okay, where were we? Cameras, etc. Yeah, I really hope. I begged them many times. I want to see player cameras. Players are very picky about that, like some of them. I think when we started using player cameras during COVID, some PCs weren't good enough for it. But that should have been fixed as the video transmission thingy is getting better and computers are getting better, obviously. So I think that's not really... And Warcraft 3 is also more optimized than back then. So I don't think that's a big issue. Like, we had situations where it was using a camera because you use a browser source would introduce huge mouse lag, and then of course performance is more important than a camera, but that should be a thing of the past. Yeah, we need this more. We should do this more. Okay, that's the Super League update almost, but we have more updates, and that ties it in with the situation. Pier parks, I don't know much about that, to be honest. I'm not following that too closely. So, we had a situation. So where do I start? Super League had a system where the top 3 would go into relegation against the best performing players of the Dolphin, Cocoon, Butterfly Cup circuit. Those were Soin, Sini, and Elegant, I think, at the end. And yeah. So this system got a little shuffled around because Fly doesn't want to play Super League anymore after last time. Starbuck, unfortunately, doesn't have the necessary time next season. So he declined as well. So there was a relegation happening for Super League. And that relegation was a round-robin tournament with Focus coming from Super League Season 1. Then Blade was also in there. Elegant, Jens, and Sini from the Dolphin, Cocoon, Butterfly. And it ended up with Blade on top, qualifying for Super League. Focus and Elegant as well. So those 3 players were qualified for the Super League. Infi also declined the invite at first. So this was on October 18. A lot of people know that many tournament organizers had many issues with Blade. I don't know how much is actually on his Wikipedia, but that is an excerpt of what happened. 2018, match fixing. 2020, insults against Orgas. During one WGL and the DreamHacks, he no-showed and sabotaged big tournaments. In May, he had an incident with BBC's B Cup and got banned there. He had a little insult towards Colorful. I think that led to that. He got a warning from HinaGiku around that time, as he was also insulting them. I banned him around here, I think. I banned him from all of our tournaments. He caused trouble in the AMD Ryzen tournaments we did. And also attacked every Orga there ever was. Me, people like Duro, people like Ugri. Everybody who ran a league was at some point insulted by Blade. Or threatened. Or both. So I cut all the ties here already. Because it just got too much. It's not like you son of a bitch, you're so dumb. It's really, really, really nasty insults. Against people's families, etc., etc. So this guy was given a million chances from W League, Rust Brain Cup, WGL, ESL, DreamHack, BBC, High Toon Toon. It's a circle that I can understand. Like, I've been here the entire time. I've been here the entire 9 years or whatever it is. A lot of other people are not. They come into the scene. And then they start a tournament. And whenever I'm involved, I'm like, yo, guys, red flag. This Blade guy is causing trouble pretty much everywhere. You really want to think about if you want to include him. The decision is ultimately up to you. But I give this warning because it did happen so many times. And then it is kind of natural for someone who comes new into the scene, if you're not around during these moments, to think, A, it couldn't have been this bad. Or, like, if it was so bad, why is he not banned at all? Or, with me, it's gonna be different. With me, it's gonna be different. Like this, I can fix the bad boy syndrome thing. I totally get that. But I gave my warning, as I said. And I, for myself, made the decision. He's not part of my tournaments. I'm not dealing with that shit. And I'm not casting him because I want to set a precedent that this guy should not be part of the scene. And I got a lot of flack for that. It is a principle to me. It's totally fine if other people decide otherwise. But that was like my perspective. So, we casted Blade qualifying for the tournament. And I wasn't in a great mood. At all. I was doing the bias casting. And I got a Reddit thread about it. Like, the scene is too small to treat players like this. To this person who did the Reddit thread. Where is it? The scene is too small for casters to be hating on players. Like, this really shocking to see Back to Warcraft carry out a hate campaign on Blade. Blade is the one carrying a hate campaign against every tournament organizer there ever was, and probably every player there ever was. Let's go, Blade. Some great East European representation in Dolphin League to piss off the West European audience. I'm so pissed off when Eastern Europeans do well. I'm so pissed off that DeathNote is in the winner bracket final of W3Champions. So super pissed off. I was so pissed off when Dise won Rara Land and I didn't praise him for the way he played against Human for like half a year after. It's unbelievable. I can't stomach this at all. It's so it hurts me so much. I never cheered for a Foggy or a Sonic and said how great they are. It must be a hate against Eastern Europeans. Right? Blade never cheated. Cat W, dude! This must be sarcasm or something. So yeah, I was hating on Blade the entire time and was cheering for Elegant. I said, this is the Elegant fan club. We're cheering for Elegant because it was like a deciding game between them. And I got flagged for that. Feel free. There was a comment, by the way, since people... Oh, look at that. It's deleted. As we discussed this, dude. Are you kidding me? As we discussed this, he's... Okay, cool. Oh man, that's funny. He maybe doesn't want to see the one insult, but thankfully another people pointed that out. So I'm getting accused of abusing my moderator status on this Reddit. And I got a credo for myself, like I never mod threads about me, except if there's like insane insults. So this person who created the thread continued to say, Neo is hating Eastern Europeans like his ancestors did. That's like, okay, that's a thing you can say. I mean, I'm wildly known for my right-wing takes and my xenophobic. God damn it, dude. That was wild. That was wild. Anyway, you see that this thread has like 0 upvotes. Yeah, that was great. That was great. So I think I set the stage. Kaukis, I'm very, very, very much a lefty. That was sarcasm. That was sarcasm. So yeah, that was wild. So when Blade qualified, I said, guys, I know this shit, but this is a problem that will fix itself. And guess what, everybody? 5 days after qualifying for the Super League, we got this message on the Dolphin Discord. Due to Blade's vicious personal attacks against me, it is hereby declared that Dolphin Warcraft has decided to ban him from the competition. Our team fully acknowledges Blade's skills as a human race player in the game. We hope that as an adult, he can demonstrate greater maturity and become a more responsible individual in the future. Blade is replaced by Infi W, and that's why they call me the Prophet. Now, I didn't expect this to be solved in 5 days, like at all, but this happened before that Blade insulted HinaGiku, and he got a warning. Where's Blade from? Moldova. And he got a warning.
Where's Blade from? Country?
And he also got a warning by BBC. He also got a warning 10 days ago, or 12 days ago, whatever, from War3Champions. He is like so muted on War3Champions that he has to do the vetoes on Discord. That's how muted he is. So, yeah. Personal opinion? Oh, wait. I will show you my extremely professional response when I saw the news. As someone who dealt with this for so many years, I couldn't help myself. I'm very sorry this happened to my friend HinaGiku. Apart from that, I couldn't help myself, dude. I was... You know who I was? You know who I was? This was me.
Watch. Scream.
Wait, where's that thing? This me. Come on, do it, Neo. I know you can. Let it all out.
You probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
Ah, there it is. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. That was me, boys. And that's the community. You, me, together in a video game. You really, really, really shouldn't feel joy from someone's misery, but after so many years and so much misery that this person has brought to other people, I couldn't help. I couldn't help. I couldn't help. And yeah, I think everybody has experiences with that. Take a thank you. Okay, so that problem solved. So since it's on the table now, I really hope W3Champions follows through. That's all I'm gonna say. Skimmy! Thank you for the 5 gifties. I got this as a voice message when I messaged a girl, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, so that happened. And Blade is replaced by Infi, who's tearing people apart currently in his show matches, in great shape, has a way bigger name value. So not only is this like a moral win for the scene, and we don't have this dark cloud over the league for weeks and months, but also we got a better player in the league. Neo's definitely the most biased caster in Warcraft history. The way he cheers against Blade and other human players is devastating. Even when Blade does something trivial like flaming admins make Neo go crazy. So yeah, Simon. Okay, so putting this out there. So obviously, we got to take this with a grain of salt since it's coming from chat now. But Simon, I saw your screenshots before. So this is why I show what you are saying. And I saw some of the screenshots already, so this is why I know this indeed happened. Man, he threatened to do something nasty, begins with... Oh, wait. Man, he threatened to do something nasty, begins with the letter R, to my daughter after a 4-4 game. He's generally sick guy and needs help. I saw the screenshot. You posted that in community drama or something. I got it saved. I made the mistake 7 years ago or 6 years ago to not log stuff like this. I got that saved. He's a genuine sick guy and needs help, probably. So yeah. That happened not only to you, it's a lot against families. It's a lot about children. Yeah, that's another level of like insulting players, right? But that's a different level. That is a different level. So yeah, I would love to see him banned from W3Champions as well. I'd love to see him banned from everywhere. But that shouldn't be a surprise that that's my opinion, because that's my opinion for 7 years. He is. Oh! Okay, now that's something I didn't know. That is interesting. Well, then, I guess the case is closed. Wow. Well done. Well done. I didn't know that. Wow, that's crazy that this chapter is closed. That's legit 7 to 8 years. Where this happened over and over and over and over and over again. The only chance for him now is to play KK and B Cup tournaments, right? I guess. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Since I got massive trust issues and am a big pessimist, I don't trust this yet. But that would be great. That would be great. And it's the right decision to do. Wow. Okay. That ends a fight. That ends a big fight, man. It's really cool to see that the community as a whole is agreeing that this was now finally enough. After so many extra chances. Speedrun. Speedrun. So yeah, I guess the only chance is KK, BattleNet, and BBC tournaments. We'll see. Okay. I think also, in this case, a lot of people that defended him before said, okay, that's it. Like I think in this case, I've only heard everybody agreeing. But maybe I missed some voices. That could be true. Okay. Well. I never thought I would see the day. Good. Other news coming from Blizzard, and I made a video about this. If you're like super interested in the topic, I reference there's a YouTube video on Back to Warcraft. Look at this, man. The headline is shocking. Original Warcraft 3 keys expire on November 21st. Hold your horses. This is not dramatic at all. If you have like a physical copy of Warcraft 3 lying around, and that key is not used, you won't be able to enter it after November 21st. If you did already enter your key, nothing will change for you. This is what this paragraph is doing here. So yeah, it's kind of odd that it's happening now. I think the majority of the scene won't be interested. I think a lot of people, like the people who didn't do it by now, because they had 15 years to do that, won't see the news either way. I got it confirmed. You can still install the old version with the key, and the installs for that will be on the Blizzard page. It's all in the video if you want to debate this further. Two things. This could be very, very, very good to preserve or to prevent smurfing, accounts of banned people. Like, you could just create a new account, and if it's not detected by any way, you could just be playing on that. So that is way easier with the Reign of Chaos key, or to get a Reign of Chaos key, than with the Reforge key, just because the tech is older. So yeah, there's a lot of people with a lot of accounts, and if we're lucky, the old Reign of Chaos keys were the source for their accounts. And if that stops with this measure, good. Otherwise, yeah, of course, it's bad for people who didn't hear about that or didn't know. Like, when we broke this news this week, a lot of people were like, you can use a Reign of Chaos key to get reforged? What? People still didn't know after 6 years. But, I mean, what more can we do to forward the message? Not much. I hope personally, and this is my wishful thinking, if Christmas and birthday come at the same time, little bit of tinfoil, I hope this is the first step towards Warcraft being free to play at some point, because we could really, really need that, and the game is, I think, stable enough for it now. Because if the game is free to play, like, why should you do this? Warcraft 3 is the only game that's using this system. StarCraft doesn't do it, and Diablo 2 Resurrected also doesn't do it. So maybe it's just streamlining maintenance. Like, how often will this be used? I don't know. Maybe just a cost. It's probably just a cost cutting and being effective measurement. That's probably it. Maybe leads to more. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, if you're interested in more, here is the full news. And my video, which could use more likes, by the way, like a lot more. That video bombed big time. Is there. Okay. In case you weren't here earlier, we have W3Champions finals starting at 5. That is in 2.5 hours. And I tweeted today that between lower bracket final and grand final, we will talk to Gideon from Being Esports, our partners, to update you on our collaborative roadmap for Dach Inferno and Raraland. So if you're interested in either of the tournaments, you should probably watch the W3Champions finals. Just saying. Just saying. Is it only rock or TFT keys? TFT keys don't do anything. If you enter your rock key, you get reforged, which is Reign of Chaos or Frozen Throne together. We got the Raiders from X Thrillthy. Thank you. Thank you, Upcomer, for the sub. Sipur Boy. And FEB for the raid as well. That's the Blizzard news. Nothing that crazy. So, next up is a Reddit thread I want to talk about. And that's about, like, meta stuff. But I really gotta pee. I think this is gonna be a joy pee about the Blade news. Yeah, I could use a coffee as well. Be right back. Ah, that was fine. Do you guys have any comments about what happened today? And the segment so far? I have intentions of spinning, Rara. Man, this is my 6th cup of coffee today. This is not good. Where's the coffee? It's right here, buddy. It's right here. Lol, now you're being an optimist after all this is Blizzard. I mean, I wanted to cover all possibilities. Which brand? I don't know, the cheapest that Penny has to offer. Dude, coffee is freaking expensive, man. I just take the cheapest. I buy beans, I grind them. The key video bombed. I can't believe a video about 20-year-old game store codes didn't resonate on Zoom or YouTube. Well, this could have triggered some, like, saving games, audiences, etc. We did a clickbait title, which is like, Blizzard takes your keys away kind of thingy. So I thought this clicks way better. Lidl and Aldi will reduce coffee prices a bit soon. Is that true? All right. So there's a Reddit thread, and I found it interesting. Hilarious still that this one Blade thread got deleted while we were watching it, man. Ridiculous. Next time I'll bring you strong Turkish coffee. Let's go, dude. The Rocky was already amazing. Got a notification about it. Another thread with no upvotes currently. So this already shows the majority is not behind this idea of the thread. But it's worth discussing anyway. It is basically a thread called currently balance mentality is killing the game. In a nutshell, current mentality on balance is imbalanced. It relies much more on removing and making things difficult that lead to stillness than on adding and creating possibilities. This is very restrictive and kills any diversity and fun. Broken is a term used lightly regarding any slight advantage, which makes everybody lose their minds and scream broken, nerf it. Pro players are not a good measure to balance the game. They are like 0.1% of the players. There's one quote. Currently, playing Warcraft 3 is a chore. Want to play Warcraft? You need to play like this. That's it. No other way. Boring. And I think that's probably the wrongest it's ever been. I have a very, very, very different take on this. So, obviously, we had this big discussion of should piercing damage be nerfed? Should the ghouls be nerfed? Etc., etc. I was a proponent of both for the greater good of the game. And I responded to this, especially this quote, because I've been watching a little more Tier 2 Warcraft recently, and I had big discussion about like undead, hero opener, diversity, etc. So I thought I'm kind of in the topic right now. Where am I? Okay, I said Right now is a very good example that balance changes did work, especially the more drastic ones. Piercing was nerfed for that exact purpose, to move away from one-dimensional armies with one unit type and open up the game a lot. As an example, one base rifle pushes with Blood Mage, we see less. 9-minute 30 Ghoul Frenzy Destroyer pushes, we see less. We have undead openers with DK, with Tet Fiends, with Cryptlord with expansion, with Lich, and even with Dreadlord a lot more. If you look at this specific matchup, you also see a lot of gargoyles, you see worms. If you look at other stuff for undead after the ghoul patch, you get a lot more necro wagons. You get a lot more garg worm wagon strategies also versus elf and also versus human. On the orc side, they aren't locked in on wyvern versus undead anymore, but can play Farseer Headhunter again. In Night Elf Mirror, you barely see any mirrors anymore, any bear mirrors anymore, because Hippo Riders are a thing. Cine plays mass range talents, etc., etc., etc. Especially in the tier 2 scene, when you move away from like the top 3 players, top 4 players, Happy, 40, Lin, Kaho. I think diversity at the moment is awesome, and you can play almost the way you want. Like, there is Northraka who plays undead with like Cryptlord Fiends every matchup, doesn't matter. There is Finrod who plays DK Fiends because he wants to do it. So I guess this is not even true on like the highest level, because Fortitude can play one base pushes versus undead. He can play Knights Gyros versus undead. He can also play Griffins. Same is true against Night Elf, right? You can play Archmage, Mountain King, even Dark Ranger, of course. You can also go Mass Air there. You can play Rifle Casters there. There is a lot of opportunity. So I think currently we have great variety, and you don't have to play that one way. I still think there's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of opportunities. I'm not saying everything is perfect. We don't have to change anything. This is the best version ever. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, we can still do a lot more for orcs. We can still do a lot more for night elves in general to elevate that even further as well. But in my opinion, it's really good. He replies, we actually have a good exchange here. On Reddit, imagine. Very nice observation you did. Yes, I agree, the game got more diverse, which is good, but still, as you said, for Elf is very restricted, which is also only true if you want it to be restricted. Like, Jens shows perfectly that it's not, up until a very, very, very high level that is 2600 MMR. And let's be honest, you need to be like a demigod to reach 2600 MMR. You can play Keeper if you want to. Dark Ranger Case tells me that there's much room for improvement. To me, she brought a concept that is, if things are never used, they are not balanced in terms of cost benefit. Could also be a thing, like they don't have the perfect use case that is fitting the meta. That can also be true. Just like Dark Ranger before, 75 mana, no cost benefit. Yeah, that was drastic. You can definitely argue that 25 mana is way too much, and you got to tune that down, but a middle ground is obviously what you're aiming for. Sometimes you have to do drastic buffs to sell people the idea and to push it into meta, and then you tune it down again. If this applied to other units as well, the game could be very interesting. I say I agree with everything he said. I also use the Firelord as an example of a positive, especially since we see Soulburn, Incinerate, and Lava Spawns all the time now in like 2 different versions of that hero. So I think it's going into a very good direction. Now the question is, why do people perceive it differently than I do? I see a lot of games, and I'm a fan of a lot of styles, especially different styles. I tweeted like throughout the week, I did a tweet. Wait, where is it? I basically said that tier 2 undeads are super exciting right now. We had Sheik, or we have Sheik with the Garg Worm Necro style. As I said, my buddy Finrod, who plays Ted Fiends all the time. Edo is also playing very different. Like, you can show personality while playing Undead. And I was asking on my socials for examples of other players from other races, and I got 0 answers. So, for example, I love the way Jens plays. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. Dise also has his moments, but Jens is just different the entire time. So, what's the issue here? Is it that these players can't reach the level of Happy, Lin, 40, and Kaho? Or is it an issue that people are not too exposed to their playstyles? Jingler, come on. I praised you for your playstyle, for your creativity. Jingler, you're actually a perfect example. Like, I saw you in Ren Cup, and I saw your style with, like, double minus armor, alchemist, fairies. I love that. You would be a perfect example of, like, don't want to insult you, but like 1700 MMR? Amazing playstyle. You are probably the Night Elf version of a Finrod, I would say. So super exciting to me to see that work. But still, if the perception is different... Oh, I had more examples, of course. I had Say So with Dark Ranger Pitlord, and there was Kars as well. Kars plays everything he wants with every race, so Kars is like universally a player to watch. It doesn't win games though. What round did you get in Ren Cup? Birdie for humans, absolutely true. Yeah, Birdie is the guy to watch out for humans. 1000%. He's a bit narrowed on like Tavern Heroes, I think. Nothing wins except meta. I don't think meta wins you games on 1800 MMR. On 1900 MMR. I think playing clean wins you games. And if you play a clean necro push, and your opponent doesn't play the cleanest counter to that, then you win the game with it. Up to 2300 MMR, everything works. Yeah. I agree. And 2300 is like... That's like top... Who's an example for 2300? 2300 is Teko. That's a crazy high level. It's funny because under 2K, the top meta is not even optimal in most cases, but people still play it. Exactly, Green One. God damn, you got... Since I saw your one great take on BattleNet, I'm a fan of you, Green One. I like your takes. So yeah, I think we got great diversity. And I also think that the patch has helped and we still could use some fine-tuning. But why do other people not see it that way? I don't really know. Comparing 2020 and 2025, it's different games. 2020 is DreamHack season. That's still like KeeperCraft, right? I think I mean, I can only hope, but I think big exposure 2 people below the top 4 can help with that. But then it's a bit of a question, how do we give these people exposure and how to get eyes on these games? 2020 was Mass Crypt Lord. Wasn't that 2021? Yeah, it's something I don't know. Do we have to do build guides? I think something that Soul does that we don't is that he can create hype around the strategy. He did it with Pally Rifle. He did it with the Dark Ranger. It's just his enthusiasm. He could do anything. If Soul decides tomorrow he's a Necromancer player, that will get hype. I'm sure. 100%. He's an influencer, man. If he decides tomorrow that it's time to play Unholy Frenzy in every game, that's gonna take hype. This is a talent that we completely don't have. As I am not good enough of a player for that, and Remo's not interested in that. So we need Soul to lead the way. It's something I think about a lot. Man, that's a long talk segment so far. Is it good to hype such plays? I think everything that's shaking up the game is good. Yes. A lot of people have fun with it. A couple of people are frustrated from it at the moment. That's also true. But it's still keeping things fresh. People liked and hated Pally Rifle. Yeah, that's right. That got blown up by the Grubby tournament, though. That was a special case. Like, I swear to God, in 10 years, people will be talking about Pally Rifle because it was the strat to abuse during the Grubby influencer tournaments. You can take every hit point and every damage point away from rifles forever. You can delete the skills of a Blood Mage. It won't matter to the people. Hazy, you wonderful, wonderful soul with your disgusting, filthy towers. Thank you for the raid. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Raid! Much love, guys. Yeah. That's my take on this. Like, I could be completely wrong. It's still a problem that people perceive it differently. I'm still sure the game's development is on a good way when it comes to like tech, stability, no Mac issues, no AMD issues, no mouse lag, etc. Also, I personally think the game play is going into a good direction. I'm also very aware that it needs more. So, a little update on the ELO ranking. Every Sunday is an ELO ranking update. And Happy is back on top. For the first time in forever. So his ELO rank, man, that took a dive. Pew, 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 pew. Big time. But he got a huge win. Over 40, Focus, Moon, also Infi in a match. So that's win, 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 win. Feels like he has devoured the ghoul nerves, and that L Cup really elevated him, closing in on 2,700 once again, 40 at the same time, losing quite a bit. To Moon as well, that cost some elo. He's not in bad shape though, as you can see, still winning a lot. Just happy was too strong that day. Lin will come back soon, exclamation mark Lin. he doesn't play, he's still staying there like comfortably, because a lot of people lost a lot of games here. Kaho as well as Infi crashing a bit. Without the results this week, they could surely be higher here. Exclamation mark Lin. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We have elo deflation. Like a couple of months ago, a lot of people, like during the height of Super League, I think, a lot of people were at 2,700. Now a lot of people are around 2,600. I am too dumb to tell you what that means, to be fair. But yeah, the high tier 2 scene was dropping a lot this week. Shout out to 120, almost back in the top 10. Live also making some improvements. Alliant making some improvements. Number 1 riser is Sheik by killing Yumiko and Leon, I think. Gaining a lot of points in the top 40 now, which is great. Leon also winning elo points. Was that because of Dolphin Cocoon Butterfly? Must be. Yeah, not too much of a development, but after Kaho having the lead, then 40 having the lead, Happy is back on top, and there is like this constant exchange between the people on top. Whew. There was a lot of talking. Any comments, any questions about the last 1.5 hours? Then do it now. Otherwise, we go into a couple of other games. Do you think there will come a point where no more balance changes will be made, like in Brood War? I mean, yeah. But we can still do it via maps, as TH Godo said as well. Maps can make a big difference. Will we get a Blade finally banned merge? No, but I have one new merge piece finished. And the second one is in the works, but that turns out to be trickier than I thought. I had a great idea, and I had a great first sketch, but we can't get a final version. It's really annoying. Because I really like that design. What balance change would you like to see per race to make the game even more diverse? I really don't like to talk about balance, man. From the top of my head, something to make necromancers more appealing as a caster unit, not as a, like, for frenzy. I want to see more frenzy. I want to see more unholy frenzy because it's awesome. Night Elf, I want to see buff to talents and fairy dragons to make them more playable. Like tiny nudges. Human, I think, are totally fine in terms of variety. They got a very, very good power level. Orcs. In a dream scenario, someone comes up with a cool and balanced way to give them some sort of mana region, but that would be completely broken. No, I don't want to comment on that. Like that would be even more broken in FFA and 4-4. Like this is such a weird race to balance, to be fair. Orcs need a bit of help, that's for sure, but I don't know how. And I would love to see a way to play the Alchemist more as a brawler. Dude, I have zero interest in 4-4, and I do not care what a balance change does to 4-4. I want to see the Alchemist more as a brawler because we've seen in all the randoms a lot of Chemical Rage with Acid Bomb, and I think that playstyle is awesome. It's so much fun. Man, it's so much fun. Not only as a tier 2 hero healer, but as a fighter. He might need, like, the thing with the Alchemist is he's bad as a tier 1 fighter because he got 1 armor and that's super weak. If you find a Ring of Protection, hella good. If you don't find a Ring of Protection, not that good. But if you give him 2 armor and then he finds the Ring of Protection, that's super good as well, and that might then be broken. Really hard to find a balance there, in my opinion. But just as a what I would like to see in a game, Alchemist as a brawler, dude. I love it. We should remove half of the player community. Brother, I don't know, your tone is like shifting a bit to like hostility. I personally don't care about 4-4. That doesn't mean nobody should care about 4-4. Like 4-4 community can do their own videos, can do their own threads. I'm a one-on-one caster with a bit of FFA, so obviously I'm thinking about FFA as well. I have zero interest in 4-4. I will never play 4-4. I'm not in touch to the slightest with the 4-4 community. I'm not commenting on 4-4, and then I don't think about 4-4. But the community is big enough to do it themselves. You know, we all whine, but has the game ever been more viable with strats? That is something that I looked up yesterday. Just because I was very pleased with the diversity of W3Champions finals. And I looked up how often did a player play the same hero combo every single map. The answers might shock you. We got a Pit Lord here. That's refreshing. Dise versus Hazy. I mean, obviously Hazy was random. But that wasn't the same heroes. Starbuck versus Krav. Tri-hero, solo hero, dual hero. So these games were all different. Krav had 2 different openers. Jens versus Sheik. Jens played the same, but Keeper Panda is somewhat refreshing. Here we had third hero diversity with Pit Lord, Naga, or no third hero. It's also different, right? Sonic Dise, we had a Dark Ranger here first. That is different. Krav versus Sheik was pretty much the same, but then here all of a sudden you get a Dreadlord third against this Cryptlord Tri-Hero, which is also new. That one player can open up Lich and it's totally fine, and one player can open up Cryptlord and it's totally fine. This was, I think, the same hero. This has been established for a long, long time, and it's kind of hard to break Human vs. Orc. Jens Starbuck had a Dark Ranger opener, Mountain King opener, Archmage opener with counters, dual hero, tri-hero with Pit Lord, tri-hero with Podum, different every time. Keeper Podum, Podum Naga with Beastmaster, with Tinker. Here again, Cryptlord opener, Dark Ranger opener, Cryptlord opener. Like, it's so rare that people play the same hero, like, even twice in a row. I love it. So, to sum this up, yes, I agree with you. I'm not flaming. I'm celebrating the hero diversity. And then we don't see the units here, right? But we also saw a lot of unit diversity, which to a degree has to do with the players, because the players are very creative that are in this tournament. With Hazy, with Dise, Starbuck, Kraft, Jens, Sheik, they're all playing their very, very own thing. And those are the players to watch right now, I think. As a Night Elf, I play all 4 heroes. Human can play all 4 heroes. So can Undead, Orcs. I mean, we've even seen a TC Naga win. I think Sheik played every unit but Banshees. Yep, Kraft played them though, so we've seen Banshees as well. Night Elf played everything but fairies. Now we've seen fairies. Sonic vs. DeathNote had fairies. That crazy game that he almost won with level 6 Demon Hunter, if not for a little bit of a sloppy Naga loss. So, yeah, to sum it up, it's kind of cool right now. Kind of cool right now. Nice top 4. That is so often the case, DeathNote. Also in Elo, this is the top 4 for quite a long time. And then you also got like a very balanced top 10. We get this a lot. I really enjoy Warcraft right now. Watching Warcraft. It's just a lot of fun, especially if you look further than the top 4. So I really like it. But again, I'm not saying it's perfect, okay? Don't quote this out of context. I'm not saying it's perfect, but to me it's fun. All right, that was a 1.5 hour news flash. Jesus Christ. Oh. The best commentary on the game, on the state of the game, is Sheik Dise game. You mean Sheik Jens, I guess. Because Sheik didn't play Dise. Sheik played Jens. But yes, I very, very, very much agree. It's the Sheik Jens game. He played Gargs, transitioned into Fiends, and then A-Bombs. It was an amazing game. And on the other side, Jens played Keeper, started with Entangle and Treants, saw the Gargs, went Hippos, switched on the Keeper to Thorn's Aura because he benefits with his Hippos from Thorn's Aura. Then he got air superiority with Hippos. And then, of course, Thorn's Aura was useless because there was Fiends on the ground, exactly as you say. And then he retrained for the second time to Treants Entangle, which usually would have been dispelled because Destroyers would be there. But since he still got all the Hippos, you can't go Destroyers, and that prevents it. And then the Treants killed the Expo eventually to give him the win in the end. It was a perfect Warcraft game. Perfect Warcraft game. Very much agree. This is why I love the one legendary Tidehunters game of Happy versus Fortitude so much, where they had the exact same dance, but with human and undead, where Happy eventually ended up with like necromancers at some point. It was crazy. This is how I love Warcraft. This is how I love Warcraft. When even in the late game, you got great options to move strategically. Mamma mia. Very cool discussion. The fact that everybody can expo has opened up so many strats. Yeah, but also the fact that you don't have to. Okay, do we want to cast some games, everybody? I feel like this was a very cool exchange, man. I enjoyed this a lot. Just chatting. Tell me a game, I'm casting it. I saw X-Lord was back the past couple of days. Interesting. Oh, Woody is playing again. Nice. You know what? Since we talked about interesting players, I very much like Shosh versus Godfather. Super even game. That's our game. Shosh versus Godfather. Game number 1 of the day. Damn. Der Shosh Org Germany versus Godfather. Oh no, don't have to. No, it disappeared. No, it disappeared. It's too old. We just barely missed it. That's unfortunate. Birdie versus I Am Noob. Okay. I got Birdie versus War3 Orkuro. Always good to see Birdie. We gotta give more spotlight to Birdie and more credit to Birdie. Green one? What the fuck, dude? No, that's so wrong. Blade was banned for insulting and threatening everyone in the scene. For 7 years. Well, if you don't know Birdie... Wait, why is there no flag? Why are there no flags? Where are the flags? Ah, I guess he's not representing, right? I think he's not representing. So, War3 Orc Hero, pretty vanilla orc, I would say. Up against Birdie, who is anything but vanilla. You go to the ice cream store and you order the biggest bowl there possibly is with every flavor but vanilla. It's always a tavern hero. Sometimes tier 2, sometimes tier 1 tower push, sometimes tier 3. Birdie is awesome to watch. W3Champions finals, by the way, in round about 2 hours. So, Dark Ranger Life Train. Birdie, definitely one of the influencers. He had tech before he got the hero. Birdie is super creative, man. It's really a blessing that he switched over from StarCraft to Warcraft. Really cool that he's not a meta slave. And obviously, if you are doing somewhat well in StarCraft 2, you got a great mind for RTS. And then it's easy to move over and just follow what the top plays. But no, he came to the game with a fresh mind. Like, what you guys are doing, that's not for me. I'm gonna create my own meta. I'm gonna be playing what's fun. And that is Dark Ranger, Firelord, and a lot of other shenanigans. And he makes it work. Nice save so far. On War 3 Orc Hero side, I mean, they're matching each other on ladder for, must be, for quite a while. Look at that wolf block. Excellently done, actually. And the might of a Dark Ranger is somewhat limited, especially when you close the block. Nice. Okay, maybe I underestimated Orc Hero a little bit. That's how you deal with her. Just surround. It's actually kind of hard, man. Wait, can she survive? No. Almost got the kill here. 4 HP. Nice save. Action-packed early game, even if it's only Farseer Headhunter.
A player's forces are under attack.
And now the good thing about the Dark Ranger, of course, is she can use creeps as a heal fountain, basically. And creep at the same time. Always do something. ADS. Tech is almost done. We get rifles. It is such a fast tech. Despite having 4 headhunters, ABC always be sucking. Bro, you gotta get your abbreviations in order, mate. And just like that, Life Train did its job. I still have to figure out, like, when and how is the Dark Ranger falling off hard.
Player's forces are under attack.
And how to play against it. I'm very much in the discovery phase of that hero. Even though I obviously watched a lot of 8-Man. Still need to learn quite a bit. She is super oppressive. But at some point she loses some power level. She's not like a super late game carry. Except if she gets level 6, of course. That is the dream. I mean, I started my own Dark Ranger journey a little bit. I play her wrong, though. With Skeletons 2, which is obviously wrong. It should be Life Drain. Always go Life Drain. Not always, I guess. This could actually be a good case for Black Arrow too. With all the small headhunters here that can be turned to skeletons. Yeah, level 2 Life Drain is essential. I think so too. I learned that lesson the hard way. And she has no town portal anymore. Dude, Orc Hero with the surrounds. She got the 25 mana, but it's still only Life Drain. At some point, you get the recipe for it. Like that. Birdie a bit careless here. Birdie pairs her with the Mountain King. Super nice synergy, of course. You Stormbolt the target, you Life Drain, and then the target can't run out of Life Drain. Birdie is unfortunately supply blocked at the moment, but production is ramping up, so it's fine. If we do some research, So this is all pretty optimized, I'd say. Tier 2 Expo and Walkers. Keeps the option open to go Tier 3 and Torrent. Yeah, well, like against Peli Rifle, there was a very streamlined, optimized way to play against it, right? Because the Peli Rifle game was always the same, and then the answer should be always the same. I don't think there's necessarily a flow chart like that against Dark Ranger yet. Last time it was Lemmes creating a guide for non-Peli Rifle players, how to play against Peli Rifle. Now, I don't know, Birdie has to create a thread about it too.
A player's forces are under attack.
Expo is up as War3 Okuro. Worst nickname in the world, by the way. Like, you can't even find a nice abbreviation or nickname for him. Like, what do you want to do with War3? It's just the game. What do you want to do with Orc? It's just an Orc. And Hero is like 1, 2, 0 again. Like, ugh. It's very, very hard to... Woo?
A town is under siege.
Woo reminds me of Painkiller, man. Oh boy, what a great time. Arrivederci, Mr. Fallen. Have a good day. That's a lot of peasants, but since he's on 2 bases, it's not that bad. Mountain King is replaced, of course. It's not replaced. Is replacing the Dark Ranger as a late game carry, similar to what the TC is doing on the Orc side. Sometimes the hero doesn't have to lift the weight of a game by herself, right? Or by itself. Just open up the game for a second hero. Can be enough as well. Like Farseer does for a TC. Actually, like a DK kinda can do for a Lich. You could argue that a second hero is more important than a first hero sometimes. I played Wu once or twice in Warsaw? What? The legend Wu? Man, his battles with Fatality and Painkiller. Amazing. You know, some people woke up for Mike Tyson fights. I woke up for Wu games. That can be a nasty, nasty TC with all these rifles that are not being kited away. 2 of them instantly die. Whoopsie. It's also a lot of kills. Oh, the heal scroll. Sick value for Okuro. But Birdie makes it clap. Boomer, lol. Who are you calling Boomer, dude? Aren't you even older than I am? But I'm a nerd boomer. That makes me like a trendy boomer. Nice potion before the shockwave. No stomp, actually. It's interesting. Not beating the boomer alligator. Bro, I'm 36 years old casting a 20-year-old game for 15 years. I'm kind of like the esports definition of a boomer. I am embracing that. It's fine. But hey, Carson, who's definitely younger than me, didn't know the 6-7 meme. So I'm still ahead. I'm still keeping up, okay? If you're degen enough and follow TikTok and YouTube shorts, which is kind of my job as well, you stay young to a degree. And degen enough as well. That's a pretty sick encounter here, by the way. Oh, we made it to tier 3 and we get control magic against the wolves. Nice. Birdie has a way to always get to tier 3. I don't know how he does it. I only know that from South Park. Is that a real meme? Yeah, dude. They didn't come up with that. That's a real thing. Just use the youth word of the year. That's crazy. Did that actually win? Yeah, we in Germany to like push the voice of the next generation into mainstream. We have the youth word of the year, which is every year hilarious because it's outdated by a year already. And just stupid stuff is winning. And apparently this year, that crazy one, which is basically just getting rid of the is between them. So instead of that is crazy, they say that crazy. And that won a vote or something. Mamma mia. Mr. Gabbo Gab, we live in a world where reality is the best parody. Oh my! So many freaking grunts and raiders! Arrivederci, Town Hall! So will the Griffins carry this? He's just expanding in his face, dude. The disrespect. Yeah, okay, you can do some damage to my buildings, but hey, what does it matter? It doesn't matter to me. It's a very, very close fight, but the Griffins are just taking over, right? Going grunts into Griffins is a choice.
Forces are under attack.
That's a choice. I get that you want some damage versus buildings, I guess. Bats are coming now. Birdie knows very, very, very well that bats at some point don't work anymore. Birdie is such a nice player to watch, guys. Watch out for Birdie games. Oh, the wolf caused trouble. Thank you, Caucus.
Players' forces are under attack.
So we got an Ari 0x, we got a Caucus 0x, we got a player called Ox. Are you all somehow related or around that 0x Ox thing? Oh, that's a lot of bats. It's some crypto shit. Of course. Of course. Okay, let's see how good the bats are doing. So far, so good, I'd say. Can't you just rotate out then? But into what is the question? You don't really want Dragonhawks, right? Because they don't do that much damage. And they're being batted as well if you don't micro perfectly. And Birdie has nothing left. Yeah, maybe the bats were the deciding factor. Inner Fire would have been great at some point for the armor, but Birdie didn't have the armor in time and more bats are streaming in. You can't go Griffins anymore. Air superiority. Warcraft at the moment is a lot about air units, and I don't even hate this. GG, man. Well done, Orkuro. Some good strategic adaptation. I just wasted 5 minutes learning about that 6-7 meme. That's really a waste of time, right? Researching that. That's really that is a complete waste of time. The South Park episode is everything you need to know. It is. It is. That's all that is. Woo! Takes it. True. Big true. Why didn't you warn me? I thought about it 6 or 7 times. But that's about it. I ultimately decided that you have nothing else to do anyway, so why not? Oh, it's so dumb. Okay, I see Starbuck is warming up for tonight, where he's in the W3Champions finals in pretty much exactly 100 minutes. I see Biko versus JadeDark, and I'm very happy to see JadeDark back. He's one of my favorite... Oh, I say that so many times. He's one of my favorite Night Elf players, but I like that guy as a player. And Biko is crazy as well. I still didn't cast his game versus Jens. I should probably do that at some point. I have to do that at some point. I still don't know if JadeDark is the original JadeDark or not. But I think he is. As a player, not necessarily as a Night Elf player. That's not what I meant, though. I don't know him as a person, so I don't know how he is as a person. So I add as a player. He is old school. He played Zotac Cups a lot. And since then, I really like the way he plays. I do have favorite night. I have too many favorite Night Elf players. I'm a Jens fan, obviously. Nobody is surprised of that. I'm a huge fan of Lawlight for 10 freaking years. I cheered for Kevin Schwem as hard as I possibly could when he was running for the German championship, which he has yet to claim. I like JadeDark. I was pogging out over HinaGiku, and I still am. There you go. Of course. Of course I like Night Elf players. Sonic. Like every Sonic game is a gift. Now you. Now you. Maybe the t-shirt is just encouragement so they have a sexually fulfilled life. Maybe it's wishful thinking. No mention of Moon, fake fan. Ari, here's the thing you need to know about me. I'm never really a fan of a dominant player team whatsoever. I don't like Bayern Munich or Real Madrid. I never was a fan of Michael Schumacher. I was more into Heinz-Harald Frentzen. I never was a Jan Ulrich guy. I was an Eric Zabel dude. I'm always rooting for the underdogs, and that's why I was never a diehard fan of Moon and Grubby. I can massively respect them. But I'm cheering for the Susirias. I'm cheering for Creo. Always root for Walter Frosch. Exactly. Exactly. That's just the person I am. Syria, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Captain Sexy. The self-proclaimed Captain Sexy. Hello, Mr. Celtic. Nice to have you here. Just an underdog story is more exciting than a can that person defend his title for the 24th time story.
A player's forces are under attack.
Did you root for Liverpool in the 2005 Champions League final? Since I bet with a school friend over, like, we had a little kiosk at school where you could get like pretzels and stuff, like breakfast kind of things. I bet over, I think, a pretzel that Liverpool's not gonna win, and I was mad. I was mad at the end of that game. But it was a super cool story, of course. One of the greatest games of football of all time. I'm more into Doggy Dog, but to each their own. Well, you know, you just like capitalism, man. The rich get richer.
A player's forces are under attack.
You like that? We have a keeper, by the way. No Demon Hunter here. And we go straight for Biko's base, but Biko goes straight for JadeDark's base. I kinda like... Wow, my voice cracked. No, my voice can't crack before the W3Champions finals. No, 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 no. Need a tea or something. I kinda like the power level of Ghouls versus Night Elf early game now. It's not like omega oppressive still. And there's some solid counters to that with Keeper or Demon Hunter. I bet you were cheering for Kobayashi in the hot dog eating challenge. Dude, you know, food challenge is not really a thing where I'm from. The only Kobayashi I knew is the ski jumper, who was great, always. And Kobayashi Maru, because I'm a Trekkie nerd. But of course there I was cheering for Kirk. As one should. There's also a wrestler called Kobayashi who's also pretty good. Lol, Biko stuck. No way. Ah, he's getting out of there. Okay. God damn. You're right, chat. Biko's tech is a bit delayed by around 2.5 minutes.
forces are under attack.
That's gonna be hard to catch up on. Biko has had some fantastic games versus Night Elf. One super action-packed one versus Sonic. Where Neo's from, they only Lapskaus, and that's a challenge in itself. Bro, try to explain Lapskaus to people who don't know it. That's tough. It's like, you take a fish, you take beets, you put it in a blender and make it look like pink vomit. And that's your local specialty. That's kinda what it is. When Super League Season 2? We don't know. But it has been announced. They're working on it. Player lineup is finished. In a fun way. That doesn't sound good at all. Surprisingly very tasty. I have no idea how people came up with that. Or how they advertised it to other people. They must have force-fed it to people. Like, you look at it, it's like, yeah, no thanks, buddy. No thanks, buddy. We have reached here too. And Biko, while he has a very own way to play, I don't think he's onto the Garg hype train yet. Okay, sweet surround on the Demon Hunter. Oh no, how unfortunate that he got the Fairy Fire as well from the creeps. Oh, poor JadeDark. Prisoner's food. Yeah, prisoner or sailors, I guess. What does 6-7 mean? We gave Carson the homework to find the explanation, right? So maybe if you tune into the W3Champions finals later, you'll figure this out. It was sailors? Yeah, can you confirm that? Like surströmming? Surströmming? Pretty nice. Just the smell is horrible. No, but it's a good guess. Okay. I gotta say, despite the Demon Hunter kill was only level 1, JadeDark is leaning nicely into the Dryads. He's almost done with the tier 3. I worry a bit about the Demon Hunter levels. And maybe the absence of a Naga will hurt, because Biko can control the Demon Hunter very well. Bit of a shame that Biko missed the check-in to the W3Champions finals close qualifier, man. He came in 5 minutes after tournament was starting. Oh, entangle focus. Nice that he used the Demon Hunter only for the block. That's so much damage. Entangle Dryads, man. What a great combo. Surströmming doesn't smell that bad. Bro, what other odors are you surrounded with on a daily basis that you can stomach surströmming? Surströmming is rotten fish, by the way, from Sweden, for people who don't know. If you open it underwater, then it's alright. If you're saying it's not as bad as content creators who opened it for YouTube clicks made it out to be, then I agree. But obviously, like, that's a YouTube act. I would still never, ever, 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 ever open that in my house. Never. You like fried liver? Can't say I've eaten it in the past 25 years, I think. Very cool brawly game. Lich third, 1147. Despite the late tier 2 tech, Biku is actually somewhat-ish close to a timing. Oh no, it's just one base. Okay, he's like 2.5 minutes off the timing. That's a long time. Mamma mia. Amazing items for JadeDark. And early Wellspring. It's so interesting to me how all the different Night Elves, and we do have a lot of Night Elves, right? They all have different philosophies. Some skip the staffs, but go instantly for Wellspring. Some would never, never, ever go Wellspring, but instead buy 2 staffs immediately. Like, there doesn't seem to be consensus at all. Which is cool. Consensus is boring. Makes it hard for the caster, though. If there's no absolutes. But hey, what's even hard for us? Supply-wise, very, very even. Destroyers up and tangle can be nice. Treants can be nice. If you have to dispel Treants, then there's no way to dispel Reju. And that's what it opens up, man. I still feel like the dispel ability of Destroyers is vastly overrated. He makes it work exactly the way you should. And JadeDark is a smart player. And I say that even though he's from Eastern Europe. Nice info potion here, not donating the DHOA. Staff is ready. What a crisp execution when it comes to timings. Consent is boring? Bro, don't put words in my mouth. It's not what I said. That's not at all what I said. That consensus in Warcraft is boring. Fighting over the red spot, the Magnetor can still backstab whomever he wants. Keep her dead, finally, and now the Demon Hunter is on his own. Do we have another Dispel? Otherwise, that's a long rejuve. Still not enough, it seems like. Biko fighting his way out here, but again, the backstab is so gnarly. Bear is getting attacked now after the creeps took out the Destro. What a weird fight, but what a wild fight. I like it. Keep her back close to 5. Demon Hunter got a lot of solo experience, of course. There's so many close calls. Biko is in a bit of trouble though. Falling further and further apart. JadeDark fought his way out of a pretty precarious situation. Love the Demon Hunter control. Also, he's not losing his bears like all the time. What time are the finals? 1 hour, 20 minutes. There's not a time, but I don't know what time zone you're in, so I guess that helps. And then, of course, Soul is going to be there. Carson's going to be there. Hope we finish this game, because there's a lot of fighting left to be done here. Both pretty efficient thus far. Always at 50. JadeDark thinks, okay, I'm gonna get this one. I need a bit of a bigger army. He does need more anti-air, I feel. Otherwise, Biko... Oh my god, that damage was insane! RIP! Keeper should be safe. Also has an invuln. And uses that. Invuln usage by JadeDark, pretty good. I think he disappeared for a while, right? Good to have him back. Very good to have him back. Same for Biko. He also disappeared for a bit, but now days are getting shorter. Summer is over. Even the lovely days of fall are over. Oh no, that bear. Yeah, JadeDark is never playing like the craziest strategies, math mountain giants into chimeras. He just has great decision making and great fights. And it's just rather clean. Player to watch out for sure, for sure, for sure. I'd love to have JadeDark in a future W3Champions final. That means Soul is not playing in the final. Well, he got challenged by Yaws yesterday. It sounded like he chickened out a little bit. Didn't want to answer immediately. Said, oh, next final. I want to see Yaws versus Ape Man because I asked Yaws if the Dark Ranger opener for a human player, if that's still his Warcraft. And he said, no, it's not my Warcraft. I want revenge. And Soul said, oh, you know, like grandparents talking about shopping online. That was funny. It was a funny segment. So much talk about the 6-7 meme, man. Jesus. Interesting how few people are watching South Park. After... It felt like everyone was watching at least the first episode of that new season. Which is freaking hilarious. What does the MG mean, Yannick? Minas Gerais. Is that the partner city of Minas Tirith? Does it look the same? Where do you watch South Park as a German? Paramount Plus, I think. Is it still called Paramount Plus? Or did they change their name again? No, it's Paramount Plus, I think. It's part, it can be booked via Prime. Blade Band, wow. How does that news travel? Oh, because it's in the thing. Yeah, that was originally just for Super League. That was originally just for Super League, and then War3 head admin came on and says, "Oh yeah, he's banned from us as well." So he's banned. F me another subscription? No, thank you. You should seriously think about a Back to Warcraft subscription or a Prime subscription and give me that sweet Amazon Prime sub. That's the best subscription, obviously, to reward us for 603 days of consecutive streaming. Piggy, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're not subbing to B2W, what are you doing in life? Lots of wrong decisions, I can tell you that much. Lots of wrong decisions. Probably also not eating pineapple on pizza. I jumped into the next game. It is Birdie again against a wonderful Night Elf player with the name of HinaGiku. Love that player. Very, very, very much. Good to see him back as well. How do you stream without weekends for almost 2 years? With ease? With love? With passion? With joy? With absolutely no life? If you suddenly lose to a 2500 MMR human called Blood 3 or something, contact the team. And then Blizzard shuts down the Reign of Chaos keys, eh? What a timing. What a timing. It's not JadeDark. It's not JadeDark. It is HinaGiku! Another one of my favorite Night Elves. This guy knows how to fight, guys. We got 70 minutes to the W3Champions finals. And Birdie again, Mr. Tavern build. Wow, chat derailed quickly. But hey, whatever floats your boat, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. Oh, that's an awesome Squirtle emote. Very much in love. Is there anyone degenerate? Oh, the colors are bad. Sorry about that, guys. I can't change it. It's automatically assigned. Is there anyone degenerate enough to have bought the new Pokemon game? Jesus Christ, what a piece of shit. And then it's kind of funny that Stormgate had almost like 3 times the budget of that game. Oh, mamma mia. My last Pokemon game was Ruby. My man. I mean, Emerald for me, but same generation.
Players' forces are under attack.
What a lazy piece of shit game, man. last time was Red Edition. Oh boy. Emerald to me, next to ROMs, of course, ROM hacks that are probably the greatest Pokemon games ever.
A player's force is under attack.
Emerald, best Pokemon game. And I think it's not even close. Pokemon Pink. Is that where you get Fleckmon and Lickitung as a starter? Disengage, you strike me as a PP fan. Why Emerald and not Red, Blue, and so on? So first generation is omega imbalanced and broken. It's basically like it's glued together, sticks and stones. It's not fair. It's crazy that this game even works. Emerald, super big Pokedex with Pokemons yet you know from like first generation, but also cool new ones and not these trash, I look like a car new one or like a telephone. Better balance and better attack distribution. A super cool story in my opinion. Amazing post game. Pink was first 3 gens with things like Ghastly as your starter. Oh, that thing actually exists? I thought you're memeing. I don't know Pink. You have reached a level of like sarcasm disengage that I don't take anything seriously anymore what you say. So I guess we leveled that one between the two of us. This purple looks so awesome. Totally fair. Yeah, it goes both ways, I think. It goes both ways, and then it's fair. What a weird game, man. One standout hero level 3, otherwise everything level 1. And Birdie, once again, Dark Ranger is buying time, Dark Ranger is zoning, and Dark Ranger is allowing a second base. I hope Birdie doesn't go on strike and then the trains won't work for a week, bro. Ay, ay, ay. That would be horrible indeed. Very cool to see Hina back. I think he also took a little break during the summer. Surely has a lot of potential if he grinds through the winter. He can grind. Holy, can this guy grind. If he's motivated. You know, against Dark Ranger and especially Dark Ranger tower pushes, seems like not every Night Elf currently is super hyped about the state of this matchup. Sorry, Ma. But this mass range. Is that something you do against Black Arrow? Ooh, Sork Lady down, unfortunately. Okay, maybe soon bit of a power spike coming for Hina. if he plays this carefully, but he has to act like it's a bear bust, I guess. Bear bust or die. Ooh, counter expo? At this stage? Really? This might actually work. Birdie is super low lumber, like he can't produce oh, he got a shredder. That obviously fixes things. Yo, he could be in 70 supply very, very, very soon. But without crucial mass, it's still gonna be tricky. Archmage far up front. Did he go? Oh, he goes for water elementals. Interesting. Why not Blizzard? Why does he see the need for water elementals, I wonder? You can do both with Archmage. And against this mass archer and bears, I think Blizzard would have done amazingly. Would love to see Tome of Experience back. Yeah, you say that now. And then you play against the human, and that Archmage gets the Tome of XP, and gets level 3 and is right in your base. Then what? Then what? Does the Venom Orb give air attack? Yes. Absolutely does. All orbs do. It was Pokemon Ultraviolet. Did I play that? I don't think so. But the Ultra versions are in general really good. Agree. Man, what they do with ROM hacks is so crazy. You can play as Team Rocket. Amazing. You can play as a gym leader. It's amazing. Pokemon Ultraviolence? No! Ultraviolet! Not Ultraviolence. Which would be interesting as well, right? I mean, I think there was a study recently that the average Pokemon fan is 32 years old. So I guess it's time now. We're all grown up. Give us the ultra violence mode. Just Pal World. Pal World goated, man. I played so much Pal World. Kind of funny how the Pokemon Company was suing Pal World. It's like, oh, they rip us off, they rip us off. And in the new Pokemon game, you fight like kinda like you do in Pal World. Now we got Blizzard, and I like that a lot more. Even a Shredder assisted push here. What's this Naga? She lost the way. Oh no. Demon Hunter as well. There's barely any Moonjas left. I think Birdie just owns, man. Is there any hope with the Demon Hunter? But that's the thing. The Dark Ranger controls the Demon Hunter so well that he's not as oppressive as he usually is. And Hina just has to tap out here. That was not the situation. Maybe he would have done better with a timing push instead of that counter expo that just barely started working. Fun game though. Fun game. As is to be expected between the two players, to be fair. When does the final start? 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour. Oh, Hazy started his warm-up. Hazy started his warm-up versus JadeDark. Do we want to support Dise a little bit and take a look at Hazy's warm-up? He's even playing random. I think so. How did Blizzard not make Warcraft gacha? Added to the list of insane missed opportunities. We got Hazy versus Dise. We also got Starbuck versus DeathNote. And then the lower bracket final. And then the grand final. And in between the lower bracket final and the grand final, we talked to Gideon of Being Esports to give us a little update on Dach Inferno and Rara Land, which you probably shouldn't miss. So if I were you, I would watch back to Warcraft all day. But thankfully, I'm not you. Or you. Let's take a look what Hazy is doing. Hazy got a lot of new fans over the weekend, I'm sure. Chat was going crazy when he displayed TC into Naga. Love all the shoutcasts regardless of who's playing. That is lovely to hear, mate. So Hazy actually gets his main race. Or the race he plays most often. Up against JadeDark, whom we've seen before. Hazy's warm-up starts right now. Puzzle Foo! Thank you for the 28. Is that a flat cap you're wearing? Vampy! One mentions Rara Land and Vampy appears. Is that a coincidence? I think not. It is. It is. It's the so-called Shiba-Mütze. Or however it's called. Vampy, where have you been, mate? A little bit of real life obligations? Good to see you back. Good stuff gonna be there. We didn't even say anything yet. You're probably so washed even I could beat you. With Dark Ranger. We'll see.
player's
That's good to
forces
know.
are
That's
under
good to
attack.
know. I had in real life yesterday, so Jens lost both matches. I hope it was a wedding or a funeral or like an actual birthday in a sense that you gave birth. Otherwise, what's better than W3Champions finals? One-on-one LAN, me versus Neo to settle the beef. Ah, Vampy, you know at LAN, I'm always so busy. There's so much to do. I got so many pictures to take, so many autographs to give, so many beers to drink. I don't know if I'm gonna have time, Vampy. I will try my very, very best to set some time to the side. I hope it was a few. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that sounds horrible now that you say it. That was not the smartest way to say that. I'm having a 10-month-old son. I had no time for once. How do you end up in that situation? You gotta ask yourself, how did you maneuver yourself into a situation where you can't watch the second day of W3Champions Season 22 finals? And then you're looking for excuses again. Just because you wanted to have a good time once. Mamma mia.
A town is under siege.
I take your apology if you named the son Neo.
Forces are under attack.
Don't make it worse. Sorry. As long as you're here today for the final day, I think we're good. That DH looks extra purple? Yes, we use a mod. Nice! Look at that. He got an archer wall. We use a mod called Kenshin. And Kenshin mod adds some extra glow.
Forces are under attack.
Dude, see why I like JadeDark? Look at the block. His name is Abe. Fair. Fair, fair. Yeah, JadeDark very talented. Love to see it. Hazy snipes the Magi for want of mana stealing. Also, they got the perfect inventory on this Demon Hunter, by the way.
A player's forces
Awesome.
are under attack.
Jens is out. Yeah, that was quite shocking. Also 0-2. Champ is out. Third place is out in Craft. Fourth place is out in Sonic. We rotated the top 3 out of the top 4 for Champs Finals.
Town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
I'm sure Jens will be back. Sonic 4th means Soul is practically top 3. That's a way to see it. Soul basically bronze medal. So how similar to Dise does JadeDark play? I think Dise has more strategic ingenuity.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's gonna be a rematch from Winner Bracket quarterfinals, so just because the TC worked once, it's not guaranteed that it works this time. Not even guaranteed, like the matchup isn't even guaranteed, right? So very, very hard to practice for it. I gotta say, JadeDark is able to put on an good amount of pressure on Hazy. He plays it smart. He played a very good Keeper Dryad style. Now he's playing Panda vs. Orc. No Keeper vs. Orc. The cow's udder is empty. Dude, udder is such a weird word in German as well. Euter. Ugh. That thing is literally
Forces are under attack.
securing your existence for a long time, and you call it udder. Mamma mia. Could have given it a better name, I'm sure.
A player's forces are under attack. Town is under siege.
So, JadeDark with just a simple Dryad style. Hazy was on Raider Walker, which now means he doesn't have double Raiders, which now means he needs more Headhunters again for some piercing damage. Still, no well-defined playbook, or flowchart, I guess. Explosive start to the fight. With Spirit Link, Panda could feel a little useless at the start of the fight, but becoming more and more and more impactful at the end of the fight, when everything is super hurt already. Might get some multi-kills in here.
A player's forces are under attack.
Bloody, bloody, bloody exchange, man. Everybody is losing everything! But since the Dryads slow everything down... Can he get a speed scroll or something? No, he doesn't. Just selves, which can easily be cancelled. TC in a bit of a pickle. In a pickle? How are you in a pickle? That's a weird existence. Anyway, Kodo dead, Dryad back. And do we have anything left, man? I don't know. Hazy is still trying to expand here. Demon Hunter versus Cow is an interesting fight, but we do have a health stone. Oh, good ethereal form. And good spirit link. But yeah, Farseer versus Dryads, man. It's not doing much. That is a baseball reference. Oh, really? Okay, I don't know shit about fuck. Sorry, child friendly. Oops, sorry. Dude, what a brawl. Yeah, I feel like these mass Dryads against Raider Walker openings are very, very, very nice. Oh, the block. Okay, against speed scroll is pretty much impossible. That doesn't work with the new range, my friend. One hero must fall. You cannot blue ball me with the hero kill when everything is red and orange. And just don't give me a hero kill. We need a hero kill. And I guess JadeDark is of the same opinion here. But we do have a potion. Hazy doesn't like to please to fulfill my wishes here. Nasty, nasty start to the game for him, though. How is he supposed to get out of there? With an expo, of course. Child friendly. There's 5% under 25 here, I believe. Bro, there was just 2 minutes ago, someone said he's looking with his kid. And he's not the only one. You can be respectful about that. Yep. Can't even find JadeDark in the ladder?
Forces are under attack.
What are you doing? His account name is literally JadeDark. 2,350 MMR, Masters rank. So he secures the mid game, but needs tier 3 now. This will be a lot of well juice if he heals all the dryads up.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Hazy is going into mass raiders while there is a transition. Yeah, you kind of want some Kodos, but does it warrant a sec? I mean, with 2 bases up, maybe you really want that third base anyway. Third production building anyway. Now though, if the Demon Hunter falls, all of this strat falls apart. Even though the Panda still doing a lot of damage. But yeah, as I said, it's a double-edged sword. Heal scrolls should be great, but we disengage from this fight after the Breath of Fire. So, heal scrolls still on cooldown, man. High demand. Poor Panda was nerfed into the ground. Are you trying to trigger me? Nerfed into the ground, nerfed into the ground. No rage bait, please. Oh, the first bear without master trading is getting sniped right away, mamma mia. But he needs the bears to do something about that expo. I can totally get it. Hazy's decision to go for that tier 2 expo pays off, unlike yesterday versus DeathNote, where the expansion just, he had no chance to get these expo up or hold the expos up. A new Care Bear arrives still without master. Oh no, he gets eaten before the rejuve. Mamma mia. The Farseer falls. Okay, that's probably a little more important here. Disengaging now. Can Hazy recover? 2 minutes bench. Thankfully, it's nighttime. He gets all the rejuve back. But Hazy's still mining. Now he got a massive supply lead. Does reju work inside a Kodo? That's a good question. I mean, it does work in a Zeppelin. Is a Kodo just a Zeppelin? A living acid-filled Zeppelin. You don't need moon juice when all dryads are dead. Yeah, I guess it's kind of on purpose. You want more bears. You need more bears. And I think Hazy weathered the storm. Feels good. Stomach acid cancels the reju. Oh, really? Oh, happy. Nice Sunday roast for Hazy's Kodos. Hazy starts today's day, by the way, at midnight local time. Lol. And then there's lower bracket semifinal, winner bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final. Whoops. That's an all-nighter. That's what you do for glory. Hazy has no damage. Who needs damage when you can just make units disappear with one click? Let's enjoy the hyperballs. Just responding. Just responding. But I'm gonna make fun of it. At this point, though, it feels like JadeDark has, outside of ultimates, reached his peak. It's again a situation where the supply is very misleading, since it's 8 food still in the bellies. Oh, that was a nice breath, though. And yeah, this Farseer, I wonder... Like, Hazy is the one who randomed, right? He knew that this would be worst Night Elf. And he still chose a Farseer. On Tidehunters, we see that a bit. But yeah, it's really, really bad in the late game. And again, 12 food not in the fight. This bear also disappearing soon. Can Hazy... Oh, wisps around almost. Nice thinking. Can Hazy stop the Demon Hunter Panda duo? He's still gotta defeat them somehow. Hello, Mr. Zugt. I asked Starbuck yesterday about Scrimmage and told him that the map makers are afraid of him. He said something along the lines of, yeah, they should be. Okay, answer is there. Hazy can stop the Demon Hunter show. Ooh, looking good, man. Looking good. He gotta step up his game a little bit when it comes to fighting Dise yesterday. Later, I mean. When it comes to fighting Dise later. But then, this was also Tidehunters, right? It's not the most regular play that you see on other maps. Could be banned later. It's looking alright. There's still room to improve, room for improvement for sure, for sure, for sure. Ooh, Orga question by Carson. About the pick and bans. It should be. Map selection is such a pain with so many maps. ABBA, correct. BA, correct. ABBA, correct. BA, correct. AB, BA, ABBA, BAAB. Looks right to me. What? Oh. Okay. Someone spammed our Discord. I thought I checked my Discord and there's like new Warcraft update, but it was just the old one. It's not like Knecht is the map maker of Scrimmage though. I don't care about the scare part. Some people said we need critters there, like more critters. And the Mercamp shouldn't be between Expo and main, is I think what they said. If I remember correctly. All right, we're half an hour away from the W3Champions finals. And I'll take a little break. I'll leave the stream on. But I got... give me a note later. No, you take a note now. That was the news. Couple of games. I think nice afternoon. I take a break now till the W3Champions finals to not burn out, to get everything ready, set everything up, cameras, etc., etc., etc. Put some beers and Dr. Pepper in the fridge. Yeah, I'm gonna eat something. I'm just getting ready. Yeah, exactly. Eat, hydrate, caffeinate. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm going to do. Half an hour break. You guys can check out some other content creators, of course. We got 4 matches. Hazy versus Dise, Starbuck versus DeathNote, lower bracket final, grand final, and also the update of Gideon from Being Esports about all things Dach Inferno, as well as Raraland. That is in between the lower bracket final and the grand final. So if I were you, I'd stay. I'd stay and never leave. And sub the hell out of this. You got a lot of time now to check if your Prime sub is available, to do the couple of clicks here, or check out backtowarcraft.com/support for all the ways to support us. Also, some good Humba and Night Elf merch available in our Discord. So, see you in a bit. See you in 30 minutes. W3Champions finals. Final day. Let's go.
You're drifting away and the wounds have turned into scars. It's tender, it's dark, and it's breaking my heart. I know you so well and I know how it feels when we fall. It's tender, it's dark, and it's breaking my heart.
everyone! Welcome everybody to the 6th and last day of the W3Champions finals. We will crown a king tonight! Who is the really best player of the W3Champions server? It can only be one of 4! Is it Starbuck who's going into this as the favorite? Or is it one of the 3 new players that we got in the top 4? Is it DeathNote? Is it Dise? Or is it the person who's also with us on the broadcast here today? Is it Hazy?
Everybody, my name is Hazy. Wait, I gotta stand up to show everybody. Wait, hold up. I gotta show you the whole thing because I had to dig these blue jeans out of my closet. Let me move the chair. All right, I'll do the pose. It might be these jeans do not fit, by the way. Check this out. This is the pose, I think.
Wait, a little lower. Yep, there we go. And now we compare.
He's looking a little to the side.
Yep.
Wait, he's got his thumbs in his pocket.
Exactly.
Something like that.
It's perfect, dude. It's absolutely perfect. Incredible that you have time to play the final and also cast with us. That's real dedication.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, I just hope I get Night Elf versus Dise. Clearly the best race in the game as a random player. I can say this with authority.
Another random
Carson.
player. Yeah.
Yeah, you look amazing, Mr. Carson, and I hope you will play some TC first soon enough.
That should be no problem. Of course, we've seen that before. Mr. 8-Man, you were casting the Dolphin Cocoon into Butterfly Cup, and a lot of our players were also prevalent there. So, judging from your expertise this morning, who's going to take the title today?
I mean, there was a lot of action in Dolphin Cocoon into Butterfly Cup, but we didn't see all the players. But let me tell you, Starbuck is in a good shape. Starbuck is motivated to play good Warcraft 3, and yes, he's proving that, yes, he's a great player. He won Dolphin to Cocoon Cup in Cocoon into Butterfly Cup by winning versus Hawk 2-0. And that was pretty clean games, but today he's going to face Human, probably as Orc, right? And then we will see who is going to challenge him later.
Exactly. Carson, you did the map picks and bans. What can you tell us about our players today?
Yeah, vetoing is always going to be difficult both when you're a random player and when you're playing against random. But what I can tell you is we're starting on Last Refuge, a map that I feel like we haven't seen a lot in this tournament, a map that's kind of phasing out a little bit, but it's cool that we get to see it at least a tiny bit. And Dice's loser pick, Springtime, you know, a comfortable small map, maybe easy to expand on, easy to scout on, so you don't maybe get cheesed too easily, but there is a short rush distance. Then we have Autumn Leaves, which is a kind of a similar deal for Hazy. In a smaller map, easy to scout, easy to get information on sort of thing. No huge macro maps for either players, which can be kind of tricky both if you have to learn a bunch of different strategies in Hazy's situation or figure out what the hell your opponent's doing in Dice's situation.
All right, you got to take care of the server, and then we're almost there. Thank you, Draki, for the 6 month. Thank you, Fuzzle Foo, for the 28. And thank you, J Salarex, for the 5 gifties. That's the appropriate amount of hype that we want for these finals. It's been an amazing journey from the wildcard qualifier and close qualifier that we casted together, Soul, and we had this amazing Sheik versus Yumiko game up until today. Banger match after banger match, but only 4 could survive. Our reigning champion Jens has been eliminated. The runner-up of last time is still in with Starbuck, but also rank 3 and 4 with Kraft and Sonic have been eliminated. Sheik eliminated, and that has been quite a gauntlet here for our players.
Let me tell you, yesterday, yes, was challenged by both Starbuck and Dise, and let me tell you, especially the series against Dise was super, you know, I don't want to say one-sided, but Dise came prepared, and yes, he proved that he may be the champion as well.
Alrighty, hopefully everything is working. We're trying to start the game as you heard, but no clock ticking yet. So, a little bit of a join bug to start this day, but it should hopefully fix itself with a tiny little bit of a rehost that we're gonna do here. We asked the community before, who are you rooting for today? Not who do you think will win, but who are you rooting for? Starbuck is the winner with 43%, but right after is Hazy with 36%. That comes as quite the surprise, given that many people probably haven't heard about him before this tournament.
They saw the TC. They probably saw the TC, and they probably saw that one game, that beautiful, beautiful springtime game, and that was enough for me. I hadn't heard of Hazy before this tournament either, and now I'm dressed up like the guy. You know, he has that effect on people.
Yeah, they saw this amazing shirt, most of top actors, they're very handsome. Maybe the same goes with top players. For some reason, Mr. Neo called happy Dimitri Lacostin, because he knew how to wear Lacoste t-shirts in style as well.
Alrighty, we try to start this game once again. Otherwise, we give the admin
The
duties
TC.
to Dise. And I think this will be another join Buggerino once again. So we do it as we did in the winner bracket quarterfinal, because actually this is a rematch between the two, and there we had the same issue actually. So Carson is orchestrating everything. We move to Flow TV then. Is that the call?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
In case, by the way, you guys didn't watch my earlier stream today, or didn't look at our socials, we have a little intermission between the lower bracket final and the grand final today. And that we, of course, want to give the player from the lower bracket a little bit of a break as well. And I could talk with Soul and Carson all day, every day. We did that for 3 days. We could do it for a week straight, at least. But I was annoyed by a person. Neo, I want screen time. Neo, I want screen time. It's like, oh, what do you want? Why? Why is that important? Neo, I got updates on Dach Inferno and maybe Raraland. And I said, oh, okay. So, Carson, you have a little bit of a break prior to the grand final. I got to talk with Gideon from Being Esports about our roadmap for the rest of the year and the next one.
Oh, the break where I'm going to hear about the upcoming cool events. That's great. And yes, I'm glad that Mr. Gideon will be there. I had the opportunity to meet him. Very good organizer, let's say. So yes, very curious. And more Warcraft is better, even though if it's really Raraland, it will mean that I have to leave my room. That's crazy, but definitely worth it for Warcraft.
Maybe we got Raraland Krosno.
Well, I don't know if you have that many computers here, but no, we'll see. Mr. Neo, remember, I will thought that it's going to be Raraland in Łódź. I'm not going to make any more predictions about Raraland.
Alright.
Just watch the news. I will read my newspaper in the morning.
I got the news that our lower bracket semifinal is on the way. Both players are down to the top 4, but who ascends into the top 3? It is Dise, it is Hazy. Boys, are you ready to click the button at the same time I do?
Sir.
3, 2, 1, click.
Oh yeah, I clicked it so fast.
Clicked it.
You guys
so
ever
hard.
done those reflex trainings when they tell you you have the milliseconds reaction time?
Not really.
No, just me. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I had a friend in high school who had a dream to become a airplane pilot. You know, not like in military, just commercial. And let me tell you, he was playing those mini games all the time, and he's a real life pilot. So it worked actually. He was very good at it.
Pilots and FPS players, apparently.
Do you guys want to open up this grand final day?
Very happy to. Very happy to. We start on Last Refuge. Dise, of course, on the left-hand side of your screen with Random, and then Hazy, or with Night Elf, and then Hazy was the random player with my favorite race, not currently, but normally, the majority of the time. Hazy gets Orc. Orc for herself, all.
Yeah, and this is one of the main races of Hazy, right? We talk about which race he picks the most, so definitely it's going to be something that he likes to play. And Carson, they met already, am I right? Hazy versus Dise, and that was the TC first game. So let me tell you, my eyes are on this altar.
Easy. I wonder would he do it again? Would he do it again? No, we have a Blade Master and we have a War Mill, which does tend to point towards Blade Master Mirror Image, a strategy that I have to say you're probably more familiar with than I am, even as a random player. I feel like you've played it quite a bit, and we'll see if Dise has played against it enough. He said yesterday when he was playing against Jens, he was like, yeah, I sort of knew what was going to go on. I scouted, but I already knew what I was scouting for. I already knew what strategy was going to do. I was familiar with it. At least that was the case on Hammerfall. I wonder if that will be the case against Mr. Hazy today.
Yeah, Blade Master Mirror Image is the strategy that had some, presence, especially versus undeads, but versus Night Elf it can be used as well. And it's all about creeping and having nice permanent items. And on Last Refuge, it's very popular to, not immediately, but to creep the Mercamp with Blade Master, and you can get even +6 agility. Definitely is going to be plan of Hazy at some point, but is Dise going to allow it? Definitely his scouting is amazing, as you mentioned yesterday. And speaking about Mirror Image, Mr. Carson, you said it the best. The hardest part is to creep, right? Because you need to take all of the damage on your Mirror Image.
Sometimes you'll skip that Voodoo Lounge for Orc, so you actually won't be able to heal up your Blade Master even if you want to. So very important to always re-aggro onto the illusions. No real reason to take damage on anything other than them. So creeping for both players. Dise immediately pulls the Merc Camp, buys a Priest, and creeps it with a 2-Wisp repair. This is a sick creep route, and the reason he's able to do this is because he's scouted the Mirror Image. This is exactly what other races will do. Undead will do this. They'll creep very greedily because they know the Orc is going to creep. But the downside of Orc creeping, it's a little bit slower, it's a little less efficient than just the other races because you have less stuff.
Yeah, but they say fight fire with fire, and Haze is like, okay, Dise is going to creep super big. I mean, he doesn't know that because he didn't scout, but look at this, he's creeping the same cap. Something happened and the Murlocs are getting aggroed. What is going on? He's creeping 2 camps at the same time. I thought only Dark Ranger can do it.
2025 and the Murloc camp is still getting bugged, but it seems like Hazy's going to be fine. He's crept this perfectly so far. Dise, of course, doing the same. Now he's pulling the Murloc. Dise about, 1 camp ahead right now, more or less, maybe half a camp ahead. Slippers of Agility now from the other camp. Lionhorn, lots of armor on the Blade on the side of Dise. Robe with the Magi ring, and then we'll see what smaller permanent item he gets. But the most important thing for both players, extremely fast level 3s. This has to be the quickest level 3 for both in this matchup that's possible. I think this is the quickest you can get on any map.
You are exactly right, and for the viewers, Blade Master Mirror Image benefits from items, right? So toughness like rings, HP items, and damage items as well. Of course, Mirror Images, they don't deal that much damage. The Scouting Wisp has to detonate, and yes, Hazy is crazy. Hazy is just creeping, but look at Dise, he's creeping even a bigger cap.
It's like a speed run to see how fast we can clear out the entire map. Like, they are going insane here. Is Hazy going to keep on going? He could go down to the south to the Null camp and get another permanent item. Just got a Gloves of Haste. Of course, Dise gets the consumable that he immediately sells and then goes for the shop right after that. Maybe goes for the next shop. No, wants to go forward. Wants to stop the Blade from progressing any further. And that was that's about as exciting as creeping gets, Saul.
I mean, it's an interesting challenge, who will clean the map first, the half. That's the show match that I would actually post. But yes, as you mentioned, Dise is creeping very well. He took the item from the camp that Hazy is creeping right now. But I have maybe a little bit different question. As a Night Elf player, what we should do versus Blade Master Mirror Image? When I used to play some Night Elf, I was just playing mass bears, because let me tell you, when Orc has had hunters, it's hard to keep Dryads alive. So my idea was to dispel, quote-unquote, Blade Master with just damage from the bears. And it's very interesting for me what Dise is going to do.
It's sometimes tough. The times that I did play Blade Master Mirror Image, it was when Lin was playing it and he was doing sort of a tier 2 expansion, getting quick level 3, maybe even level 4 Blade, and then using that high level Blade with Hex to leverage an expansion. And oftentimes Night Elf players were trying to hit some sort of a bear timing, but I imagine things have changed drastically. Panda second is nice from Dise. We'll see if he's able to creep it to level 3 though.
Yeah, Panda requires creeping. Bravo Fire was nice, of course. And yes, the most important question, as you mentioned, is it going to be tier 2 Orc or more like team games, FFA tier 3 attempt? And I see 2 production buildings, which kind of signals me that Haze is thinking about expanding, but the time will tell. What is certain, Shadow Hunter is almost out and Blade Master wants to creep more. But look at this, he doesn't have enough mana. Blade Master will take some damage.
Got a lot of damage though right now. He's already level 4, 6-minute mark level 4 on nearly both starting heroes, and it will be tier 3 double lore by the way for Dise, so straight to bears as mentioned. 0 Dryads thus far. He's got enough units to creep with anyway though, so it doesn't really need any preliminary units. Wisp goes down at the lab, Shadowhunter joins up, Book of the Dead on the Blade, and the Demon comes in with a greater heal to be very annoying.
Yeah, there is no hex to stop him, and Demon Hunter is going in versus entire Orc army. And who gets level 4 as well? Demon Hunter, of course, by creeping the ground. But yes, Shadow Hunter survived. Shadow Hunter has nice healing items, and now that's the important part, Carson, because without expansion, you know, and without tier 3, Mr. Hazy may have an issue. Oh, this 165 crit. Look at this fight at the tavern. Demon Hunter level 4 wants to run back. Even though he has big healing potion, he was scared on this Grande Blade Master.
Battle of the RNG, not just with items from the early game creeping, but also with the crit and the evasion. Demon Hunter and Blade Master both capable of winning fights against each other, but it depends on the amount of mana, and it depends on the little bit of RNG there with those two passive abilities. Map is really getting crept out quickly. We're at the 7.5 minute mark, and we're going for red camps now. So the question is, will they ever creep the corner turtle camps? Because those are very
dangerous moment. Look at this. Demon Hunter is there. Shadow Hunter is taking all of the damage. Mr. Hazy, maybe it's a little bit too crazy for you. Big healing potion was committed.
He's surrounded.
Is hexing. What is happening? Nick Hazy is blocked here. This is a big mistake. What is going on?
He was surrounded by the Ogre Warrior, or the Ogre Lord, rather. The Demon Hunter is killing everything now. Burn the Greater Heal. Panda's very, very low, but there's no catch in this army. The only catch is the Demon Hunter with boots who chase down everything the Orc has. Demon Hunter has to run away slightly, but there's just no units left.
Mr. Hazy, I don't want to be like your parents or whatever, but sometimes too much crazy is not good, okay? Like going there to the red camp without, you know, exit plan on the red camp when it's like on the hill. Mamma mia, that backfired, and we can clearly see this in supply. And let me tell you, Carson, well, oh, the demon! 168 crit, mamma mia, the Casino Blade Master goes back.
Oh my god, yeah. That was almost, like, you know, crit can scale as well depending on the RNG of the auto attack itself. The crit numbers go up. It's not always the same amount of damage, so that could have been if a high roll happened. Demon Hunter dead, level 4 in the gutter, and Hazy keeps on creeping, but now with the priest still alive at the red camp, he can't actually finish that up.
Yeah, Hazy is rethinking his life choices. He's accumulating mana for the Blade Master mirror image, and yes, he has it. And as you mentioned, Orc Lord is full mana, full HP. This guy is regenerating very quickly. Brand new. And he escaped the surround. Man, Hazy in this game is like, okay, Dise is strong, but this Orc Lord is he playing in Warcraft Champions finals as well. Next time we need to invite him.
Definitely going to be tough to finish this off, but yeah, a lot of units lost for Hazy, of course. The thing is, though, it really comes down to the heroes. And what does he get? Oh my god, he got claws plus 12. As I say.
Of haste, this is a machine, Carson.
Crazy. If you can get level 5 on this blade, oh man, it takes 1 hex to kill a hero.
Yeah, the problem is there is no mana, and Blade Master is a glass cannon, right? He need, in order to deal the crits! Yeah, but Blade is dying! Blade, run!
Blade Master, gotta get out, gotta go! And he's healing up in the back right now, but the bears in the front are clobbering down the raiders. Panda and Demon Hunter are both getting low themselves, but there's staff and there's Potion of Vulnerability. For that exact reason, 1 crit can make the difference, but Potion of Vulnerability gonna save both first heroes for now. Panda's gotta be very careful.
The invul is blinking, Haze is going for the crit, and he gets the Demon Hunter first! But yes, you know, Panda was still present. Level 4 Panda versus level 2 Shadow Hunter. It's clear who has stronger second heroes. Demon Hunter is down, Blade Master is down, but supply favors Dise a lot. And look at this army condition. The bears are squeezing, the bears are chasing. Blade Masters in the altar for 100 seconds.
Still has to eat something. He's just chilling. There he goes. Now he finally eats 1 bear. Could have done that a lot earlier, of course, in the fight. Hazy with not a lot left. The Panda. Demon Hunter back from the tavern. And the heroes are super strong if the blade could ever come back, but Hazy maybe flew a little bit too close to the sun in this game. Very, very messy game.
Yeah, the Twitch chat is saying that Hazy rolled the dice.
Yeah.
On these crits. Shout out to Twitch chat for augmenting the streaming casting experience. Aye, Blade Master, we need you now.
Down now as well. Shadow Hunter getting the last items that he possibly can. Another Kodo about to pop out. The other Kodo's still devouring a bear, and there is no entangle really to stop this devour, so maybe this next Kodo could get Another unit. Blade Master back in like 45 seconds. I think the altar will die long before that. Nice positioning on the Demon Hunter as well. Hazy really trying everything here.
There's not that much mana both on Demon Hunter and Panda, so they can't use their AoE damage, but look at the supply. We have so many fresh bears. Yes, Kodo wants to devour, Kodo wants to snag. Hazy, maybe if this Blade Master goes out, maybe there is a chance, but look at this. He has such a little amount of peasants that there was enough. Breath of Fire connected, that's GG. 1-0 for Dise.
Ooh, it started so slow and then it exploded into action. Super unlucky to get the Shadow Hunter trapped there. Mamma mia, that was the one position where he shouldn't be. And that was the one move that the Ogre Lord wasn't supposed to do for Hazy. And from there on out, it was already incredibly hard to come back. He tried his best and the Blade Master looked promising. Don't wanna blame him trying that. But yeah, if one player has the resources for a Tavern Revive with a carry hero or in a battle with 2 carry heroes and the other doesn't, then that's game.
Yeah, like he took so much care with all of his creeping before that red camp. Like, you know, the opening creep route was so precise for both players. The follow-up creep routes very cleanly done, barely any damage. And then as soon as he goes to the red, he takes shockwave on everything. He lets the Shadow Hunter get surrounded by the Ogre Lord, gets creep jacked because he wasn't scouting appropriately. Just one small mistake. That's all it takes against a player like Dise, I guess.
You guys said Hazy rolled the dice, but eventually Dise rolled Hazy and smoked him. We have our second game coming up. Let's see if that happens again. There is a little story about Hazy in this tournament. Of course, we're going to unfold that. Boys, are you ready to click the button?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
3, 2, 1, go! And the story is that Hazy lost almost every first map in this tournament, and then all of a sudden it feels like he's a different player on map 2. So he needs to trigger this again. It was the case in their winner bracket quarterfinal. It was also the case afterwards in the lower bracket, for example. The start to a series isn't necessarily that great for Hazy. And of course, since he is playing random, we got to see how good are the races for Hazy. And I have another question. Who's casting with me?
I think it's, if we do the same order we've done the last 2 days, me and you, Neo.
Ooh, Carson, you as a new undead, how do you like Hazy's role?
Have we seen him play undead yet in this tournament? I don't know if we have, right? It's been all elf and orc so far?
I think so too, yes.
So this will be kind of new. I've seen it, of course, a little bit on Saul's stream, mostly with some weird all-ins. He seems to be a very aggressive undead player. I myself am more of an expo
All
lover,
sudden
so I
go
like going
Hazy.
for those second gold mines early on, like building a whole lot of ghouls, losing them all to a demon hunter, but then replacing those ghouls with a lot of feeds and just having too much stuff for the elf to deal with. I think Hazy might have a different approach, but we'll wait and see.
Feels like Hazy always has the different approach, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he's going a little bit like a cheek route and going for gargoyles. But so far, we open things up with the DK for Dise, as he said in the winner bracket interview. Well, my early game will always gonna be a similar one with Night Elf. I can do that, and it's gonna be Demon Hunter Archers, of course. While we're in the early game, we get a little bit of support here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Use the time before the action goes hot. And I can't click anymore. What the hell? There we go. Fixed. Man, chaos ensuing. What the?
Players' forces are under attack.
Okay, I
Did
can't
you
click on my
control C by
supporters.
accident?
Carson, do you know who threw money at us?
I saw a sub from Piazza, 1987 with the 17 months as double cast by the OG crew unbeaten. Thank you very much for that. And that's all I have in my chat. I don't have the other one open.
All sudden go Hazy. Thank you for the 100 bits, says Blight Golem, and Nadrox with the prime sub as well. We have a ghoul roaming a little bit aura first.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, there was a time in this matchup, you'll remember when this was almost standard. You would wait for the Demon Hunter to burn you once, and then you'd go for aura right away. But feels like Coil is almost always used just to deal with those early Scout Wisps.
Yeah, we also see less mana burn early. It's always a bit of immolation creeping, and we see that here. Demon Hunter gets the ring +3. He'll be very appreciated about that. For the viewers out there, this is the last best of 3 of the entire tournament. And of course, Hazy is facing match point here. Afterwards, the finals, the lower bracket and winner bracket final will be best of 5, grand final, best of 7. So Hazy fighting for survival here. And I heard about this, what we see right now. He is constantly buying these sacrificial skulls and he's using them for regen during creeping.
Interesting. It does heal up these units a little bit, and they're going to need all the health they can get as the Demon Hunter comes in. Lets himself get surrounded. This was a conscious decision by Dise, but I think he might be a little bit over-aggressive here. 1 coil saves that ghoul. A lot of damage taken. No kills. Might force another coil. Chooses to not save that ghoul. Okay, no, there he goes. Moves it back into aura range. Trying to not use that coil is being very, very cautious with his mana right now.
Yeah, could use it aggressively, of course, if he doesn't have to save this ghoul, but then turns away. Trusting in his micro, he had a fantastic headhunter save. Wait, can he not reach? Oh, repositioning again. This ghoul's just fearing for his life.
Confidence from Hazy to not coil this. He's losing an Acolyte during tech. No, he's still blocked. This is insane micro from Hazy right now. The confidence of having no Darubia and keeping everything alive right now.
Well, it backfires, no overconfidence. An insidious killer. The Nerubian Tower was finished in 1 second, but that is now only 4 Acolytes through during the tech. He's trying to get the Sasquatch, but with only 2 skeletons, it takes forever.
I can't believe the confidence on this guy. He ran the Death Knight away from the low HP ghoul, left the Demon Hunter in his base. But he does get the Sasquatch. Mana burn on the Death Knight. Staffing out now for Dise with Boots of Speed to try to creep his shop, I imagine, after healing up. And for Hazy, the ghouls will go towards his expansion and get probably level 3 on that Death Knight.
Yeah, that would be nice, of course. Ooh, he needs a bit. Thanks to all the chaos, also the graveyard is a little bit late, unfortunately. About 20 seconds. Can still queue attack, can still queue a second hero, so that should work out fine. But it means later statues, as you need the graveyard for the slaughterhouse. So that's a bit of a problem. Dise has arrived on tier 2. Super clean game so far. Putting pressure on Hazy whenever. He's falling a bit behind in levels. But I think given that he got the economy advantage for a while, that's totally fine.
Taking a couple of coils here. Gets mana burnt. There is 1 coil left. Yeah, he had to run away. He would have actually died or been forced to TP. Oh, in the air there for a second. He wasn't within death range. He would have just been very low HP. Of course, forcing more Moonwell is always good in this matchup if you're going to get burned anyway. But Demon Hunter gets out of there. And tier 2 reach. Acolyte being replaced by Hazy as well as that Lich. And we'll see what his tier 2 choices are. Will it be sometimes a tier 2 expansion is not uncommon. Obviously, tier 3 tech the most common. We'll see what he does. Naga second could be a possibility.
Ghoul is scouting, so Hazy gets some confirmation. Where are you? What are you doing? Low DK. Gotta be careful here to not get caught by the frost arrows. Positioning the DK in front of the ghoul. Very good caretaker here, at least for now. But Dise knows how to dribble. Trying to get in front of that DK. But Hazy is just simply not allowing that.
Really nicely done from Hazy so far. But bad path. He should just right-click the ghoul on a tree at home. But now the Lich comes in to help defend Hazy. It looks nice, but he's using a lot of time to keep this ghoul alive. Well, meanwhile, the Naga's creeping.
Okay, is it now? A little bit of a break. Hopefully no big spikes. We don't really know what's happening here. I hope the admins are not getting contacted throughout this pause. Maybe just a little hiccup. Maybe just a little spike. That was some sick micro action by Hazy once again. His Lich, though, oh, he didn't go Frost Armor. That's a problem. There's free reign over that hero now, thanks to the Naga. No chance to save that Lich. And another big punch in the face for Hazy.
Hazy wanted to come in and Nova that Warlord, of course, but Dise perfectly executed, brings the Demon Hunter with the Naga in. Shadow melts the archers. He loses the Ancient of War, but he gets the entire creep camp and gets the Lich kill. Hazy just didn't want to allow that creeping to happen no matter what. He tried to risk it all, tried to fly close to the sun yet again. But at home, we have a very early Temple of the Damned with a Necro Adept training.
Hazy is crazy. This doesn't necessarily look like Necro Wagons because we don't see a wagon and he's still going to tier 3. Frenzy can be an amazing upgrade. Cripple can be amazing versus Demon Hunter, but we should see a lot of Dryads to dispel against that. I'm a bit worried here what this is, but I'm also very curious. Dise is playing with fire against the creeps. Is able to shake that aggro off, though. It is a very, very different game than their winner bracket quarterfinal, that's for sure.
Dise has cleaned up quite a few things, being a lot more confident, it feels like, today. Obviously, the interview from day 2 to day 1 was a lot different, so Dise is going through the motions here at W3Champions, but yeah, very clean game with him. Naga getting close to level 3, and we need to see something out of Hazy soon, or else Dise is just going to run away with this. Night Elf Army in the late game, Night Elf Heroes in the late game. Can be very tricky if the Undead doesn't already have an advantage.
We got Kaz in the chat, and he says it's gonna be Frenzy Worms. That's his favorite strat. But we also see exhumed corpses now for the wagon, so it's a tier 3 necro wagon push then, I guess, because for worms you would probably not invest into the wagon.
Yeah, I wonder, always having one wagon can be nice as well, but you oftentimes would prioritize Disease Cloud over getting exhumed corpses early on. We'll see, though. We will see. He has resources if he wants to get that Boneyard, but it's a huge investment for one worm that might not pay off. We'll see. For now, creeping continues. Lich trying to get up to level 3, where the Naga already is, of course. Demon Hunter finds him, though. Steals the item almost.
Almost. Big mana potion, of course. Fantastic. Coil in the Demon Hunter's face. Dise seems ready to fight. We got Frenzy on the Lich now. Turns into quite a damage dealer with this. But Dryads have the spell, and so it's going to be short-lived, as we've also seen a mana burn against that Necro already. Statues, of course, here. Finally, level 2. Nova right in his face right before that mana burn. Can he pop the potion? Somehow, Invo Potion. There is an Ankh for now. But there's also more Coil, more Nova.
Ghouls come in from the back now. Fork Lightning lands on the Ghouls. He miscoils onto the Lich, but he has a Potion of Invulnerability on that Lich, so he instead wants to pressure the Demon Hunter. Ghouls kind of all over the place right now. Maybe should have gone for the Archers when they had the opportunity. That greater mana has yet to be burned away because the Demon Hunter doesn't have the mana right now.
Oh my god. Reju is coming in. A wagon as well. But it's getting caught by the Frost Arrow. Not necessarily the best start for this wagon. Hazy is trying to be tricky. Hazy is trying to be finicky. But Dise is just punishing him every step along the way.
Clean timing from Dise, finds that Necromancer. Now the wagon went down, of course. Last coil used on the Lich. Death Knight almost level 4, and now we're fighting in an undead base with Orb. But Dise should know better than to overstay his welcome here.
He immediately goes back. He knows immediately how far ahead he is. Plants down an expansion, which of course gives Hazy a little bit more time, but he is outproduced, outfought, outleveled.
Very, very tough situation now. And of course, Dise knows everything that's going on. He knows there was a wagon. He knows there's a Necromancer. You know, he doesn't know there's a Boneyard on the way, but maybe he can assume. I hope Dise doesn't overbuild bears for his sake, but he is just going to go straight for the red camp and expand, of course, as you mentioned. So Dise making the right calls here with the advantage he has.
Okay, he's not panicking and going into like fairy dragons or something as well. Could need some anti-air though. It's only 3 ranged units at the moment on top of the bears. Hazy needs a lot more time. Both are creeping now. Is enjoying that and got the scout off. So Hazy knows what's up, but does he have a solution?
A win now coming up for Dise. Dry going back to deal with those couple of skeletons that, given enough time, might have been able to cancel that tree, weirdly enough. Red camp. Cloak of Flames, 1 for the shop, or you could keep it and fully retrain. Not the worst thing in the world. And we do have an item soon to be gained by Hazy, which will be, unfortunately, Legion Doomhorn.
This guy is just not lucky today, is he? Oh, man. Demon Hunter on the way to 4.5. Naga level 4 as well. We get the wind now that he has a little bit of a bigger army, more items as well, and both continue to scout here. A little bit of extra XP. But Hazy gets the red spot, gets the orange spot in expansion, and more time for the worm. The worm is coming.
The undead heroes are getting higher. Death Knight has a serious possibility of getting 5. Lich now got 3. The nuke is really strong, and with that worm as well, we sometimes call that worm the 3rd hero when you don't have one, or the 4th hero if you do have a Naga, because it's just so good at nuking. Demon Hunters, there's a Coil Nova. Onset Demon Hunter might need to be staffed out here.
Oh, not in range, is he? Holy, that was so close. Way too close for my comfort. Nice block with the wagon and the statue. Seems to be timed. The Worm, what's his timing? 18 seconds plus travel time. We do have Necromancer Master upgrade, so Cripple could be used as well. I'm very surprised that Dise is so low on Dryads.
Yeah, he seems very, very confident. I guess he might not be fully aware of the Boneyard yet. Maybe just thought it was a full Necro Wagon play. Even in that case, he doesn't seem very prepared for it, but he's very confident. Can't fault him there, I suppose. But we did see where he can slip up right there. If a Demon Hunter goes down in the middle of the fight, that's your big carry. All of a sudden, the Worm is going to kill everything else.
Still no retrain, no evasion. Lots of nukes that we've seen before. 4-3 heroes. Hazy is trying everything to stay in this tournament. If he's losing this map, the hype is over. First wave of skeletons coming in.
Oh, Dise is prepared for this. Demon Hunter going to try to carry, but the Worm pretty much unpunished. What is there? 2 Dryads on the field, and there's wagons to deal with that. Decent amount of skeletons, but Wisp can detonate it. Unholy Frenzy used on the Lich, needs to be used on the Worm as well. A 3rd Meat Wagon comes in, but Bears are split off to deal with those.
No, next wave is here. That's not the Meat Shield, that's the Bone Shield. Good retreat with the Worm. Would love to see Frenzy on that Lich, but he gotta retreat, gotta kite back the entire time. With the Worm and the Lich, this is somewhat easy, but nice punish by Dise once again. But it feels like he's struggling a little more than we thought he would.
Doesn't have the army that he needs exactly. He's using what he has. He's using Bears, he's using Wisps, but he's gonna hurt. He's gonna lose units here. The Worm and a guard coming in now to deal with those Fairy Dragons, I suppose. 1 wagon went down, but there's still 2 left over, and with Exhumed Corpse, they can continuously get skeletons as long as there's mana. Worm with a lot of value right there.
Wonderful, with the Frenzy on top. We have no Nature's Blessing here. This could make a difference between killing an Expo and not killing an Expo. Detonates, detonates, detonates. Dise is pulling all the strings now, but also being a bit conservative about it. Seems like he has taken control once again, but how do you deal with the Worm?
A coil on that. There is another Worm coming in if this one dies. Fork Lightning, and it does go down finally. Killed about 3 or 4 bears, though. And there'll be another one reinforcing in a second. Gargoyle almost kills the Fairy Dragon, but dies itself. Wisp detonates are great. Demon Hunter now on level 5 from all that experience it gained. And the kiting has to continue. All the Necro's nearly out of mana right now.
Love the Wisp detonates. It is super expensive, especially in lumber, but he has a Shredder to deal with that. There was one detonate that came right before there was mana for a Frost Armor, and that could have saved the fight. We got level 5 now, though. Not enough mana for a coil just yet. Demon Hunter still on the rampage, 5.1. Hazy is losing more units, but the supply is still even. It's crazy. Lich versus Demon Hunter right now. Any way to save that Lich must be Invo Potion. Staff must be ready on Dice's side, and it is.
Be careful now. Has a TP, though. Dise is losing a lot, man. And the Lich has to be careful. Demon Hunter coming back in, but Staff is on cooldown right now. Worm is still here. Worm has to do the heavy lifting. 50 against 50 right now, actually, as we're in the Undead base yet again. Mana Pot used to save the Necro. Worm still standing tall.
He got a Lich on 200 HP, and he decides to coil a Necro. This guy is built different. Got a potion, got a Mana Potion as well. Focus Fire! And maybe he was a bit too overzealous. He was too confident. The Mana Potion was still on cooldown, and the Lich, the big damage dealer, is down. Gets a nuke out on that Naga. Eventually, not enough to kill her, but maybe enough to stay in that game. We must have that Lich back instantly.
Got a hero kill. If the Staff wasn't off cooldown there for Dise, he would have lost 1 hero to save the other, but perfectly calculated as always. Hazy, some fantastic micro in that fight to stay in it, showing the power of the Unholy Frenzy Worm. Lich back from the tavern, but can he do it all over again with no mana, with very few Necromancers remaining?
Statue is empty, unfortunately. There's a couple of corpses for 2 more. Going for the tree now right away. No TP to get out. The wagons do a lot of damage, of course, but now you got to shift the focus. No way with the last shot from downtown. He gets the second base.
Run away, I think. Get the hell out of here. Wait for perhaps another Worm. He might lose 1 Frost Worm. Yeah, it seems like Dise will really prioritize that one. Hazy's got to run. He doesn't have a coil right now. All he's got is aura to work with.
The mana burn is crazy. We do have a Frost Armor now. Apply it, then it can be dispelled for a bit. Fork Lightning, what a shocking end to the Lich once again. Just brought him back. Demon Hunter, 6 feet tall right now, on the way to level 6. And Dise is seemingly the hype killer of Hazy.
Rolled from Dise, gonna get level 6 in a second here. Lich is coming back in 100 seconds, but the Death Knight goes down. There's the ultimate unlocked, and we're seeing the end of Hazy, and it feels like only the beginning of Dise.
Holy 2-0 against the Rising Star. Dise shows him his place, but all the respect in the world to Hazy for a fantastic tournament.
Definitely very fantastic performance. When was the last time you have seen the Unholy Frenzy Frozen? And guys, this game was very close after the shaky start a little bit, right? Hazy showed us that even on one base versus two base, he was able to trade so well. And yes, his micro was crazy. This coil on Akula on the Necromancer, when Lich was like half HP, kinda backfired. And since then, it was one-sided. But until then, that was amazing. Mr. Hazy, big respect to you. Super nice performance. And of course, big GG to Dise, to showing that today he's in a good shape. I think, guys, we have a strong Dise today.
I think so too. Yeah, he talked about it. We got to see what feeling we really have here, but that looked good. He was ready for pretty much everything. He looked at, like the better player today, and he got his revenge from Friday. Welcome to the top 3.
Nice wisp usage at the end there. It was a little bit messy, but he knew if he just kept on fighting, eventually everything runs out of mana. The statues even ran out of mana. The expansion, although it died at the end, paid for itself. And it's a very fun style from Hazy, no doubt, but he just needed a little bit of a cleaner early game. Maybe a little bit more gold to work with, maybe a couple more units to work with. And Dise seems like he had all the tools necessary. Seems like he had his number today.
Good to see, man. Good to see. Oh. Of course, a bit sad for the Hazy fans, but holy smokes, Gimme with the 20 gift subs. Mamma mia, 855 in total. You seem to have a wonderful Sunday mood, and you seem to be celebrating either the top 3 performance of Dise or the rise of Hazy. It was absolutely glorious, and glorious is also Dise. That's the top 3, everybody. Starbuck, DeathNote, Dise.
Well said, Mr. Neo. Are we interested in interview or?
Yes, of course.
Okay, Mr. Dise is ready. Mr. Carlson, with t-shirt like that, you ask the first questions, okay?
Sure, I could do that.
Welcome to the broadcast, Dise. What a clean performance today, GG.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Any surprises from Hazy? Obviously, we call him Hazy Crazy. He does a lot of different strategies. Were you prepared for what he was going to do when he played Orc? Were you ready for the Mirror Image when he played Necromancer, Unholy Frenzy Worms? Have you seen all this before? Were you ready for it? Did you know what to do?
Everything he played today against me, he already have done before, and even against me. So yeah, all his ways that he did, I knew exactly. Yeah. Especially with his greedy creeping on LR, where he got destroyed. So yeah, I knew this.
Yeah, you went for the really greedy creeping yourself as well. You went immediately for your mercenary camp on Last Refuge. Is this something you do commonly against Blade Mirror Image, or is it just against Hazy, knowing that he's going to be super greedy?
Well, I scout him. I see Blade Master using illusion, so no windwalk, no harass. Means I have easy time to creep. Yeah. So just reaction based on my scout.
Yeah. And then map number 2, I feel like when a lot of players, maybe lower level players than yourself, see Necromancer with Meatwagon, they'll overreact, right? They'll go for Mountain Giants. They'll start building 100 Wisps. They'll immediately go for Fairy Dragons. But you seemed very calm. You didn't really overreact. You had your expansion down. You built a couple of extra Wisps. Do you think you don't need to overreact for Necrowagon? You just micro and build Wisps? Or what's your thoughts on defeating Necrowagon?
Well, the most important part against this strategy is to realize that your opponent playing that strategy. The fact that he already played this thing before against me, I knew that perhaps he is going to try it again. So I tried to be greedy and aggressive. So I was able to kill his Lich and slow him down. I was able to take 2 central creeps, big creeps with experience and items. And then I got like red spot, which I would not go if I would play against like Fiend Destroyers. Yeah, because I would try to play like safely and like be around my base at that timing. So with that advantage, I think I had like more items, and the first attack on that I did on him before like Ghoul Frenzy was important. And after that, you can like switch to Expo, we can switch to Fairy Dragons, Matter Giants, Wisps, etc. etc. So for example, like when I attacked him at his like consuming
Overseer?
item, this
Yeah.
camp, I just during the fight started to make my Expo, because even though like fight didn't end yet, I was sure that this fight gonna buy me enough time in future and my Expo will pay off.
Yeah, and it was good. We noticed you after you creep jacked him with the Overseer, he kited into his base, but we thought it was good that you immediately ran away from his base. We know like from the past, like a lot of Foggy versus Happy games where Foggy would get a big advantage and then run into Happy's base and just lose his entire army. But for you as soon as you hit the undead base, you 180'd around and waited for your expansions. That was very well played, very well done today. Neo, you got anything?
Yes, of course. You have potentially 2 more games, so I want to know what you do in the break. Are you watching the games or are you leaving the PC?
I will partially watch games, but yeah, just gonna chill some, nothing special.
Okay. If you watch, who's your favorite caster?
Caster?
Yeah, the commentator.
Being honest, I watch without sound.
Because we talk too much shit?
Pro players should do the same was in Hearthstone. Fair.
Well, I when I watch like videos on YouTube, I used to like scroll videos. I don't really watch every single second. I don't need to like see from like minute 1 to minute 10. I just like scroll it, and if I watch stream, I just see like picture, then I can change something in my browser and like do other stuff. So I don't really like pay attention on stream, like I'm like in the cinema watching.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not like that case.
All right. We give you your break and we see each other later. Take care.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
That was a nice answer. That was very diplomatic. I like it.
Yeah, very good, very good.
I can also report, it's like a little bit of a, not really a loser's interview, but a message from the loser at least. That is, of course, Hazy. We were interacting with him a little bit here and there. We got some insights also from HinaGiku, and I sent him a little message right after the game saying, GG, brother, it was an amazing journey with you. Hopefully we see many more performances like this from you. And he says, love you all, heart emoji.
Very good, very good. Glad we're not going to see the end of Hazy. Very young, seems to be some of the micro men. You can really see glimmers. I wonder if he will, as exciting as it is for him to be playing random, I wonder if he will buckle down on one race and really put the effort into optimizing one race. Because you could see, like, when he was microing in the early game, that Ghoul and stuff, you could see like glimmers of 2014 1-2-0 and stuff like that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I think if he really puts the effort in, continues grinding, he could be one of the greats, which in China, it still pays these days. Maybe if you're German and you got that sort of talent, you might need to get a side gig, but Hazy could actually do the thing,
Style like that, I can see him streaming on Chinese TikTok. These were the top Chinese Warcraft 3 player stream. And, with the shirt like that as well, that's a deadly combination. I hope Mr. Hazy will have a nice, bright future. And let me tell you, the basic is there, but he's taking those risky decisions, right? As you were mentioning, he lost like one acolyte, because he wanted to creep the shop with just Death Knight, and he relied on his micro. Or maybe he will like be the next Happy, and he will actually prove us that, you can actually micro like that. A lot of questions still with Hazy. I'm definitely excited to see more, and yeah, GG to him.
Wonderful, wonderful. Just like our community support that is coming in, we got 2 new people buying the profile picture. The Beastmaster is apparently hyped today. Thank you, Fishy, W3 History coming in with the support, as well as Doomtrain, not even leaving a comment. So I guess an EMA is in order. $3,215 in the pot. You can, of course, raise that one if you would like to help out our players a little bit, if you want to boost the prize pool. Prize money is actually really freaking good right now. I updated it yesterday. Everyone in the top 3 has $460 guaranteed. Winning here now boosts that up to $600, and winning the grand final means $760. So basically $150 every match from here on out.
Spicy. Yeah, always a good payday this tournament. It's great, and I say this every season, but I'll say it again. Always nice to have a good prize pool for this because it incentivizes people to grind the ladder, incentivizes new players that have the talent, players like Hazy, to actually come over from KK to W3Champions. Although there's many other reasons, this can be a big reason to incentivize people to grind, to see the best players here, to see how they match up with the Western scene as well, which is really cool. So it's nice to see.
Mr. Apeman, I have to do a bit of production stuff here with player cameras and images and stuff. So, Fia, can you talk about anything you want?
Thank you for that opportunity. Guys, as Mr. Neo said, Hazy is active on Warcraft Champions. There are some other platforms that they can play. Of course, KK platform comes to mind. But I think that Hazy is feeling very welcome on Warcraft Champions. So, I enjoy it. I think you enjoyed it, the beloved viewers, as well. And yes, we hope to see more Hazy in the future, and that's why this tournament is so cool. The Warcraft Champions Finals, we can learn about the new players more. Of course, I'm talking about top players that are kind of new, like Hazy, and it's cool to see new faces like that as well. So thank you again, beloved viewers, for all of your support on Match Arena. All of the donations going directly to the prize pool, to the players. And thank you about that. And guys, I don't want to criticize you a little bit, but I missed one question in the interview. How Dise is feeling being locked as only one Nidal with 2 human players? Because yes, DeathNote is a human player, and Starbuck versus Nidal would play human for sure. So I know that Dise said that he will skip the broadcast, maybe on mute, but definitely, let me tell you, he'll be watching those human players closely, because yes, he will face human for sure, and then maybe if he performs well, another human versus Nidal in his mind for now.
Wonderful. Okay, yeah, that is true. That's a little oversight, so sorry. Next time you can of course chime in if you miss a question.
I'm scared.
After yesterday.
One, but he doesn't hear it because he's watching on mute, so that's good.
You can send him a message. We're all very connected now, aren't we? Just like Starbuck and DeathNote, these guys fought each other only 5 times. That's actually quite a low number, as they both play B Cup, they both play Champs Finals, they both play Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup. Unfortunate news for DeathNote. 5-0 for Starbuck. We heard it yesterday. There's a bit of an animosity between the two, but I think nothing too drastic, I guess. The question today, is Starbuck as locked in as he was yesterday, or is there maybe a cheeky beer or two involved today? DeathNote came very, very, very prepared so far, but if I look at that player camera of Starbuck, I don't want to be in his way today. Winning Dolphin Cocoon Butterfly Cup earlier this morning without dropping a map, now on his way to winning his 2nd championship in just 1 day. Soul, are you ready?
Ready, and Mr. Neo, Starbuck declared that he's going to play 500 APM Starbuck, so I really want to see this blazing hot micro. Ladies and gentlemen, we are human versus orc. When you read about those endangered rare animal species, sometimes you read, okay, this species is only present in New Zealand or something, and let me tell you, Pala Rifle strategy is only sometimes present in human versus orc, but in this game I see the altar opener with a normal hero, which is going to probably Archmage on the bottom left. Of Northern Isles we have Mr. DeathNote on the top right. That's Starbuck, and as a multiple player, he doesn't want to play human mirror, he wants to play orc, and he's opening with a Farseer Headhunter.
Alright, that was so far to be expected. No shenanigans in this matchup, or not too many shenanigans actually. We'll see if DeathNote has something surprising to us. We gotta say though, as experimental as, for example, a Hazy is, DeathNote not so much. He has, of course, variety in his play, but that's more like, do I play 2 farm, 3 farm, 4 farm? Not like switching it up and play Pally Rifle all of a sudden, even though that was hype for a bit. We all know that it's dead.
See about that, maybe in the moment, if this best of 5, right, is going to be a longer series for the first time in these season finals. So there's a lot of possibilities here. And yes, both players are moving on the map, which is good. DeathNote is creeping a very small camp. Starbuck is crossing the map, and I'm counting the farms, Neo. It looks like 2 farm tech with an arcane tower before tech, which means DeathNote really respects Starbuck micro, and he doesn't want to like pull militia too much. Arcane Tower will take care of that. And look at the Archmage movement. He wants to lose Starbuck, but with the Wolf Scout, Starbuck knows exactly where the Archmage is, and he'll try to stop him from creeping even a small camp.
DeathNote turns around, knowing that the Farseer is coming in. Doesn't want to take too much chip damage, as you want to delay your shop as much as possible. And get some units out now that you're only on 2 farms. Little bit of a wolf harass, but DeathNote should be experienced enough to deal with that. Also calm enough. He has played a fantastic tournament so far, I gotta say. No signs of the nervousness that we've seen in previous tournaments. Just clean performance versus Sonic. Also a very clean performance versus Hazy. Now, is it the nerves against Starbuck in the top 3? Or can he surprise and upset us once again?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So far, micro is okay from both players, but they're mostly running, you know, and right-clicking from time to time. I can do even, you know. But yes, the devil is in the detail. As you mentioned, cheap damage is not what you want to see, not what you want to take on your Archmage until you have Priest, and there is a still long way for that. And yes, Starbuck has enough headhunters to actually, you know, chase the human army well, but human doesn't mind because his tech is quite fast. So ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of everything, and some big play by Starbuck. He wants to creep without his Farseer, but DeathNote knows Neo, he'll get the item, maybe even experience.
Oh, last hit is important to get it. It was Starbuck eventually. Item could be still on the ground here. It's sometimes a little weird. Very unfortunate for DeathNote. He dribbles out of the attempted wolves around. Well done. But yeah, that was a bit of bad luck, right? The item dropped right under the Murloc, the favorite Bucky Murloc that hurt him so many times with Ensnare. This time, they're giving something back.
It looked very good for DeathNote for a moment, but in reality, he was a little bit too close to entire Orc army, and it backfired. Very nice body block by Starbuck as well, and Starbuck is repeating this. Look at this, he sends 2 wolves, all of the headhunters to the green camp, and he will get level 2 before a human. That's very good for Dio.
Yeah, no brilliance aura here. DeathNote is very, very, very conservative, spending his mana. Not one water elemental after the next, as we so oftentimes see. He has some catching up to do now. Starbuck also finds the replenishment potions, so can still delay his shop a little bit, or not use that shop for an additional heal self. While DeathNote is grasping at straws at the moment.
Yes, I'm impressed by creeping by Starbuck, but DeathNote knows about this, and he'll try to punish him a little bit. Ring of Regen will be amazing. By the way, Chain Lightning is unlocked. Archmage needs to be extremely careful. And yes, that's the, you know, disadvantage of playing 2 farm tech. That's you have very limited amount of units to work with in the early game. Of course, not every early game looks like that, but yes, Starbuck is proving just he knows how to, you know, poke those weaknesses of 2 farm tech, and I'm very impressed. But you know what? DeathNote will have Priest soon. DeathNote will start clipping his MK. All things considered is not that bad, and woo! I see Shadow Hunter. Neo, it means tier 3 Orc. That's exciting. Quite rare to see on pro level, and we are going to see amazing Berserkers. I love to see Berserkers. They're so cool.
Exactly. Very good call. Yesterday, DeathNote and Hazy was Farseer TC all the time. And there's very little variance in Orc versus Human in general. It's Archmage MK, Farseer TC, and then we level them, and then we brawl. But Starbuck, as so often, has a different idea. Tier 3 offers, of course, the opportunity to go for an expansion. Berserkers instead of Headhunters, which makes you a little bit more resilient towards Claps and also maybe Tauren.
Yeah, lucky drop for Starbuck. He got Vampiric Aura. You know, they would be okay with maybe Blade Master and some Raiders, but not when your only melee units are those wolves that you summon. And yes, both players are creeping now. Let me tell you, Berserkers are strong, but high-level Mountain King with Club doesn't care. Headhunter or Berserker, which is like upgraded form of Headhunter, doesn't matter. He will still club them strong. DeathNote is going to the middle of the map. I think he'll creep the shop, but Starbuck did a great job by sniping the items. So there is nothing to get there. And yes, Starbuck is pulled back to the shop. He is creeping his Shadow Hunter to a very high level. But yes, so far so good for both players, and I wonder what DeathNote is going to do about this. Because a little bit of, you know, as you mentioned, he's a very standard player, but I don't know how often he needs a tier 3 orc. That's pretty rare, let me tell you. Focus tried it a few times, but yes, it's a rare strategy. Starbuck is just creeping, and DeathNote is clearing the middle, but after that he needs to make a decision. Is he pushing? Or he has another plan, maybe going tier 3 himself.
Yeah, and the big bounty is already gone, right? The inventory by Starbuck is amazing. Mana Stone, big mana potion, hell yeah. Usually orcs struggle with mana, but not this game, not on the heroes at least. DeathNote seems very determined for this push. He calls the militia. So far, Starbuck didn't reap the rewards of the tier 3 push.
Okay, this is the most important timing. DeathNote made his decision. He wants to push now. Mountain King is full of mana. And Tauren Chieftain is not out yet, but Berserker upgrade will kick in 5 seconds. So far, so good. Starbuck knows that this is the most important moment. Mountain King with Bolt. Okay, there is no club actually. Sorry, I missed that. I thought there's going to be huge clubs, but okay, this Bolt hit hard. Okay. But what DeathNote can do, one Arcane Tower is up, but yes, he needs to win this fight convincingly. And look at Starbuck, he feels confident in his base.
I think so too. The tower isn't up yet. 25 more seconds. TC is fragile, but made a big impact with that Storm. Catching 3 units once again. Now finding a safer place to reposition to, and the Farseer is there for the damage. Hacks on the Mountain King, so no Stormbolts to be thrown. DeathNote's army was fragile, and he's getting punished for it. Looking really, really good. He knows exactly where the hammer is gonna fall, and he's ready for that with all the mana in the world, of course. It's not that easy to take care of the Headhunters. DeathNote just right-clicking on one, mispositioning the rifles maybe a little bit. He finally gets level 3, but maybe that's all a little bit too late.
Mana is gone on the MK. There's no club, so maybe some lucky bash can happen. And yes, it landed on the Kodo Beast. But supply favors Starbuck, tech favors Starbuck, the items as well. He's going for the priest. We need the priest healing. And man, Berserkers, they're dealing so much value. Orb is proccing. Well, the orb works like a raider, you know, pocket raider basically. Who needs Ensnare? Okay, TC will go down. Not really. Ring of Regen on the TC, man. Starbuck is clicking so quick today.
My, that attention to detail, dude. Gets the double level up with that. He should be above the threshold for yet another Stormbolt. Maybe eventually a mistake to not go for the Brilliance Aura 2, but does it really change the outcome of this fight? Probably not. Mountain King gets the Scroll of Healing, but there's barely any units to use that scroll on.
In front, maybe he's looking for a lucky hero kill with some bashes, but there is almost no mana on the MK to operate with. And yes, Starbuck is just going in. Starbuck wants to finish, and yes, this TC control is amazing. MK has big invul, that's why we attack the Archmage as Orc, and yes, DeathNote is pulling more. One proc from the Orb, and this game can end. We'll see about that. Look how fast this army is. GG is called by DeathNote. 1-0 for Starbuck, and yes, it all started with this unfortunate level 1 versus level 1 exchange on the small green Murloc. Too greedy by DeathNote.
He said he was coming to play, and he really played that quite well, especially the early game. The decision of what to creep, when to creep, how to do it really catapulted him into the tier 3 stage. Interesting choice of strategy, but it's been very strong recently, and it seemed to line up well with the timings that DeathNote went for. Just what can you say? Well played to Starbuck.
That was pretty damn flawless, man. Gotta say, very impressive. I have to do some research though. He promised us 500 APM, right? That's what he said. So let's check the graph here. We have an APM graph on War3 info. Who's the blue player? Starbuck. I see 150, 200. Doesn't look like 500 APM to me, to be fair.
Start of the game, maybe.
Start of the game, max point 383.
383, not even that high. Not even Focus's average APM yet.
Oh, we have a...
Mr. Neo,
Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
yes.
it's a little bit controversial how to check APM, because I heard some things that maybe it's that the number that you see is not that popular, that's not that valid. I know one thing, probably viewers know as well. When you make a control group, so for example, you make like an altar or a barrack control group, and you keep this hotkey pressed, you can get 1000 APM at the start of the game for free. You don't even need to click it, you just need to press it. Well, sometimes APM can lie, okay?
Well, I hope the casters of this game wouldn't lie to me about the state of the game. It's 1-0 for Starbuck. He is 2 maps away from the grand final, where of course he belongs and where he's supposed to be. Before we go into that game, we got mad support here. Invigorate, thank you for the $20. And Skimmy as well, buying the profile picture bundle. Man, haven't seen you in a while, but goddamn, the support is still so strong. Also, Mr. Backhead, thank you for the 5 subs. You are all freaking amazing, just like Starbucks' performance on map 1.
We go to boats. Boat Town, baby. Warhail. Very excited for this, because have we seen Starbuck play on Warhail yet in this tournament? I don't think we've seen, because I don't remember seeing a boat yet, that's for sure.
Definitely, we haven't seen him as Orc on this map, I think, because let me tell you, like in his post-game interview, when I think Neo asked him about the new map, right, those scrimmage map or whatever, he said, "Oh, Orcs should veto. This map has, Dispel, Mercamp, easy expansion," and it's kind of the description of Warhail as well, right? Mercamp is maybe hard to creep. Maybe you need to buy this Hermit guy with Perch, which is not obvious Merc. But definitely DeathNote knows them. So yes, I really wonder what Starbuck is going to do. If his plan is just to play the same, we'll see about that. If you go tier 3, you can Tiny Great Hole expand, but I go a little bit ahead of myself. On the bottom left, playing as a red human, we have Starbuck, and we have DeathNote with Archmage, and on the top right is Mr. Starbuck opening the same with Farseer Headhunter.
Yeah, I do think this is the first loser map for DeathNote. The second one will be Hammerfall if we get that far. And I think these are both really good fast expansion maps for the human. And I think, seeing as though how game 1 went with how poorly the defense went for DeathNote, because Starbuck just seemed to be so on point with what to do in the early game, I think fast expansion is going to be the best play for DeathNote on both of these maps if we make it that far. And we do have 5 militia straight to the expansion.
Okay, so Archmage will creep this no problem with Elemental will tank a lot of damage, but what is surprising to me is Starbuck is creeping. Okay, is he going to creep level 3 and then attack? We'll see about that. But Starbuck in this game, he's in no hurry mode, right? He's okay, human is creeping, expanding at the same time, no problem, I will start with a green cap.
I guess the argument for this could be the map is so big that, yeah, you can run across and get some harass done, but by then the Archmage is already going to be close to level 3, and the expansion's not going to be too harassable because they can get the Arcane Tower up, so might as well at least get level 2, and then even if you get nothing done on your harass, at least you can say you crept a couple of camps before you walked across the map, so we'll see what Starbuck's next move is. But you mentioned, does he just creep straight to level 3? He might be doing that. Actually, it's the 3rd creep camp.
Yeah, you can tell me more about Orc yourself, but once I was super surprised in Orc versus Undead, when Orc clearly knew that his opponent likes to expand, you know? It was on Northern Isles, and he, with Creep Lord, and Orc decided, I'm not going to cross the map, I'm not going to scout. He crept level 3, and man, he killed so many ghouls at this expo. He was level 3 before, you know, his opponent was level 3, and he just attacked very, very, very hard, and it worked. Versus expanding undead. The problem is that versus human, let me tell you, you can creep as fast as you want, but human will be level 3 much faster than you.
And then the counterattack can be very, very strong. But the nice thing about Orc is if you do play a passive game, you always have the Tiny Great Hall option, which is more or less a guaranteed expansion that's uncancelable. You have to get to tier 3 to get there, but it actually comes a lot sooner than you think it would. So there's always that option for Starbuck as he creeps a 4th camp. And are we going to get a 5th from the next green to the left of this creep camp? It seems like DeathNote has reached level 3 first, as you said already. And we'll see if Starbuck continues to do that as well.
Okay, so DeathNote, after reaching level 3, has one direction only, and he wants to attack the burrows, and Starbuck is ready! His base has spikes. It's not Halloween cosplay of the Orc base, it's a real, very spiky, very thorny, forms, you know, building, so mamma mia. Can he cancel the shot, maybe?
Somebody called Todd. We got spikes, baby, and it's really, really good against the footman. Going to return a lot of damage, of course. He would get reinforced defenses if he could, but he's not tier 2 yet, and Starbuck doesn't actually have to TP back. He's going to run back. No second water elemental yet. If there was a second one, this burrow might be at risk of falling, but for now, just going to soak up some resources. And seems to be an easy defense. I wish my burrows lived this long.
Mass repair is forced, but it's not the end of the day. Starbuck is committing some mana to kill water elementals quite quickly. And look at this! Starbuck is just teleporting back. Okay, those freaking burrows, man. With spikes, as you can see, pretty cheap upgrade, and it works well.
A single wolf over there killed at least 2, maybe 3 peasants while that harass was going on. And DeathNote didn't even realize, so a lot of damage taken. And of course, confirmation that there is an expansion, so nicely done. Starbuck, by the way, nice items as well on his Farseer. He's just going to go across the map. He knows there's no town portal for DeathNote, and Starbuck himself saved the TP in that defense. So now he has all the tempo.
I mean, I checked the wolves that they went there, and I was like, okay, there is an arcane tower, but man, those are dire wolves we are talking about. And yes, very scary wolves indeed. And is this push by Starbuck scary? We'll see about that. DeathNote has a lot of footies. Is he ready to... does he have defend? I don't know about this. Yes, defend is online, so it's going to be quite hard for headhunters to do something. And Farseer got surrounded. Okay, nice micro move by DeathNote. TP is forced, and there will be no more pressure. Starbuck is taking 1 footman with him, but he spent all of the mana and all of his health as well.
Yeah, the first kind of showing of life from DeathNote, I gotta say, in this series, that surround there. Holding on, forcing the TP, and 2 peasants lost for an expansion. Tech started, already halfway done by the nearly 7-minute mark. This is a very good game for DeathNote, all things considered. It is a tier 3 tech. For Starbuck, so of course he will have the Tiny Great Hall option, but now DeathNote can be super aggressive, and as long as he doesn't overextend that Archmage without a town portal, he's in a great position.
Okay, DeathNote bought Boots of Speed. He's expecting a counter expansion, but in reality there is no counter expansion that is, just a Creepjack. But look at this! So many headhunters are low HP, and this Archmage. DeathNote, you need to be like, think like Fortitude, let me tell you. Fortitude is the expert of chasing those low HP ghouls, archers, headhunters, you name it, with like this super aggro chat Archmage. So far, not that many headhunters has fallen. Also, nice chain lightning to stop the footies. But what is the most important part? You know, the game is quite even. Starbuck is not expanding yet, and DeathNote economy looks fine. But be careful. Archmage has no TP.
is advantageous for DeathNote, though, of course, if he stops the TC from creeping, and he, of course, stops the heroes from buying items, the Tiny Great Hall, it's going to be good for DeathNote, because all he's doing is buying time for his Tier 2 tech. So as long as they're running around the map, the human is going to be happy. Tier 2 has finished now. You can see a second hero. Yeah, Mountain King on the way. Tier 3 is done. Shadowhunter on the way. Oh, gotta be careful of that Hex, now that I think of it.
It's kind of hard to remember, you know, third hero timing in this matchup. You don't see it that early, and look at this, the pressure on Headhunters is still happening. By the way, Starbuck went for Shockwave, maybe to answer all of those footies. It means that Stomps around is not possible. Orb of Lightning, Carson! Archmage needs to be careful. If this orb procs too many times, Archmage can die, but not really. He escapes on super red HP. I'm checking the Headhunters. Look at the orc base. Super nice Headhunter micro, and now they upgraded into Berserkers. It means that they have more HP. I think Starbuck is going to save at least one. There is one cheeky Water Mental, maybe Lucky Orpet. Carson, he saved all of the Headhunters. That's crazy.
Yeah, very, very nicely done from Starbuck. A lot of time bought for DeathNote, but the fact that Starbuck didn't lose any units means his creeping speed is still fantastic, still much better than DeathNote's will be. Tier 3 tech for DeathNote. He's going for a second Barracks and a single Sanctum Inner Fire Knights.
Oh, that's the dream. If you ever played 4v4 and you have an orc enemy on your side, if you can get to Inner Fire Knights, that, I don't know, the orc can't beat this without like some cheeky air maybe. Definitely, this is like super crazy army, but there is a long way to unlock it. But I like the plan of DeathNote. He's like, okay, this is one of the biggest maps. Let's go for one of the biggest, the strongest unit compositions. When a human player plays mass air, right? Or can go for bats versus mass knights, mass Kodo Beast. I don't think it's going to work.
It's not great. There is a Tauren Totem coming up, so Walkers and Taurens seem like they should be pretty good against Knights, but I think overall, what DeathNote needs, he needs his army, and he needs space to creep right now. If Starbuck decides to be aggressive, he could really do some damage, I feel like. But we'll see how much space DeathNote is given here. DeathNote is creeping aggressively, more or less, and Starbuck is crossing that middle threshold of the map right now.
Yeah, human has absolutely no army. Usually you see rifles, but again, if you want to just play knights, rifles are not important. Archmage needs to be careful. Shockwave. Archmage has to do.
Why? Just TP DeathNote. What are you trying to do at the shop? He's trying to buy heal scrolls, I guess. But there's another shop. It's okay. Just go to the other one.
He's a rich human player with an expansion, but this freaking orc is getting levels, and this freaking orc is playing amazingly, Mr. Starbuck. Man, when there is Hex in the air, you need to be super careful, and DeathNote wasn't for what, you know? Okay, there is a counter-aggression. How many peons you can kill? Starbuck has very limited lumber. There is no shredder, so actually every worker kill hurts, but don't die, Archmage, again.
Chain Lightning Shockwave. Yep. There it is. If I can see it, surely DeathNote can see it. He's got a TP, man.
I mean, half HP, no Paladin, 1 Hex, and this huge damage burst. Mamma mia, Archmage went down 2 times. I think Mr. Neo, after Beat Broadcast, will have to update the emote collection for Back to Warcraft RIP _ Hume, as they have for the Night Elf.
We'll think about it.
So much creeping now for Starbuck. So much experience. 2 Archmage kills back to back, getting more items. And DeathNote has a Paladin now. Can he get... Honest, I gotta say it, he needs 4-3-3 heroes. Is he able to get 4-3-3 heroes, DeathNote? That's really what's going to keep him in this game. If not, he's going to get stomped every fight, I feel like.
Okay, we have Knights, okay? Let's think about something positive. Inner Fire Knights. When you go to Orc Pub or Orc Burrow, I don't know where they meet, and you say Inner Fire Knights, people will look at you very angry, because this is a legendary human composition. Very rare to see. But I'm getting excited about this.
We do need Inner Fire still, but he's got the resources. He's got enough priests now to go for that. Don't actually have Sundering Blades yet either. Would like to see that, of course, for the Knights. But for now, just lots and lots of them. It's a very fun army composition, I got to imagine, to play. As long as you don't lose all your priests immediately, you get to do a lot of damage, a very tanky, sturdy army.
As you mentioned, he needs hero levels as well. Like, look at Starbuck. Dise got level 4 with Clog of Flames. I don't know if you're retraining for Storm wouldn't be better, you know, versus Mass Knights. We'll see about that. Maybe at level 5. At least Mountain King got level 3 and he's full of mana. Inner Fire upgrade is ready. Priest Master training is online. We need a little bit more Knights and DeathNote will be online. They're going to meet again. Okay, this time Archmage has Paladin support.
You gotta be careful. Of course, has Rune Bracers, paired to Vitality Push and Vulnerability, so he's alright. Holy Light. We see how squishy the Knights are if they're singled out. Clapland's great. And Starbuck is transitioning into Mass Torrents. He surrounds another Knight. One Heavener is gonna go down, but who cares?
Yeah, it was the Riley point, and there is no Inner Fire! Okay, we have Inner Fire now on the Archmage. I don't know if it's the fight that DeathNote wants to take. Maybe he just wants to trade some mana. The priests are alive, that's good. Paladin survives. Oh yes, even though there's a lot of, you know, effects there. Mamma mia, this game is going to the late game. We need more Knights. But Starbuck he has level 5 Farseer. Mamma mia.
Starbuck lost anything there. Even the one Berserker that was caught out at the lab alone still didn't die. But maybe a Blizzard retrain as well. Obviously not the perfect spell choice with Mass Knights in the front line as opposed to Breakers, but Blizzard could be good. And the Torrents are coming out now. And there is not yet Master Training on the Walkers, but once there is, that is a very strong front line to meet the very strong front line of DeathNote.
This is ready to be the front line. He's like my Tauren brothers. I don't need you. I will go alone to the full army of Knights with Inner Fire. I had almost level 5. Look at my items. It will be fine. With Shadowhunter support, we will deal with them. Tome of Retraining. Oh yes, those Knights will be stomped. But can we do... Maybe it's going to work. We'll see about that. And Mr. Carlson, how do you feel? 15 minutes on Warhail and no boat so far. But now there is a chance because the main land is empty. And they can buy the boat to swim to the islands now.
The last 2 creep camps, other than there's a couple of greens at the north of the map, but yeah, it's a decent chunk of experience at those islands as well. Would guarantee a Paladin level 3 if this doesn't. Yeah, 6 experience off. Griffin Transition, realizing, and Fragshar Mortar teams from DeathNote, realizing it's going to be a Walker Tauren swap, so... DeathNote, again, if given a little bit of time, is going to have that ultimate human army, but it just comes down to the micro, which has honestly been a little bit sloppy for DeathNote in this game.
Can I interrupt you real quick? Because we got a crazy development here. Mr. Backhead, $245 towards the prize pool with the comment, "My wife is gonna kill me." Mr. Backhead, you always have a place here when you got trouble at home. Thank you so freaking much. And also $20 by Corayo. Prize pool, 3,520.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And with that, here is the first real big Tier 3 fight. Inner Fire Griffin solved.
This is the ultimate human army means ultimate orc army, and who is going to win? Supplies even. Of course, hero levels and items are better for Starbuck. We are fighting in the human home. And man, this is a beautiful Warcraft. This is a beautiful unit composition for both. Oh, there's so many upgrades. Mountain King survives for now. My eyes are on him. He's a little bit, you know, not that high level like a TC, but TC is on level 5 as yet. So many units are dying, but Starbuck looks like he has more.
Reinforcing, all the militia have gone down. Fragshar Mortar team, of course, will blow up the Taurens so they cannot be revived. Very important. Walker's micro to the back. It feels like if there wasn't those couple of revives, maybe DeathNote was clawing his way back here. Water Elemental spawned. Walker's not a ton of mana anymore. There wasn't a heal scroll for DeathNote, and now the Mountain King Dispel. Is there a staff? There's a Holy Light. Barely keeps that second hero alive.
It's level 5 TC versus level 3 MK that tells entire story. Starbuck has powerful heroes, and this stop connects with literally entire human army. DeathNote is teleporting back. He's trying to clap something. But yes, his army is very bruised. But at the end of the day, Starbuck is empty on mana. He's like, okay, don't worry, I will be back. double heals go.
Game.
He's rich as well, okay? He has
So
their
much left
resources.
behind. So much left behind. 3 Taurens and a Walker left behind. Okay, he gets 1 Tauren. That one can be revived, though. The Mortar team has to hit the Tauren so that it explodes when it dies. Yeah, he is very rich, so he can heal up, no problem. These hero levels are getting out of control for Starbuck.
Yeah, the only thing maybe that DeathNote is missing is Blizzard, right? Because like even if you have level 2 water elementals, it's not that good if your opponent has literally 80 supply army. So that's this finals thing that he's missing, but Starbuck didn't expand just yet. Let me tell you, DeathNote is not looking great, but definitely he'll have one more chance to fight at 80 supply. I think we can agree on that, and 80 supply of Inner Fire Gryphons can do miracles.
A level 4 Mountain King here from these last couple of creep camps. 68 currently versus 77. DeathNote was also missing heal scrolls in that fight. He was very bare bones that fight, let's say. Starbuck had all the items, had all the mana. DeathNote maybe wasn't fully prepared yet, and he still came out okay in that fight. Mountain King level 4 does get it. Nicely done. And we'll see Starbuck, 77 supply. Now rounding out his army probably with a single Kodo as well, with that bestiary going up.
Yeah, the value of Stomp goes down when you have only air units, so maybe it was just a dream. Okay, we are retraining for Blizzard, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, the priest!
No! All of them get stopped. Again, DeathNote kind of screws it up, man. Shade Lightning, can it land on the priest? Immediate Hex. I think this has to be a TP out, but he doesn't have a town portal. Mountain King gonna die. No, DeathNote.
That was so unlucky. It's like the priest nightmare now. Paladin is dead before Staff of Sanctuary was used. And I stand corrected. We are not going to see another 80 supply versus 80 supply army. After this, I think Starbuck is just going for the win.
His army, if not for the hero losses, this is a huge 2-2 Inner Fired Griffin. 9 Griffins with Inner Fire could completely destroy this army if he just had heroes. Look at them go!
Okay, we have some Blizzard. And Blizzard is scaling very well. By the way, Gryphons are amazing in these defensive positions, right? You can put them all on top of your base, and Orc units, they can't reach at the same time. Fortitude is amazing with that, like positioning Gryphons non-stop over like trees or some other structures. But yes, you can't really go out from your base, and in the north there is new Orc expansion.
You can't break this though, I don't think, against the Blizzard and the Griffins. I don't think he can do it.
Look at the supply, as they say. It's not that bad, actually.
Not that bad. And yeah, Spirit Link as well is kind of hurting Starbuck here. Whenever he has a unit out of position, the Griffins attack it, he's essentially hitting the whole army. Oh, he wants to kill that Archmage. Yeah, as soon as that AM is out of position, Starbuck is going to jump on it.
Level 5. Okay.
There it is.
Hex, dispel immediately, dispel. Oi, there was an invul.
Oh, very disappointing game from DeathNote. A lot of potential, so much potential. He just couldn't keep his heroes alive, Saul. Just Griffins left over. I mean, Starbuck might struggle to break this base against just Griffins.
I mean, there is no heroes, right? For Yuma, I see only MK is going to arrive now, so all of this experience going to nobody. Okay, MK is back. He has a mana potion.
It's immediately going to go for the MK, surely, right? Level 6, level 6, level 5. The Dream Orc heroes. Is this a free-for-all? Oh my god. Another heal scroll burned, stomped. The Mountain King's going to die. Like, disappointing for DeathNote. So much potential on Warhail, but Starbuck with a very well-played game, too.
Mamma mia. DeathNote plays such a well tournament for the first 2 days. And then on the final day, he starts to crumble a little bit, unfortunately. Warhail goes to Starbuck again, 2-0 up, now 3 match points for the grand final.
DeathNote said it best. Dispel. Sometimes, you position the priest and, Dispel didn't go off, Definitely you need very sharp timings, as you can see. So, like in this most important moment, Starbuck was waiting with the Hex. There was this small window of opportunity to Dispel. Something went wrong. Mamma mia, grande Madonna. DeathNote need to start winning maps indeed, because if not, Starbuck will go to the grand final.
And we go to Hammerfall now, another expansion map, but surely nowhere near as good of an expansion map as Warhail. We could see just how Starbuck played that early game, that, you know, he led him Expo. He crept level 3 because it was such a difficult game. And we do go into map 3. All is good. Here we go. Starting it up.
All right. Oh, man. There was a little discussion in chat if we've seen a middle finger by Starbuck towards DeathNote. I got a clip from it now, so we got to ask the video assistant referee what this was, and then we go into scrimmage. So I got to put your cameras to the side. Thank you very much, Kevin Schwem, for the video. Here we go. That's the fight. We look at Starbuck. There's the nuke. And I don't think it's a middle finger. It's 2 fingers, actually. Like, come at me. We'll ask him about that gesture, but it's more like a come at me or whatever indicator that is. But who says player cameras are useless? There is surely some action going on here. Rare to see. Anyway, it's the decider now. Potentially, Starbuck could go into the grand final clean if DeathNote is not stepping it up.
There was, I gotta say, it's just so much potential. Seeing 9 Innerfire Griffins with 4/3/3 human heroes, you look at that and you think this should be unstoppable. Just keep the heroes alive. But, you know, 6/6/5 Orc heroes as well on the other side of Starbuck. You don't get to see that too often. So we go to Hammerfall. We got to erase that from our memory, I think. If we're DeathNote here, a clean slate, it's 0-0. We got to, like, because I would be tilted out of control after that game, I got to be honest.
Yeah, that is not that easy to brush off, especially since he's not such an experienced competitor compared to Starbuck. It's like his 3rd W3Champions final. We might have had some before. He's kind of new to B Cup as well. So how easy is it for him to keep his cool now? That is the question. For Starbuck, everything is going according to plan. He can just play what he played before. It's clearly working. The execution is there, but he can also not become too complacent. We've seen what happened before, and he knows better than us what was the potential here for DeathNote in map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're going to get the Rock Golem pull. This is where DeathNote can get some confidence back. If he gets Claws +8, Ring of Regen probably secondarily, he will start to feel really, really good about this early game. Starbuck going to try to disallow this from happening. Straight across the map with the Farseer. Farseer Headhunters, of course, yet again. Let's see. It can all turn on its head depending on what item this Rock Golem gives.
Okay, we've seen some great harass by Orcs towards expansion creeps like this. Lasted not ending up on the Water Elemental here, unfortunately. Ring of Regen. DeathNote said this is his favorite item. When he gets this item, his chances of winning explode by like 30%. Let's see if that's enough to get a map.
You can see absolutely why. If you just compare right now the Archmage's HP regen to the Farseers, generally you want to trade auto attacks with each other like they are right now, but as the Orc, 1-to-1 auto attacks, no longer worth trading. It makes the Orc's early game very, very difficult to decide what to do because the Archmage, he doesn't want to be full health. He wants to get value out of that regen. One nice deny there on the Peasant, but the other ones live.
Whew, Farseer down to 1/3. That should...
Archmage is healing. He's going to be full HP in 2 seconds again. Look at the ring, man. Look at it.
Dude, can you believe that we had a discussion if the Ring of Regen is actually good? Hawk said it's like C tier item or something. Shout out. Doesn't help the peasants, though, that once again are getting killed by the wolves.
A player's forces are
So split there, but the Headhunter forced away for a second. We'll see what Starbuck's choices are. We saw one particular style against Hazy earlier in this tournament against the fast expansion. The Mass Raiders, of course. We also saw Raider Walker, Tier 2 counter expo, and of course we just saw an immediate tiny Great Hall from Starbuck. A lot of options. There's Firelord all-ins, which are very common on Warhail because of the proximity of the tavern to the expansion. We'll see what Starbuck decides to do. Archmage is full HP, Neil.
Okay, we got a sub message in by Vanel. When is it playing? Oh, maybe not playing on scene. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? It's Starbuck. He's the best of all. All right. What?
So far today seems like it.
Yep, exactly. We follow up with more Headhunters tech, of course. DeathNote already quite a bit delayed, but might end up. You said it, there's multiple options. We could also see a Firelord against that, but that would be very much all-inny, and I don't know if that suits Starbuck playstyle so much.
Lepeon's moving across, Neo. Is this some sort of all-in? Is there maybe a Demolisher tier 2 rush for now? One header goes down. Wolves continue to be annoying. Nicely splitting those off, but trades, of course, are still going to be favoring DeathNote because the Farseer has to heal up eventually.
Oh, Archmage almost surrounded. He is, right? Can he dribble out? Oh no, he's so close here. Can't hide. Wakes up the creeps, but blocked again. Starbuck lets it go, though. There's a little bit of poison on the Orc army. This is not ideal. Resources seem fine for a second hero. Tier 2 is done as well. Lucky catch for DeathNote to not be forced into a town portal. And again, the Ring of Regen is coming in.
Gonna help out a ton here. There's the Fire Lord. Farseer took a lot from the poison. Waking up the creeps was kind of a clutch play there for DeathNote. Tower coming up. DeathNote, I think he's aware. He's definitely aware now that he sees the Fire Lord. How many militia can we call? Seems like a couple, but we need more than that.
Everything is hurt here already. This, of course, fodder for the lava spawn, who can split very, very soon. Does he have enough damage? Can he brush away the filthy orcs?
Nice positioning on the Archmage. Like that he came from the north to try to cancel one of the towers. Very important to not allow these towers to get up. Trading. Look at how much value the ring is getting. Pushes it to its limit, but the Farseer 1 HP now. Militia come in to cancel the towers. So far, a solid defense from DeathNote.
Okay, nice zoning by Starbuck here at the bridge with the Fire Lord. No chance for the Archmage to come back. He might be able to flank on the left-hand side and kill the Farseer. He still holds the TP. Is he watching? Absolutely is, and the first auto attack is not ending up. DeathNote needs to run! And the last spear takes the kill!
TP out. He had a town portal. He also didn't use the auto attack on the Archmage.
Oh,
great
Town Hall!
Oh, and you know what? Kind of well deserved. He played very, very well. Is he that far ahead? Apparently, GG is called 3-0 for Starbuck. Oh, man. Good stuff, Starbuck. Good stuff.
Yep.
Well done.
That was...
He said he was going to do it. He said he was going to do it.
There was spice in that series, that's for sure. But unfortunately, no map win for DeathNote. Starbuck in the grand final, just like last season finals, where he couldn't clutch out the win, where he was defeated by Jens, and of course, fueled by that. Even more motivated, and a very, very clean performance in these playoffs so far.
Impressive. Yeah. Wasn't quite the 500 APM, but, you know, the Fire Lord, a great choice. I mean, 3 kind of different approaches there from Starbuck. DeathNote with opportunities, absolutely. Especially game 2, huge opportunity wasted there. Say what you will about game 1 and 3, but you need to get that Warhail map. You need to get that win if you want to make it a winnable series. And DeathNote, he has another opportunity, but wasn't his day in the upper bracket at least.
Yeah, amazing performance by Starbuck. And again, he proves that his micro is top, you know, like he made very good decisions, of course, but all of those small exchanges, we could see that like Starbuck has a very, very strong micro today. And yes, this is his like trademark. I remember when 1-0, the top like Chinese undead was talking about good orc. He said like, there's not that many good orcs, maybe Lin and Starbuck. So yes, Starbuck is of course respected a lot by, you know, Chinese pros as well. And yes, the micro is a big part of that.
I don't think he's only respected by Chinese pros. That goes for everybody around the world. And he's with us. Starbuck, you're seemingly having a great time.
Yeah, you could say so.
That town hall, was that a planned expansion on tier 2?
Of course, man. It's new meta.
It's new meta, all right.
Yeah.
Yesterday, though, I gotta say, you promised us 500 APM. According to my data, you did not reach that.
Yeah, I'm old, man. I'm boomer now, so my hands are not as quick as they once were in StarCraft 2 days. So yeah, I mean, I you could see that try hard though, right?
No, not me. I'm just a 1300 MMR caster. I don't see such things.
Okay, well, I need to try harder. I need to try harder then, so even Neo can see it.
I did see you block a water elemental in game 1, so I knew when you blocked that water elemental by his big Murloc on NI. I was like, all right, he's gaming today. He's playing like he's happy or something, blocking one footman for 10 minutes.
Yeah, man, I'm locked in. And a little funny trivia: the last time I put a manor like main building down was exactly against DeathNote, maybe like 3-4 years ago. If you guys remember, think it was DreamHack qualifiers or something like this. And I was playing random back then. And I disked, and he forced me to play the race I randomed. So I didn't have the random advantage anymore. So in that case, it was human. And it was Amazonia, and after like my bolt flew to the Archmage with no TP, put down the hole as well. So literally against him 2 times in the span of 4 years. So yeah, you could say that I don't like the guy, but
Yeah, there was a bit of speculation on Warhail. You killed his Mountain King at your expo, and you did some kind of gesture. It looked at like a middle finger, but according to video evidence, it wasn't a middle finger. What was that about?
No, it was a Slovenian sign for you play with fire, you get burned.
There you go. Haster said something similar as well. Nice to clarify that. Carson, do you want to ask something like game specific?
Yeah, 3 different approaches. The first map, very interesting for me, a style that I haven't played myself, but like that Shadowhunter Tier 3 style. Can you give some thoughts? It's a relatively new strategy, right?
Well, I used to play that back in the days, right? Tier 3. But it's very adaptable based on your early game. So his Archmage was red HP. So I know that I can get mid camps, and if he shows up, I just hex and speed scroll. So if you paid attention, when my shadow came out, I only bought a speed scroll, precisely for the hero kill. So you hex, speed scroll, you double click, and hero falls. If he doesn't have as bad as early game he did, I would probably go TC second and just creep him to level 3 and then engage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty solid. And then we didn't see any boats. What's up with that, man? Not a single boat. You're not a man of the people today, or what? Just trying to win? Not a single boat micro? Nothing? Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, with orc against human, you can't really cook a lot with both.
Yeah, it's true.
So. But yeah,
and
let's see. Maybe in finals,
Yeah, maybe in finals. Yeah, you might have another opportunity to play DeathNote yet again. Would you rather play him again, or would you rather switch things up and play against Dise in the grand final?
I really don't care. I don't care. I'm locked in. I'm ready for anyone.
Easy peasy, eh?
Well, I didn't say that. I'm just locked in.
Gotcha. Saul, anything?
Yeah, I have one question about the ultimate orc army. So when DeathNote on Warhail was preparing his Inner Fire Knights, I was like, oh my god, how Starbuck is going to deal with that. So we saw amazing retrain from Shockwave to Stomp. So that was part number 1. And then you follow up with Tauren. So do you think like this versus Inner Fire Knights, you don't need like some cheeky Wyvers that Tauren Spirit Walker were okay? Or maybe it was more about the hero levels?
I did Tauren because I saw he's going Knights, so I want a little bit of front line so my headhunters don't get ravaged down by the melee. But I did mismanaged my army composition because you're also supposed to go for heal wards with doctors, and I didn't have that, so I should have lost that game if it weren't for the hero losses that he did.
Oh, really? So, like, you are saying, like, on pro level, you would say that only because witch doctors are very rarely, right, seen, maybe sometimes in Org Mirror, but after the patch when Taurens can pulverize wards, probably not even. So, versus human, you say, huh? Because
yeah.
Okay, that makes actually sense. You can't steal them, right, with spell breakers anymore. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, especially on a big map like this, and when he's transitioning to different army units, I should have the time to get them. Just as I said, I just forgot about the ultimate army comp, so that game should have been a loss, as I said. But as I said, he screwed up big time.
Yeah, the hero kills were amazing, so yeah, congrats on that. GG.
Some sick Warcraft. See you in the grand final, Starbuck. Have a good rest.
Yeah, see you guys.
There we go. Glad we have that clarified. Boom. We got Starbuck in the final. We got DeathNote also in a final, but it's the lower bracket final. He's facing Dise in another best of 5. We, of course, give the players all the time to, mentally reset, get some food, get some drinks whatsoever. And, of course, that gives us some time to thank a lot of people. We did this in the break, but it needs, of course, proper attention because Mr. Backhead is the MVP supporter of the season. Once again, 245, boosting the prize pool to 3,520. I guess no single person has contributed as much as he, 510 in total. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Mr. Backhead? And hopefully his wife is not too angry.
And if your wife is too angry, I'll be your wife, all right? Okay, I got you covered. Just for today, okay? Just for today. Don't get crazy, all right?
Okay.
24 hours. That's all $500 buys you, okay?
Otherwise, I'm getting jealous, Mr. Backhead. Here are your hearts. Thank you, community. Also, of course, Corayo and Skimmy and Invigorate and Doomtrain and War3 History. 3,500 is nice. 4,000 would look, of course, absolutely amazing. But Battle Engine, thank you for the sub. The reason that we can stand at 3,500 is because we got support. We got company support. A company that is with us since the first day of the qualifier and actually for a long time already contributed to this. They loved the wildcard qualifier. They loved the closed qualifier. They loved that we connect people from all over the world from this wonderful Warcraft server. And that company is Umi. The creator was casting DreamHack with us in the Americas region back in 2021. Now he's creating apps. He's creating Umi, the language learning app. If you're willing to learn Spanish, German, Japanese, French, or South Korean, you can do that with Umi. It's not the super mega dry learn one word at a time kind of thing. You still gotta learn a couple of vocabularies, otherwise it doesn't work. But it's a little playful with TV series, movies, animes, whatever, some media clips. So it's not as dry and not as stale as others might be. Wonderful app, helps you make it a part of your routine. It is free. And until you want to unlock some premium features that are in the app as well. It's available on Google Play and App Store. ! Umi leads you to the link. And of course, if you use our link, then they see, hey, the Warcraft community is actually pretty supportive here. They boost our numbers. They are willing to learn. So I hope that you learned that this is a wonderful initiative for you and click that link.
Sahamnida, Umi.
It's klar. Let's go.
You guys learning.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first thing I learned. It's the first and only thing I learned.
Yeah, learning the new language and helping Warcraft 3 as well. You don't need to buy the premium package. Just, install the app, check it out. Maybe you like it. Maybe some of your friends is learning wants to learn a new language. Why not to test uni? It's like the same with buying coffee, With all due respect, there is so many similar brands of coffee. But if this particular brand of coffee would support Warcraft 3, that's what I would buy, okay?
Absolutely wonderful. With that, we hear the sound of battle. It is DeathNote, it is Dise, it's the fight for the final. Can Dise go all the way through? He would have a sick lower bracket run. Let's not forget, he lost day one in the winner bracket quarterfinal. Since then, every series for him is a fight for survival, but he doesn't seem phased at all by this. He's thriving under the pressure. Will he thrive now versus DeathNote?
Very well said. The Hammerfall map is quite interesting. So this is like the neutral map during the map veto process, but in general it's very good for human. It means that the Dise has particular plan what to do. Why this map is good for human? Because expansion is quite easy versus Demon Hunter. So who knows, maybe Cheeky Warden. On pro level you see mostly Demon Hunter and sometimes Warden. I don't know what Dise is going to play. Definitely he can play many different styles.
We gotta thank a couple of people here still. The Crestfallen with yet another 5 gifted, boosting it up to 483. And Dr. Schnuggles, thank you for the 34. You ask how Dise is playing. I ask what is DeathNote playing. Obviously, there's a lot of Night Elves on the high ranks on the ladder and in every tournament. So if you want to be successful, you gotta have a good matchup versus Night Elf. I gotta say though, Dise is not your super vanilla Night Elf. He always comes in with new tricks. I remember the Rara LAN where he displayed an Omega Oppressive Beastmaster. That's not the time right here, right now. We're getting the Warden.
Question about Warden, how do we get level 3? Because that is always problematic. There are few different options. Sometimes you creep with Second Engine of War. Sometimes you creep with a shop, you know. Pretty small camp can be, you can use Ancient of Wonders there. We'll see about that. Is it Second Engine of War at the gold mine? Not yet. And what definitely is going to do, he's definitely will try to expand and then he'll try to squeeze the Warden.
What exactly does that mean, Soul, to squeeze?
It means that you apply a lot of pressure, you know, and you try to take out the archers, you try to lower the moon juice, you try to snipe the wisps and all of this good stuff. So far, nothing crazy. They're both creeping. And yes, Dise scouting is okay. He's looking at the water mental, but yes, he doesn't want to detonate that yet. Detonation deals 225 damage. And sometimes, you know, finishing water mental is okay just for the experience. Speaking about that, DeathNote is already on level 2, but Dise is creeping a little bit smaller camp. He needs to unlock level 2 with some green camp creeping.
Alrighty, that's what we get as well. Clause +8 for the Archmage of DeathNote. I think for him, most important, have a stable early game. Get into the groove again after derailing a little bit in that winner bracket final. Find the stability again. And finding a Clause +8 is not a ring of regeneration, I think we can agree, but it's wonderful, especially for a creeping game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, also this about Ring of Regeneration reminds me that Warden players can actually go for Shadow Strike. As you can see, Warden didn't pick any spells just yet. It can be Fan of Knives or it can be Shadow Strike. It's single target versus area of effect, damage dealing spells. Let's see what Dise is going to decide. He going to the Peasants, and yes, he is spinning well.
Yeah, that was somewhat his gameplay at the beginning of the year when a lot of Night Elf players still wanted to go for like a tier 2 push or keep it slow or try to go for a bear bust. He was one of the first to be ultra aggressive, and this is also what we're seeing here. Wisps are all over the map. There's movement all over the map. He almost got perfect vision of everything that's happening.
Speaking of vision, there will be reveal soon, but two archers are chasing Footman on the top left laboratory. They want to punish this reveal, and yes, Warden is chilling for now. What the archers can do, Footman is going to die, but Warden just blinks away.
Thank you, Mithrandor. Is there any news about a potential Rara land? You should probably tune in until the end of the series, or stay tuned in. We get the Being Esports head on the broadcast later. Not on the broadcast gonna be this peasant. Oh, well, he actually might be if we invite him, if there's no additional Fan of Knives. DeathNote gets another clause of attack, by the way. That's phenomenal. He's also bringing dust, but he moves into the other side. He's not interested in defending with this old man. He wants to attack.
The question is he going to attack Wisp or he's going to Creepjack, and he's making a good decision. You know, there's going to be a huge item on the ground in the moment. Is it going to be the last hit as well? We'll see about that. Warden is feeling probably homesick. Bolt on the Archmage, but he's trying to get experience. No experience, but the item. Not close +8, that would be too crazy. Talisman of Evasion, but it means that powerful item was stolen from the Warden. And
so
this
is the
Warden is
experience.
angry.
Yeah, the experience was also stolen from the Ancient of War. From the Ancient of War, nobody got the XP, including the Warden. So she's still on 2.3, and if you're a Warden player, that's a really bad sign.
Warden needs to get a lot of levels. And yes, economy of DeathNote looks amazing. Warden is chasing, but not too long. Both players invested into boots of speed. And yes, how we can get a little bit more experience. As you mentioned, devastating. I just saw that Human didn't get it, but yeah, Ancient of War was a little bit too fast with his attacks. And yes, Warden needs to work hard. But there's another Ancient of War parked in the north, but it will give so much time to DeathNote.
Alrighty. Ooh, Blacksmith is coming. Economy is going well. Lumber is a little bit low, but should be able to stabilize that. Warden, as you say, grabs a shredder, and finally her journey starts. What's the item? Scroll of the Bees, not necessarily that great. Tier 3 has started, but as you said, time is ticking in favor of DeathNote.
Yeah, DeathNote has access to the Arcane Vault. It means that his entire army is regenerating. That's very nice. Arcane Tower is up. That's a big issue. What about the main base? The main base Arcane Tower is not ready yet. I think Dise can do something there, but no, he's staffing back. He sees that Archmage is approaching. He wants to deal with the footies, and that was a juicy fan of knife. Stops the regen.
Nicely done indeed. Ancient of War is still creeping, runs into the creep zone, so maybe a bit premature. This is getting into a hectic game. Both players need to show their best macro.
Okay. Speaking of the macro, the Shredder is very fragile, but Dise is already repairing him. Warden is back, so Warden is busy at home, but let me tell you, with the power of 2 Dryads, I don't envy those footies. They can be in trouble pretty quickly. Fan of Knives is great. There is no heal scroll. Sometimes Fortitude likes to buy early heal scroll, but it was too early for that. And yes, the Dryads need to be very careful. One detonation went through, so Water Elemental is not going to kill the Dryads. Footies are dying left and right. Both players are trading. I don't know who is ahead.
One Dryad fell. That stings. Also, a lot of mana gone from the Moonwells, and it is daytime now. If he could get the second Dryad as well, that'd be superb. Dise had to build both of them back and maybe occupy that lore a little bit. This spell only finished now. Wonderfully done. Dise was looking for like one drip of moon juice to get the healing, but no, double Dryad kill in the mid game. Dise basically has nothing left.
Yeah, usually at this stage of the game, we would like to see, okay, maybe Night Elf counter expanding, maybe Night Elf being like close to level 5. He will get his burst, but then what? It's just Warden? Okay, level 4 soon. Okay, Ancient of War is moving very nicely. That's cool, but as you mentioned, the army is super slow and DeathNote has 1400 gold. He's already pressing tier 3 button, and we see the workshop as well. Mr. Neo, we are going to see some tanks.
Ooh, this is something we haven't seen all finals, right? I think we've seen every unit of every race except the tanks. Maybe catapults are missing for orcs or something, and witch doctors because Starbuck forgot them. But apart from that, this is hard to deal with if you only have a warden who's also under leveled.
And look at this, there is no TP on the Warden, and there is a lonely Shredder in your neighborhood. What are you going to do with that? Okay, Warden is stuffing back, no problem. But yes, DeathNote doesn't mind, he's like, okay, this guy is on the 1 base, this guy wants to get level 5, I'm going to stop him from that. And in the meantime, I see 2 workshops, 3rd workshop is on the way as well. And yes, the idea of tags is pretty simple. Warden can get super efficient on level 5 only if there are Moonwells, right? To regenerate mana efficiently. Without that, without Moonwells, Warden is not that great, and tanks are amazing at killing those Moonwells.
Alrighty, buying some time now for the tanks to arrive, but we are not one-dimensional tank only. We go into breakers as well, which is nice against Roar and Reju. We have priests ready as well to heal a little bit against the Fan of Knives, so it's going to be a well-rounded army. You can then, of course, also go into Knights and Mortars if you so desire. Warden is making progress, is now missing that Rock Golem experience, but at least gets a little bit of healing thanks to Reju.
Usually when human is going, depends on the map size usually, right? So on big maps, there is a lot of, where there is a lot of camps left, at this stage of the game to creep. Human will make like a creeping army, and he will have also a tank division to attack the Moonwells. In this game, maybe it's going to be a little bit different. A small run-by of Dryads, but is it worth it, Neo? Let me tell you, guard towers are amazing versus Dryads, that's for sure.
Didn't you make some ape science how many Dryads it takes to kill a tower?
Well, that's a very, very popular TikTok that I made, and let me tell you, a lot, okay? But as the people mentioned in the comments, Dryads are not made to kill the towers. You know what? Look at this Warden. Under the castle in the human main base, there is a peasant slaughter. Dise is coming to the game a little bit, but DeathNote got one, not morph bear, and the tanks are rolling in.
Oh, there was some nice poking here. We don't have mana anymore, and the staff is on cooldown for 60 seconds. Dise, excellent Warden player. Coming up with an Ancient of War already. DeathNote shuts it down, so not too much base defense actually. And the tanks are halfway across the map.
Exactly, and remember, there is a huge economic advantage for DeathNote. He can afford a lot of trades, you know, he doesn't need to trade that well. And let me tell you, the goal is to kill those Moonwells. Without them, at some point, Warden is going to be naked. And in this case, it's not good.
In this case, exactly. So, Dryad safe to the side, but still no mana, can't dispel anything. Not much nuke either. Oh, this is so hard. Dise has so little to work with.
Hey, what he can do? I see 2 Moonwells left. Warden is on level 5 trying to do miracle. Got some Riju. Will take her time to heal, but Neo, we have a drought in this Night Elf base. And you know, the Paladin, okay, Paladin went down, but just on level 1, Dise has some fighting army, but he has to remake those Moonwells, and let me tell you, at some point he will also lose a lot of Wisps, so, you know, with the Shredder you don't need to have that many. Level 6 on the Warden, there is some hope, but she can't afford the ultimate.
Yeah, there's no shop here anymore. There's no mana potion, no clarity, no Moonwell somewhere. There must be some hope, but I don't see it. Maybe with the hero focus, he gets DeathNote out of his face. Little bit of time to recover now, and he has to lean on this strong Warden ultimate.
Says, I will be back. Make sure to remake some Moonwells. That's what my tanks are going to aim for. And yes, level 6 ultimate of Warden. How we can use it well? The idea is simple. Usually you go to a human base, right? You generate some corpses with Fan of Knives, then you press the ultimate button. Again, the problem is mana is very limited. Ultimate use just in the middle of the map to buy some time, and DeathNote is not interested in fighting Warden, especially Avatar of Vengeance. DeathNote wants to go back with his knights, with his tanks. By the way, DeathNote is missing an upgrade. Let me check. Yes, his knights, they don't have Animal War training, which is pretty impactful when you have 4. It means that they are missing 100 HP each.
Well, in comparison, Dise is missing 30 supply, so I wonder what's more impactful. Warden goes on a hunt, but that's immediately interrupted. We got a little bit of harass here now, but we got a lot of harass in Dice's main base. It is the fight for survival for him with every single second now. The lore is coming up, but the Moonwells aren't. Paladin again on the chopping block, kills her off. No Holy Light available at the moment. Maybe that opens up the door. Gotta shut down that Warden with the Stormbolt. Dise is reacting well.
Also achieving a lot in the human main base. Shredder will go down, and DeathNote doesn't have that much lumber, so this is pretty impactful.
Archmage.
Sadly, there is no corpse from the Archmage. Has to teleport out, sorry about that. Okay, teleporting back is not that bad, especially if you teleport under the Arcane Vault. And man, Dise is defending this base like an absolute hero. I love it, but it's still going to be a hard time. I think it's very rare in professional Warcraft, but look at the supply Neo. More than double supply advantage for DeathNote. Let me tell you, this extra base is paying off.
Exactly. The Warden was was on level 6 for a while, now 7. While DeathNote 66 supply, also very close to nice numbers. This is still problematic for Dise, but I feel like he's finding his rhythm. Usually you want to pair that Warden with the Panda, with the Tinker, with anything additional, but he just wants more levels on that Warden.
Yeah, he's definitely surviving for a long time, and he's making sure that in the main human base there is no, gold income. DeathNote got some lumber back. Warden is satisfied with this result, leaves the base. Of course, peasants are chilling inside of the Zeppelin, so that's fine. Man, Dise is defending it very well, but still, there is a long way ahead of him.
Water Elementals dispelled for more and more experience. Level 7.6. Not the other way around. 7.6. Water Elementals falling quickly for more levels, but what does level 8 and 9 really give you? Tank dealt with. Oh, DeathNote gotta be careful to not lose these knights, or the Archmage has a TP, gets it. Level 8 now.
A very good point. Warden is, you have Shadow Strike, but on level 1 is basically nothing versus high level heroes. But yes, it's a little bit better stats, and we know that Warden will take any mana regen. Speaking about the regen and stuff, look at the main base of DeathNote, was out of order for a long time, and Neo supply gap is still dropping. I'm starting to believe.
700 gold difference in the main. Soul, you might be onto something here. This was a lot of losses for DeathNote. 15 food stops the Warden now right before the blink. Mountain King close to 3. Going in again, and the Zeppelin has to put in some work.
Okay, Warden needs to be careful. Of course, you have Blink to go out, but yes, easy. Okay, this time he didn't do that much. Oh, tank drop in the main base. I see 2 tanks in the Zeppelin. I see 1 tank on the ground. But yes, entire Dise army is there. Can he deal with those tanks? Warden is back, and this time Warden killed so many workers.
Was about to say, right when DeathNote was dropping, the Warden drops the guillotine as well on 5 peasants. More kills, 20% of the level done. And we're actually getting a solid army. We still need more Moonwells. We still need more recovery. Thankfully for Dise, repairing this Entangled Gold Mine is free. Question is, can he hold on? Otherwise, oh, that's no mining for a long time.
You know what? He has 2,300 gold left. Maybe it's not the end. Okay, Warden, he's not microing! Anti-magic potion! Warden!
Oh!
Mamma mia, 58 supply. She's blinking! She's stuffing! She can... Okay, that was anti-magic potion. I shouldn't be that excited.
You
She
can
was safe.
never apologize for being excited about a Warcraft game. We need more of that, not less. My man, these guys are playing on the edge. And DeathNote, does he feel the pressure now? Again, not the most experienced player. Took the beating from Starbuck already, and now he was in such a winning position. That can tilt you.
Yeah, we have so much action everywhere. And you know what is the most fun part? The gold mines, you know, the expansion of humans going to expire soon. And the main bases are kind of dry as well. And then the question is, what's next? Because let me tell you, Neo, even there is Brilliant's aura, which is good, Moonwells are better. So in this no-income game, Night Elf can shine.
Oh, Zeppelin, is Dise looking? Can easily kill the Zap. I don't think he's paying attention. He's busy on the left-hand side. Now the Zeppelin is crashing while he was taking a look. Can he get the Knight? We'll see about that. Warden is coming back in again. The Avatar is still alive, killing more and more and more units, including the Knight. DeathNote now switching the focus. What the hell? Warden is back again. Anti-magic, fan of knives, jumps on top of him. The fact that Dise stayed in this game and that he turned it around is remarkable.
I'm super impressed. To be honest, I thought that it's going to be over, but we'll see about that. The DeathNote is still pushing with his heroes, but Dise is microing so well. We are deep inside of the Night Elf base, full of like attacking trees, full of reju. And man, Warden is back for some rejuvenation, for some clarity potion. Supply so close, and it should be the otherwise. If human would be ahead with like 25 supply more than that. Man, Dise almost level 9 on this Warden. When we add all of the levels on human, we get 4 plus 3 plus 2. It's 9, I think. And level 9 Warden can mitigate that.
That is correct. I see Carson in the chat. Carson, do you have anything to add?
Are just AFK the whole time. The Zeppelin, kill the gold mine. You have 2-0 upgrades, kill the gold mine.
We're only killing one economy, Carson, and that's the one of DeathNote in the main. Still 3,200 gold in there at the 20-minute mark. That is a 2,000 gold difference, and the Warden is at it again. I wouldn't blame DeathNote if he's getting frustrated here. What's the next layer to this? His expo is down in less than a minute. His main is constantly under fire. Dise can still mine for 2 minutes and then walk the tree over. Will DeathNote or Carson get more angry about this game?
And once Mr. Insub said a very, very important sentence. He said, dude, Night Elf buildings can walk. When he expired his main base and his opponent just uprooted his Tree of Eternity. I think it can happen in this game as well. Warden is back. The bears are surviving, nothing is dying. Even though supply elite came back for the human, this Night Elf army is so efficient. Zeppelin drop continues that Mr. Carson was talking about, but one tank is dead and Warden got amazing level 9.
Yeah, great advice, Carson. He's using the tanks now, get a lousy Moonwell for it. One of them dies, level 9 on the Warden. She's back at it again with the Avatar. DeathNote now so busy, has to take care with all his army against the Avatar of Vengeance. Uses the Holy Light against the spirit damage. I think Dise now has all the time in the world. He didn't break upkeep once this entire game and just super efficiently takes this map. 22 minutes. This is crazy. The Warden blinking is nuts. The 3 workers, they barely survive.
Warden is crazy. This is a little bit dangerous situation. Look at the MK positioning. Okay. Is DeathNote going for some vision? He can go for this Magic Sentry upgrade from his Arcane Sanctum to
He's
reveal.
going to the lab. Reveal. Stormbolt. Oh, the Warden getting bolted here. Needs to blink soon. Fan in full dodge by DeathNote. Well done. But
There's no mana.
He can't blink. Oh no. The Warden level 9.3. Holy shit. That is such a huge XP gain as well. DeathNote might be back in the game with this.
Players' forces are under
Yeah, is Warden in the altar? We'll see about that. Not really. There is no time to get level 9 hero. Or maybe there is. There is an important moment as well, as I mentioned, Tree of Eternity is just going to cross the map with Nurture Blessing. I think the entire Night Elf army is going to greet the mighty Warden at the tavern. That's the greeting
I don't know,
would
man.
like to get.
How expensive is that? That's all his gold. It doesn't take much more time. It's only 110 seconds. You don't invest more time to build her back from the altar.
Supply blocked. He's
Supply block!
right now.
What?
Supply block because of the tanks! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Carson, for this insight. Okay, you can have nice looking situation, but if you are supply blocked, you can't get your level 9 hero back. And let me tell you, we play Warcraft 3, not StarCraft 2 for a reason.
Oh,
We like
snap.
heroes.
Yeah, what's RTS without heroes, man? A fool's game. Let's go. What can the Night Elves do without their heroes? He needs to... He got the one back. He got the one back. The Moonwell is finishing. Can she save the game?
Guys, don't worry, I'm back. Okay, what is happening in my base? Says Warden, Tree of Eternity is fighting breakers. There is a huge mayhem. Man, Warden is coming back, but let me tell you, DeathNote had his opportunity. Can he use it fully? Supply favors the human player, but look at this army. This entire Night Elf base is attacking you.
March of the Ends. Holy smokes, man. The one almost surrounded there without mana once again. Super scary situation. Bash, Riju on top. No staff, of course, as he doesn't have a second hero. Stormbolt, the blink, the bash, the kill.
Never give up, never go down. Mamma mia, and the hero levels for human are scaling so well, killing some targets. Neo, I don't know if somebody is checking how much gold cost level 9 Warden, but what you can do with 21 gold?
Nothing.
Can I buy something?
Nothing in this game can be bought with 21 gold. It's heroes only. Dise has to wait so long for his tree to mine. DeathNote is still mining from his main, by the way. Lol. Because of all that harass that's benefiting him now. And the Archmage is super close to 6.
21 gold is not going up because the Entangled Goldmine has to finish Dice's GG. Mamma mia, from Miracle's Hall to the Grande Disaster. Guys, this Warden deserves better.
Who are you yelling at now, Carson?
Level 9 Warden just sits there and waits to die. It's awesome. Oh, you know, they always say the greatest games are formed via lots of mistakes. The most entertaining games don't come from perfect games, and that was definitely entertaining. And if DeathNote was tilted from the previous series, now he's going to be happy. And Dise is going to be the tilted one, let me tell you.
Jesus Christ, dude. The fighting spirit in both of them. Dise is like light years behind, finds a way with extraordinary Warden play. And then the fighting spirit in DeathNote, seeing that, getting into this emotional roller coaster once again after being clobbered by Starbuck before. And now they don't even take a break after a 25-minute game, but just go next. This is mental. This is W3Champions finals, man.
Yeah, the Dise wants to creep level 9 Warden again. Well, what do you expect?
What do you expect? I did not expect this community support. Thank you very much. We have a join bug, maybe?
Apparently. We'll put a 3 at the game name and try that.
Community support. Map Heaven, thank you very much for the 21. Woodywood, thank you for the bits. LeCrest Fallen with 10 gift subs. Hope you enjoyed this. Hopefully you put this on during work, my dude, if you're at work today. And Palindro enjoying the game as well. 5 gifted subs. You're all legends. And I gotta restart.
Guys. Yeah, go ahead. Oh man. What's funny is he like had a tank in his base. That whole like chaotic end game there. He had one tank just chilling in his base. Imagine if that tank like wrapped around and started killing Moonwells, further supply blocking him. And what's funny is that he killed units to allow him to be unblocked as well. But obviously DeathNote has no way of knowing that it was that crazy at the end. But maybe he'll rewatch the replay and realize afterwards. But again, like we were saying in the DeathNote Starbuck series, for Dise, mental reset. Mental reset, 0-0, who cares? You gotta move on.
There's already, and I checked the cost for the Tavern Revival at level 9. It's 960 gold and 240 lumber.
He was close.
Not 21 gold. Not 21.
He was close, man. Before I throw you guys into the game, 3-1 for Dise on this patch. The last win, though, was DeathNote in the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup. That is, of course, always covered by Carson, so there's no better person to cover this than Carson.
Oh, Carson, go.
Oh, yeah. I wonder, going into springtime, map number 2, of course, Dice's first loser pick, does he want to play Warden again, or is he more comfortable with the Demon Hunter? Is that why he picks a map like Springtime, which tends to be a DH map? But as Colorful showed us previously, against Fortitude in the endless show matches they play, every map can be a Warden map. Every tool is a hammer, I suppose.
Besides Concealed Hill, they were like had an allergy. True. I was like, man, just go. They played like 10 maps in a row, 9 Warden games. If there is Concealed Hill, you know it's going to be Demon Hunter. But to answer your question, I think the Expo was the reason why it was Warden, because like peasants were able to hide, you know, in like this cave between trees and the town hall on Hammerfall, and it's like pretty well known. Maybe that's why we saw the Warden, and in this game it's going to be Demon Hunter. But definitely Dise proved that, man, he can hold a lot with this Warden. It's the trait of a good Warden player. But losing Warden level 9 twice, that was a little bit too much. So maybe now Demon Hunter.
I will say that the second Warden loss was like the most insane bash ever. The first one there was a bash too, but that was also just very greedy. But the sign of a great Warden player is being greedy and getting away with it, which pretty much only Laliat has ever shown. The extreme greed and just walking out the front door. But you do need that that playmaking brain to sort of make Warden work for yourself. You got to push it to its limits. So I respect the losses, even though they're a bit silly. Those are the sort of things you do need to do, but now we go to a much more stable Demon Hunter, and for DeathNote, we have a third farm, and we are going straight to the expansion.
Okay, that's interesting. Usually in this case, Demon Hunter will harass immediately. That's why we have a Scouting Wisp. And yes, Demon Hunter is creeping, got Gloves of Haste, and let's see, he's going to the middle of the map, maybe to creep, maybe to harass directly. We'll see about that. That's why sometimes human players, they like to play MK first, in order to bolts around, not DeathNote, and Dise is like, springtime, I want my level 2 with nice items, and he's just creeping.
Mantle as well, gonna get level 2, no denies with the Ancient of War. DeathNote is gonna get the Sasquatch, and it does get Gloves of Haste himself. No detonate on the Water Elemental, so no experience gained over there. And Dise is gonna continue creeping. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the next green as well. Quick level 3, it's not the craziest thing. We've seen this before, but it seems to have fallen out of favor slightly.
Usa the gamer / live Chinese top night elf was known for some time for like creeping a lot, accumulating like 4 archers and going on the he was trying to click on the town hall in some cheeky moments, but definitely it's Demon Hunter is not in the best shape, but he got the best item, rejuvenation from the you know, this potion, consumable potion you can get will make this Demon Hunter healthy. Maybe he'll actually go to the expansion. There is no Arcane Tower just yet. DeathNote is creeping, that's okay, but this Demon Hunter wants to brawl.
Probably a circlet as well. Boots of Speed will be available pretty soon in a couple of game seconds. Or game minutes, I suppose, but he just buys a circlet, pressuring the Archmage now. Why the hell did he wake up the creeps? He's getting owned by the creeps now. Dust and boots purchased for DeathNote. No boots for the demon, meaning he won't be able to chase down this footman so easily, but expansion is up. Arcane Tower, though, quite a ways away still.
DeathNote wanted to attack a Wiz, but he kinda took more damage from the Polar Bear, and yes, healing Archmage is going to be very, very hard. Carson, the Arcane Tower is not ready, and let me tell you, Demon Hunter is scary. Even if there is an Arcane Tower, but without Arcane Tower, Demon Hunter is an absolute monster. But yes, free footies are scary as well, and this Demon Hunter is not going to try his chances. I would actually stay there, you know, and immolate for a long time, but maybe without Boots of Speed, maybe without Staff of Teleportation. That would be too risky. I hope that Dise is not like going to play it too safe. I understand that losing hero in the previous game was very nasty, but man, I was expecting a little bit more pressure there. If there is no Arcane Tower, you need to go in.
I thought he would as well. At least damage his footman a little bit. But he maybe wants to creep another camp. Maybe wants to prioritize level 3. Of course, if you burn all your mana and health in the early game, you can't really creep that much at this stage. So maybe he just wants to get level 3. I'm waiting to see if we're going to get any sort of counter expansion. I lagged hard there, but luckily the lag screen didn't pop up. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for a counter expansion because it's already quite late.
And, as you mentioned, there's a few options. The instant tier 3 for like bear bust, you know, but then human will have a lot. You can go for sneaky tier 2 all-in with some ancient protectors. And as Carson mentioned, this is the most important moment. What Night Elf will decide. My eyes are on the Night Elf base.
Elemental's going to be level 3 for the DH. It could not come at a better time. There it is. Naga's here, 5 archers as well, and we do have a single lore. I'm waiting to see if we get Nature's Blessing, so because we could see the Yen special on Tidehunters that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, this is true, but by the way, check the Demon Hunter skills. He's playing Immolation level 2 evasion, let me tell you. Somebody needs to record a YouTube short or a TikTok about how many footman Demon Hunter level 3 can kill with Immolation on. I think it's like 8. No problem.
Really. Easily could do that. Archmage still not healthy from that pull earlier. Wants to get level 3. Does get an archer. You know, immediately summons a level 2 water elemental militia called. DeathNote trying to hold on. Of course, he is teching behind this. He had a very clean expansion. So even though he's taking some damage now, the tech is still going to be really, really quick.
Defend on footies is a little bit bittersweet. Of course, it's going to help you versus piercing damage from archers, but it's going to backfire if there is Demon Hunter following you. An update from a Dise base. Nurture Blessing is finishing. 2 lords are finishing. And is it going to be just a tower push? Oh yes, 3 whips are moving as we speak. Dise sees that DeathNote lost a lot of units and he wants to pressure at tier 2, and he will pressure hard.
I think for this reason, obviously both players sold their TP this game. For this sort of a reason, I think you should keep your town portal as a human player as much as you can, so that you can militia TP on top of the APs when they do this, because it's just becoming such a common strategy. And the best counter to this, I feel like, just call every single militia, including gold militia, and just jump on those APs immediately.
I like this idea. It's a quite extraordinary thing. Of course, you need to go to your main base first and then TP, but that's okay. But you know what, Carson? We are mentioning Ancient Protectors, but look how scary this Ancient of War is as well. With Nurture Blessing, he moves so fast, clicks so far. Archmage! Archmage used the heal scroll as we speak, and man, DeathNote doesn't have that much.
Hard enough for Starbuck to defend yesterday, and he had 3 towers already at his expansion. Guard Tower is now finishing, but this is going to take a while. Mountain King on the way. Rifleman maybe on the way. Workshop being built. Very similar reaction to Starbuck versus Jens earlier that DeathNote is doing now. Demon Hunter pressuring the Workshop construction. I like that choice.
Oh yes, if you expect a lot of towers, this tier 2 workshop is amazing, and man, the presence of mind of Dise, right, in order to go there, quite impressive. Now he took a little bit damage from the arcane tower, it will hurt him. Mana, Demon Hunter doesn't have a TP, the gold is here! The presence of mind was backfired, you are too smart, Mr. Dise. It has drawbacks.
Not like this again with the hero losses, man. AP's getting to range. But if anything was going to keep DeathNote in this game, it's absolutely that kill right now. There is enough gold. I'm looking at that chart you posted. There's enough gold to get the demon back.
Yeah, but yes, that Demon Hunter is not going to be that healthy, right? Half HP, no mana, and MK is there, and MK is dangerous. And it gives so much time to produce the mords. But yes, the expansion is being like overtaken by some big moving plants. Mamma mia.
Actually being evacuated right now. But again, like he's bringing all the peasants away. Could he get the MK back? Buy a TP, it's a lot of steps. Mass call into the militia and deal with the APs. Is it too late? I don't think so. I don't think it's too late.
We'll see about that. Let me tell you, Ancient Protectors, they deal piercing damage, so they're not that great versus structures, right? It will take some time to eat through this expansion. The first Mortar team, join us, is amazing versus Dryads, but especially amazing versus structures. How much time we can buy? Mountain King is back, it was just a level 1 hero, so very speedy comeback, but Demon Hunter visited the main Night Elf base. And he's back in shape, full mana, full HP, ready to immolate. Level 4, it means that he's even more tough with evasion, level 2 most likely. And he will guard those Ancient Protectors as much as he can. But second Mortar team is here. If DeathNote can keep the Mortar teams alive, good thing will happen.
Demon Hunter running lower on HP. There's no more Stormbolt. I feel like just a little bit mismicroed here. He could have just been patient with the mortar teams, but now he's down to pretty much only mortar teams, which is not gonna cut it. Even if he kept that expansion alive, it's not gonna cut it. Demon Hunter, gotta be careful. You don't lose your Demon Hunter, Dice. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't lose your Demon Hunter. More militia coming from the main base, even gold militia now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, but without the TP, right? So your idea, okay, I know that now it's not going to look that good because DeathNote is kinda in trouble, but of course I admire the creativity here. And yes, we can admire Dise hero control now. I hope he's not going to lose them, but he's keeping Demon Hunter back. Naga is on level 3, he's providing a lot of value, and it looks like slowly but surely those Ancient Protectors are going to eat through the main building. That's what Dise needs, right? He just needs to kill this main, and maybe that he can go for, you know, in tier 3 direction. We'll see about that. Ancient of Wonders definitely helps a lot. It offers mana potions and all of the good stuff. Demon Hunter needs to be careful. Bolt is ready, but Heal Scroll kinda makes this Night Elf army looking just too good for now.
Just can't kill that one AP. It's been low so many times. Mountain King pressuring. There's Staff and Potion of Healing now, though. So I don't think either heroes are at risk of falling, but the Mountain King is. Bolt not really dodged, but Staff still saves him. MK goes down, and we have a tied series.
GG! This is the even score now, and this best of 5, right, was reduced to best of 3.
Okay, Remo. Man, what a sick back and forth. Both players giving it their all, and now with the series tied. Let's just appreciate the fact what a player DeathNote has become. He was not on Dice's level just like a year ago, 2 years ago, and now these guys are so close to each other. Every game is 50-50, could go either way, so nicely improving. The grind is paying off. This game, Dice was better, but this was also Dice's first map pick, so it should have been his game.
Yeah, definitely, and very well played. In the very aggressive style. I like that strategy is becoming more and more common. So many times we just let humans expand and then go into a macro game. Why not just all in them? I'm liking that we're seeing this a lot more. Now we go into Northern Isles. This is a map that tends to be macro oriented, but we could also see still different options from DeathNote side of things. One base play is still on the table. Dark Ranger first still on the table, Saul.
Hopefully, and yes, I think it's your turn with Neo now, right?
Yes, sir.
think
So yes,
too.
if there is a Dark Ranger, just give me the voice. But for now, I see a fast altar, and man, I'm excited. This is where Dise played Beastmaster, so who knows?
I would love to see that. That tower push, a little bit of a play of Medusa the Gamer Life's playbook. Would love to see maybe a bit of Kaho-inspired Tinker pushes here, but that's just a lot of wishful thinking on my part. Dise is unpredictable. He played a lot of Beastmaster. He has a full playbook, a full tool of weapons to destroy DeathNote with. But this is now DeathNote's supposedly strongest map out of the pool, so he is supposed to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, definitely. This is another potential Warden map, I feel like, on the side of Dise. If he's very comfortable with the Warden, we would see it here. And the second loser map, of course, would be Concealed Hill for DeathNote. So that's definitely, as Saul pointed out earlier, not a Warden map. Let's see what the hero choices are. It will be the Warden again for Dise. For DeathNote, again, he's got one base options if he wants them against the Warden. It's not, you don't have to expand into this hero.
Alrighty. Always Archmage. DeathNote, I feel like, never moves away from it, always trusts in the AM, and why not? It did work quite well. Warden though, what is the creep route? What's the direction? How much damage can you do early? Because I would assume DeathNote is expanding again, but then it's also not guaranteed.
Yeah, if it does end up being Expo versus Warden, we're going to see probably not the most similar game to Game 1, but strategically with the tanks, with the Tier 3 tech, with the Warden trying to get up to level 6, trying to continuously harass peasants, Zeppelins at both bases. We'll see those basic concepts, but we'll see if the game gets as crazy as that if we get to that point. For now, Archmage, remembering on Hammerfall, it was claws +8, claws +5 to start the game off. You cannot get better items than that. DeathNote going to hope for those again.
And of course, a Ring of Regen. Let's also not forget what happened here to Starbuck when he wanted to expand. He got all his attention on the right-hand side. Somehow Jens found a way with the staff into the base and caused mass murder. So DeathNote gotta have his eyes open that there's no Wisp sneaking in, no Warden blinking in. Gotta keep the main base safe.
And on that point as well, the Arcane Tower was late in Game 1, but Dise had to staff back too early. There's the Ring of Regen for the Archmage. So the Warden could have gotten value in the early game on Game 1, but just unfortunately didn't see the Arcane Tower was late.
Whew, big mana potion.
Ooh, yeah. Scary. What's better, Ring of Regen or greater mana? I guess they're both pretty good, aren't they? They're both going to be happy.
Can't complain about that, exactly. So, Warden runs straight across to that expo, completely ignores the old man, probably said hello in passing, but with that cheeky smile on her face, like, you know what's gonna happen. Oh yeah, get ready. And is DeathNote ready? Fan of Knives selected. There is 2 hurt peasants already. If you get the footman in, there might be less damage on these peasants because there's a max target of 6. Thinking about it, a little bit of min-maxing, but yeah, you had to pull the trigger, otherwise you're taking too much damage.
You reach those peasants. I feel like this town hall is 1 hex to the left of what it could possibly be, which means those peasants might be a little bit more exposed. Blink doesn't care about how blocked they are. That's 4 out of 5, and this is going to be potentially 5 out of 5. Still has that greater mana available. Archer microed out on 13 HP. Very good harass from Dise. Much better than Game 1.
I agree. This was a lot of damage. He can still finish that expo, but of course without power build, this takes an additional minute. This is for human standards forever. Got boots. No tele staff though, but since we got blink, maybe you don't even need that.
Is low towards Dice's base. Maybe a reveal could secure that kill, but I think DeathNote should worry about more important things right now as the Warden goes back in. Probably going to pop that greater mana. No better time to use it than now. There it is. And more peasants potentially going to go down. 1 already went down. There's 4 remaining again. Are we just going to do this all over again? Expo still 12 seconds away from completing.
Incredible game so far by Dise. For DeathNote, it's a sink or swim situation. He's microing his heart out with the peasants. For some people, the most beautiful sound in the world when these tiny little workers fall. And you gotta hear it a lot here, so be thankful. We have a little bit of a delayed Hunter's Hall. Maybe a potential for DeathNote to snipe it?
That could be a nice cancel. And yeah, confirmed that this Town Hall actually is misplaced, unfortunately, for DeathNote. It's a small mistake, 1 hex, but it cost him 10 peasants there. Maybe not entirely, but definitely would have saved a lot more if it was placed properly, unfortunately. But maybe the counterattack, as you mentioned, can do some damage. Hunter's Hall still on the table, 23 seconds.
What would the... Oh, okay, let's look into the Hunter's Hall first, and then you can explain the human architecture here. Wisps in position, but they gotta wait 15 seconds. I don't think they can do anything here. Not dispelling against the Water Elemental. That's huge for DeathNote. Hunter's Hall is required for the lores. That's required for Dryads and Bears. And the tech tree for Dise got broken in half.
Footman nicely denied. One thing we didn't see game 1, I feel like, was enough denies from DeathNote, especially with the claws of attack help with the denies. But yeah, just to point out that Town Hall, if you look at it right now, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, I'm pretty sure it could be moved over one building block thingy to the right, which would allow those peasants to not be attacked by the Warden. The Warden could actually squeak into the right side of that Town Hall and auto-attack them, which generally is unacceptable when you expand against the Warden, or a Demon.
Now she got level 3, spamming that Fan of Knives thanks to the big mana potion, of course, and now Moonwell. DeathNote was able to do a lot of damage here, but unfortunately, he didn't get too much experience. Archmage still level 1. The most important thing, of course, is economy. This one's ramping up. Double peasant production. Fan of Knives again. Dise also getting a Shredder here, but if DeathNote snipes that, that's big trouble. We're at 13 Wisps, but we should be fine.
Dies to the Shredder there. Warden chasing down the Archmage. Good pressure to try to kill that Aged Dwarf. Footman almost surrounded the Shredder. Can he get it? This would be a massive play. Trying to form the diamond, but just barely lets it get away. That would have been nearly game-winning there for DeathNote, I feel like.
Diamonds are usually formed under pressure. Not this one. Question in the chat. I'm a noob. It seems like DeathNote is doing good against... at disrupting Dice's plans, or what's his advantage? Yeah, I would say so. His advantage is economy. He gotta stall as long as possible. Killing that Huntress Hall was crucial. That got him... How long does a Huntress Hall take? 60 seconds?
60. Yep.
60 seconds is a lot. It's so much. And this is all that Dise is waiting for. He can play the Warden more or less solo at this stage of the game. If you really want to work on Dryads, you want the upgrades, you want the Bear upgrades while you're attacking to tier 3, and all of that is put on hold.
The name of the game on the Night Elf side of things is efficiency. It's not getting disrupted as much as possible. It's holding on and holding on. You're not going to expand as the Warden player. You're just going to literally hold on until gold mines run out, and then you can march your Tree of Eternity over to your expansion. Warden wants levels, gets level 4 there, wants to get level 5 to continue harassing peasants. It's all about disrupting the human economy and keeping your own base relatively secure as much as you can. Peasants going down. No Arcane Tower again.
Ooh, that's a vulnerability. 40 seconds. No Fan of Knives at the moment, but another kill. You gotta be careful. You gotta save that mana for the blink, and he absolutely did. Got that one on level 2 already, so super efficient, as you say. Nice proxy Huntress Hall, by the way. And Dise, I don't know if he's listening this time, but he is counter-expanding.
There it is. Don't expect to see that oftentimes. Maybe the idea is he's delayed the expo so long, like killing 10 peasants before the expo is constructed. Maybe he feels he's delayed the tier 3 enough to be able to counter expo. Because of course, if you expo too early against a fast-teching human, mass tanks are going to own you. Mana Stone on the Warden from the marketplace.
Dude, DeathNote is cursed with these items. First against Starbuck. What did the Shadow Hunter get? Big mana potion and the Mana Stone. What does the Warden get? Exactly that. Counter is now coming in with an Alchemist, a level 1 channeling heal spell, outvaluing the level 2 damage spells.
Very low lumber. Would maybe be able to see Dragonhawk Riders if only there was money for the aviaries. He's got gold, he's got no lumber. Wants to maybe grab a Shredder himself. There would be one available at the lab in 10 seconds, actually. It's off cooldown at Dice's lab. Expansion yet to be scouted by the human.
That should be an indicator for mass air, but maybe it's also curveball. I mean, the Alchemist is healing every unit. It makes no difference between ground unit, caster unit, fighting unit, flying unit, bird, person, whatsoever. And maybe Dise is thinking, okay, you're preparing some sort of air here. I'm getting ready for that with maybe also a second hero, but then he's playing Rifle Caster still.
Only one Sanctum right now. A lot of footmen left over. Need to try to get some value, because if not, these are just free level 5 for the Warden. Warden trying to get some kills, but Alchemist, that's exactly what his job is, keeping those topped up right now. But Warden so close to level 5, the hero levels look abysmal for DeathNote.
Yeah, right on. Level 5 here, getting another kill. Warden blinking in. He really wanted that level 5. So well done. Leaning into the Mana Stone, of course. Not saving it for later, as the Mana Stone is also giving passive mana regeneration. Eating it up and getting more and more Fan of Knives. The road to level 6 is not that long anymore.
He's got an anti-magic potion. There's no Zeppelin in the main base. And this will be lots of peasants going down. And we have a panda creeping now behind this. Great multitasking from Dise. One more Fan of Knives. Uses it just to get the rifleman as well. Look at the experience already. We're what? Oh, actually denies it with the Arcane Tower, the rifleman. Nice little play there from DeathNote.
Attention to detail here in the lower bracket final. Obviously for DeathNote, if he loses his first map pick, that's a horrible, horrible situation to be in. That's supposed to be your safe win, more or less. So far, it's looking a bit grim. Warden blinking, but DeathNote anticipating that, letting go of the null, takes it for himself as well as the item. Well done. Still needs some healing. Old man on the horse, almost catching fire. TP out before. Warden in a little bit of trouble, but sturdy enough.
Now getting his second Sanctum. He's got a lot of gold banked, but he's got to make something happen soon. This Panda's going to be level 3. The Warden is going to continue harassing the economy, no doubt. Has a potion of vulnerability. He'll get a double clarity. Needs to get a rejuve from that bear that was passing by. And he's going to go straight back to the main base. 100% that's where the Warden is beelining to.
Right on. Okay. Panda also is on a mission, level 5, eating up some XP, of course, but if the Warden is on the way solo and is far away from the Panda, then she gets solo experience, and that's the way to level 6. She is hitting an amazing rhythm, and I think you can say that about Dise in general. Maybe you want to hire him as your drummer.
Really, with how he's creeping this game, he can, he can hit my tempo. He's not rushing, he's not dragging.
Okay, the only one that's dragging is DeathNote. Like, he's dragging his feet across the floor, trying to make some progress, and he got some milestones down the road, but still not even level 3. The Panda out-leveled the Archmage. That is, to my limited knowledge, not a great sign.
It is a situation if you're a human player. It's got Ivory Towers. I'm not sure if that's for a push or another expansion or for defense at this point. I really don't know what the plan is, what the play is. Maybe DeathNote's just hoping for a mistake. I mean, there has been mistakes from Dise. He's lost 3 heroes in a sloppy way this series.
Another fan. Panda is coming in. We got an invul potion as well. Reveal use! Careful, buddy! Invul potion. Okay, that can turn the tides. The hero kill on level 5 is huge XP. Ooh, Warden staying in there. Panda. Okay, looking fine. Looking fine. The bears are coming in.
Pretty stable army right now, but there's no heal scroll. One more heal spray, maybe a couple more with that wand of mana stealing. Should use that on the Warden before there's another fan, which is in 1 second. Actually blinks away at danger of falling. So far, decent micro by DeathNote. He might actually get a bear or two.
Looking good, man. Okay, 60 food here. Dise indeed. The bear is getting surrounded. Acid Bomb is helping a ton. Bear's not the tankiest melee unit anyway, because of course they're amazing casters as well, amazing healers as well. So versatile, they can't have it all. And if you put Acid Bomb on them, the rifle's having a good time.
Yeah, Alchemist about to get level 3. Is there a push? We need heal scrolls definitely for DeathNote. He's just going to keep on creeping, it feels like. Warden comes back in, full health, full mana, and an anti-magic potion. At least the Alchemist had a little bit of time to creep. The Panda almost level 4. We go for the lab now, but the Warden's going back in. If the Warden gets level 6, I mean, we know how good the Avatar Avengers is against Tier 3. It's even better against Tier 2 armies.
That's right. Alchemist can help a little bit, but that Alchemist is not helping the peasants in general. Not too much support for the peasants. No Zeppelin this time, as you correctly called. He's flirting with the lab now. Sappers? There's no Nature's Blessing.
He's awareness that he can 2 Sapper kill this. Of course, if there's Nature's Blessing, you need 3, which is really, really expensive. And the Warden harassing, not paying attention. This expansion should go down if there's no massive blunder.
Ooh, they're good. They're well spread. Will Dise react in time? He needs a little bit of repair. He's not reacting at all. Home run, DeathNote. All of a sudden, the game is 2 base, 1 base.
efficient, clean. One thing DeathNote could be doing as well, because he's playing casters as the Warden hits level 6 now, he could have gotten a second Arcane Tower at each base and left a Priest, at least at one of them. Then he can dispel the anti-magic potion, and then the Warden loses all of her mana immediately, unless it's a potion of invulnerability. It's something you could do if you play casters, but he's not doing that.
Big Wisp detonate as well. He can afford that. Got a Shredder. Doesn't have to worry about lumber. DeathNote has to worry about his economy. He's down to 7 workers, Carson.
And he's barely got enough gold to replace them. Hey, his 50 supply army is going to be real efficient, though.
Yeah, that's true. He's going for Blizzard. This looks like he puts all eggs in one basket and goes for it. The Warden is uncontested this game.
Free kill after free kill. Warden back up to full mana. Goes back home. The Blizzard retrain, and one final fight seems to be what we're going to get out of DeathNote. 61 against 53, but probably an army size advantage for DeathNote just because of no workers right now.
Yeah, usually on 2 bases you hover around 20 workers. Now he got 6, so that looks like a 60-foot army. The Warden, of course, can't only kill workers, also casts in the back, as you mentioned. Breath of Fire coming in as well. So far, Alchemist is doing an amazing job healing against it, but for how much longer?
Force the TP out. Blizzard hit good at first, but that's not going to solo the whole army. And Warden used all of her mana. But Panda working his way up to level 5. If he creeps the red right now, and then creeps the spooky spider camp, he could be level 5 right away.
What's it gonna be, man? What is DeathNote capable of doing to get out of this? This position here, perfect for him. Breakers block, Archmage blizzards, bears run in. Could freeze them all.
So just has to hold on as long as he can. He's mining on more or less 2 base now. 4 out of 5 at both bases, but it's okay. Just needs to hold. Just needs to hold. Eventually, Dise might run out of resources, but his heroes will carry him, it feels like.
My god, this Warden is disgusting. The bears are the hard counter somewhat towards the breakers, but the breakers got broken. The cast is in the back. The Breath of Fire wipes out the Alchemist, and that should have been the saving grace. No way to deal with that. Dise takes the series off of DeathNote 2-1.
Wanted to be aggressive with this rifle caster combination, as we saw at the end of the day. That's why rifles are not that great versus Warden, because of all of this AoE damage plus Panda Breath of Fire. Nice try, a lot of back and forth. Sniping the Expo was impressive, but man, if you let to go Warden crazy in the late game, yeah, that was too much. GG.
Absolutely fantastic play by Dise, dude. Don't give him the Warden. He's just terrorizing everyone, it seems.
Well, there is a good anti-Warden strategy. It's called Dark Ranger.
Yeah, we could see that, actually. You made my heart drop for a second. You said takes the series, and then I checked the Wikipedia, and it said best of 3, and then I refreshed, and it said best of 5. I was like, okay, I didn't screw everything up today.
No, takes the series out of the hands of DeathNote, who had the advantage before, and now it's his. That's what I mean. Sometimes
for once, native English speaker was confused not only about my English.
True, I'm always confused, so...
Is DeathNote confused, or can he bring us to Game 5?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Concealed Hill. This is a very, very hard map to expand. Of course, if human feels very confident, he can try to go for it. So yes, if you name a non-expanding friendly map in the current 1v1 map pool, I think we name all Concealed Hill. Why? Because the Goldman is very well protected. And let's see what DeathNote is going to do about that. Definitely Dise, the Night Elf, will feel very confident in one base scenario. But if DeathNote wants to expand, then you need to also harass well. What is going to be seen, the time will tell.
How nervous is DeathNote now? His tournament life on the line in one of his deepest tournament runs ever. Feels like DeathNote is around for such a long time. Don't even know when he wasn't around. Still 1,000 games per season, still the drive. And if you saw the winner interviews with him, you clearly saw the passion and the joy of Warcraft in this guy. Will it all be over? And will The artist formerly known as Stranic take the W and force Starbuck into a best of 7 and complete the lower bracket run.
Well said. I'm checking the altars, and it's going to be Archmage versus Demon Hunter. The map is too small to super fast expansion. It's also too small for the Warden creeping. So a little bit more kind of standard Warcraft 3 after all of these Warden fireworks. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dise is scouting, Dise is going to creep, but yes, DeathNote as a human player will definitely define this game. Is he going to creep? Super greedy, and look at this Neo. This one footman wants to pull the rock golem. There is one rule. If there is a rock golem on the map, human will try to pull it.
Okay, looking good so far. There's a wisp that he can detonate against the water elemental if you want to sacrifice it that early. Demon Hunter does what a Demon Hunter does, picks the item and let the others do the dirty work for him.
And his direction and his destination is obvious. He wants to join the party at this Goblin Laboratory. How much of damage he can do. He's crossing the map. He still didn't pick the spell. Is it going to be Immolation? Is it going to be Mana Burn? We'll see about that. +1 strength stolen by the Demon Hunter, but DeathNote got experience. He's on level 2. How many workers is he going to lose? So far, not that many. All things considered, I would say pretty clean for DeathNote, but Demon Hunter with some kills got unlocked level 2 as well.
And he gets the Invo Potion. That can be super nice as well. But yeah, in general, this early game favors Dise quite a bit. Nice start. Once again, good rhythm, good multitasking. Is at the right place at the right time.
Okay, and the question is, as usual, what's next? I don't see farm number 4, right? So probably DeathNote will tech. He's making so many footies. I don't know what to think about this.
He is supply capped now. He could tech. And he does, right? Yeah, tech's right in his face. That's an opening for the Demon Hunter. Maybe a little bit of a trap set. Otherwise, the Demon Hunter would have been surrounded, but Dise not falling for that.
Sometimes opening is actually your friend. Depends what you play. If you play one base, it's okay because you can always like follow Demon Hunter there. You are not busy anywhere else. But guys, I think DeathNote plan is going to be around getting level 3 Archmage and then pushing into Dise base. Of course, not to Aline. It's not going to be tower up follow-up, but just to kill a lot of lumber economy. And look at this! Dise wanted to creep the green camp, but DeathNote is there, and Demon Hunter needs to spend some time at the Fountain of Health. This healing is free of charge. But the problem is that you need to stay there AFK. Moonwells are instant, right? You just click on them, you get a lot of HP, and in Warcraft 3 on professional level every second matter a lot. And look at DeathNote, he's harassing the Wisp, he's proxy creeping with Militia. Is it going to be enough for level 3? Yes, exactly. Man, this looks like a very strong push.
Dise seems ready though. 5 archers, Ancient of War. Wisps are evacuating already all the way to the north, so they can't be scouted. What's he doing? What's he doing?
With the Wisps?
Yeah.
It's a panic mode, Mr. Neo. He didn't play the Wisp finding map and he doesn't remember on spot the safe position. Dust of Appearance used. And yes, he's basically like, I don't need any Wisp in this base. Human will click on them. I will find safety close to the Fountain of Health.
Off we go. Okay, I thought maybe he's moving over and is AP rushing to elevate the pressure, but no, it was just an evacuation. Cost a bit. Trying to lure DeathNote away, but he didn't fall for this. So now, we got the skirmish again where archers don't really have a chance until they get support, and they do with the Naga.
Yeah, Naga offers a lot of map control, so the pressure period is over. Of course, Archmage will try maybe to hang around, because what Archmage wants to do is cancel the lores that Dise is currently making. The follow-up for human is going to be Rifle Caster, so yes, we are going to see one base aggression. And by the way, Mr. Neo, Christmas are coming, and this Wisp hideout position looks like a Christmas tree a little bit.
That is indeed very, very nice. Maybe I print that and put it in my living room. Dise did a good job distracting DeathNote a little bit to save time for his lures, but that's not going to work, man. DeathNote not falling for it.
Sneaky Archmage position. This Archmage was hiding out. not thinking about Christmas tree yet. He was thinking about the lords and he connected into them. And man, if the game is open, if the game is looking good, right, for the Night Elf, he will get tier 3, he will go for those bears, but we are so far away from bears that it will take ages.
At least the tech is running. At least the tech is running. We're evacuating the Wisps now back. They can't really decide about their home. Maybe a van would be nice for them. DeathNote's pressure play against Lors is fantastic. With boots, he can always run away, let the water elemental do the job. 30 seconds? Is that enough? Might need a detonate. Oh, one more hit. Gets to cancel again.
That's brutal. That's brutal. You need to start your bear, like at least upgrades at some point. And the question is, what DeathNote is going to do? He decided to go for Blood Mage second. And there are two approaches here, Neo. Approach number one, basically push now. Even though, you know, you have very small army, but sometimes level 1 Blood Mage, level 3 Archmage is just enough. Approach number 2, that's what Fortitude likes to play. No hurry. There is no rush. Creep your second hero to level 3. Accumulate big army. You slow down the bears enough. So with the support of a few Stork Ladies, you will deal with this Night Elf. And yes, DeathNote is going for like a safer approach, for more steady approach. But in the meantime, look at Dise. We are on Concealed Hill. The map theme is to get the Orc Lord, and he's trying to pull him to the tavern, but this Orc Lord, for some reason, doesn't like the archers too much.
Maybe he's trying to live alcohol-free and doesn't like the bar. Sick! These archers are not looking good! Catches another shockwave and snare. Demon Hunter super hurt. Might have to pass the potion or take the TP. What an invite for DeathNote, and he takes it.
Man, entire, like, the all effort of Dise to creep the middle broken into pieces. So the timing was okay, actually okay, level 2 Blood Mage, and you know what level 2 Blood Mage means? Banish prison! You see Demon Hunter, you life drain him, you banish him, and good things will happen. Yeah, there's one Care Bear, as you call it, right? The bear can't morph, can just heal, can just redo, and man, this timing looks very, very strong, but can DeathNote seal the deal? If he loses a hero, if he's forced to TP back, Dise can still win the game.
Demon Hunter still chasing, but it's a very, very slow chase. In the meantime, Naga forced into a potion. Demon level 3, free from the banished person now. The Naga is not moving at all. Fighting 1 against 10. Brave, brave, brave lady gets a little bit of juice, and then we're fine. Demon Hunter, all right. Blood Mage, all right. Naga close to 3.
So many bears without bear master. It's so scary, but Dise is able to like keep them alive. The problem is that those bears, they are not accumulating any mana, right? They are spending mana as we speak. And yes, Blood Mage versus Demon Hunter duel is here. All of the mana is gone on Demon Hunter. Healing him from the Moonwells is going to be extremely hard. Blood Mage will start the Banished Prison train, but ladies and gentlemen, tier 3 is online and the bears are morphing. Dise is still in this game, but DeathNote has to play it. Can we keep the towers up?
Demon Hunter not looking good. Got a potion. Rifle almost falling. Can he save him into the trees? With Banish saves the rifle. So well done. Towers 15 seconds. Pressure is rising for Dise.
Production buildings are exposed as well. The Night Elf army is not looking too sweet, and killing the production building with about to spawn a bear is also a big issue. Naga of Dise has amazing level 3, that's a lot, but look at this, Arcane Tower is ready as well. And let me tell you, Arcane Tower is even good versus bears if they have mana. Denying all of this Riju is quite well. Fork Lightning was juicy. Dise is basically prisoner in his own base. The pressure is nice. And Dark Ranger third is here. That's new with Life Drain. I like it.
Of course you do. Dark Ranger, whether she's first or third, Dark Ranger is always good. But can she turn the tide? When you're most desperate, grab the Dark Ranger. Here is her playground now. Can she make an impact?
Blood match. Definitely the plan for Dise is quite obvious. He wants to deal with the blood match. Can he do it? By the way, sometimes blood match saves himself with, banishing himself. And let me tell you, you don't want to see what Livezen can do to banished units. The damage is just insane, but DeathNote is holding his ground. He has so many towers. The mana is not here. There was an attempt to put the staff on another hero from the Naga, but Naga has fallen, and even Demon Hunter has limits. Dark Ranger is trying to save Demon Hunter with her own life. Demon Hunter is going to jump for the last time on the blood match, but nothing is dying. GG is called, and man, DeathNote is still in this game. Welcome to Best of One.
One base. It happens eventually. I was wondering when it would, and you expected it on Concealed Hillsall, and I think we see for good reason there. And we go to the last and final map, which is Dice's second loser pick. Warhail, baby. One more chance. Well, there might be another chance later for the boats.
Righty. Who will become the captain and sail straight into the grand final is the question. Ooh, what a brave performance by DeathNote. Again, after that winner bracket final, I'd say Hammerfall, of course, didn't go well for him. Then he gets a slap on the wrist on Springtime and Northern Isles back to back, and he still withstands the pressure. This DeathNote has so much grown over the past half year. It's like a different player.
Yeah, DeathNote from Tree of Life grew to Tree of Eternity.
That's true.
They're very big, and he has like orange lights in his hands.
The weird arms flopping around and stuff, you know. He's got leaves
Weird
in his
arms?
hair.
You say that to his face, to these guns that he's wearing there.
Wouldn't dare.
I know.
Yeah. You never say that to people from Eastern Europe, okay? They will beat you up.
Jesus. Oh my god, we got a lot of support throughout the series. I gotta read them real quick. Mr. Backhead with the 5 gifted subs. Boo Hooza, Vertical Mammal with $10. Thank you so much. That was actually very early on in the stream, and I totally missed that. I'm an idiot. Invigorate, thank you for the gifted sub. Palindro as well for the 5 gifties. We got one more map, everybody. Then we have a little bit of a break. We got some news from Being Esports Gideon. He will be on the broadcast, so if you're interested in that, don't go in anywhere. If you're interested in who's going to join Starbuck in the grand final, don't go anywhere. In general, my advice, don't go anywhere.
In front of your computer, guys. That's an order. And it's actually order will help you. Mr. Neo, can viewers see the game? Because we have some developments here.
Now they can.
Okay, so DeathNote sent his militia in hope that he's going to pull the Mare camp. But there is no Ancient of War there. He's losing the mind games. Dise decided to go for the safer position. Maybe he was expecting that maybe they met on ladder, but man, it's not the end of the day, and it's not the end of the day. This worker will make a farm in the Night Elf base for permavision. But yes, that's a little bit sad that the strategy didn't work.
Classic stuff out of DeathNote. Yeah, nicely done from Dise to put the Ancient War in the correct location. And you could tell maybe he didn't even want to do this. He just did it because he knew there was a chance of this play, because he's going Warden. Of course, he'd want the bigger creep camp initially with the Ancient War, but he goes with the safe option, can place the second Ancient War, maybe buy that mercenary camp later on, and for now, just play it safe for DeathNote. Oh, maybe we could see a boat to save peasants this game instead of a Zeppelin, you know? I have hopes.
I fingers crossed for this amazing technology. Will definitely highlight it for the viewers. But what I want to highlight is the hero of the choice of DeathNote. He's going for Mountain King, and this high level Mountain King on a map like that, when you can creep level 3 extremely quickly, can be dangerous as well. So Warden versus MK, interesting.
First time as well. We haven't seen anything other than Archmage thus far. Okay, just hear me out for a second. Hear me out. Okay, this little part of water here at the expansion, right? You build the town hall on the right-hand side of the trees. You buy a boat early on. Park it at that water right there, the little dock in between the two tree lines. When the warden comes in for harass, you go in the boat. It's perfect. It's perfectly lined up. All DeathNote has to do is execute. You can already buy the boat. It spawns 90 seconds into the game. It's already 2.5 minutes.
And this is not a new idea for the humans. Okay, militia is surviving because they do it all the time with Zeppelin, right? And they love it. So you are completely right. What is stopping you from buying a boat? Because it can fly, it can swim, guys, and it can be very close to your base. As you mentioned, if you position the town all right, the boat can be imba. Even versus level 2 Warden, right? Why not? Mr. Carson, you are a genius, and you look very handsome. You have a bright future.
Thank you very much, Saul. Right back at you. Right back at you. Okay, Warden, level 1, cannot blink into the base currently, is not really killing anything. Oh, it's open! The base is open! He's got 2 fan of knives. Can he kill some peasants?
It's a good question. Is this invitation okay? By the way, because the base is open, Mountain King can join us as well, and the base is closed. By the way, we need vision. We need vision somehow. The peasant was scared of the warden. He's like, no, I don't want to be close to this monster. Peasant survives. And 0 bolts for now. DeathNote is saving his mana maybe for level 3.
All it took was 1 kill for the Warden to get level 2. Did not successfully do that. Staff of Teleportation now. Going back, I imagine, to start creeping. Yeah, that'll be creeping the Mercenary Camp with the 2nd Ancient of War. The 1st Ancient of War will probably pivot north, and this is how the Warden scales so quickly. But the expansion going to help the economy scale now for DeathNote with that immediate, again, 5 Peasant Expo.
DeathNote has a scout farm still, right, in the Night Elf base, so he has some information, but he doesn't know is like what's the Warden plan, right? Is Warden expanding now? Are we creeping? And he's going to cross the map. He needs to do it before Warden gets level 3 usually, right? Then he will be kind of in a bad situation, but what is the most important? His expansion is going up. And yes, he's like, okay, I tried to pull the Warden. Can we get... Okay, no level 3 yet, that's okay, and instant bolt on Murgul, that's pretty good at a Creepjack, those mechs are expensive.
Definitely expensive and give a lot of experience. Bash now too, Bolt, it has not reached the Moon Wells, maybe a deny, yeah, nicely done from Dise. But 1 more kill and the Warden will be level 3, as you mentioned. Mountain King doing good pressure, but he's nowhere near level 3.
And we don't have Dust of Appearance, that's pretty problematic, it means that we can't chase the archers well. And DeathNote was at the shop, so that's a little bit of a problem here. This footman would like to unalive himself at some creep camp, but it's not going to happen. He's going to be level 3 Warden. Oh yes. And what is Warden going to do? Arcane Tower is ready, but I don't see the
main, Saul. Not in the main. The main does no tower, and that's exactly where Dise is running. I think he's aware this is a consistent mistake from DeathNote, forgetting that Arcane Tower in the main base. If he goes there, he's going to kill a lot of peasants. He's going right there. Oh no.
Hey, DeathNote knows he saw the Warden and he has to TP. As you mentioned, Arcane Tower is not ready. I was checking out the expansion. Okay, instant TP. That's pretty good, but the Warden will start spinning now.
There's still no dust, as you mentioned earlier, so we can just Shadow Meld. He's got at least 1 more Fan of Knives. Nice bolt so far. Good control thus far for DeathNote, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Warden going to be happy with this, can blink out, and gets out alive.
A nice body block at the end of the day, that it wasn't that bad. I'm counting the corpses on the ground, it's like 3 or 4. Not the end of the world. Of course, it sucks a little bit that human had to TP back, right? Because now Dise has all of the freedom to basically creep his own expansion. Maybe counter-expand because this map is so big, right? That's the dream of every Warden player. Have an expansion up. Of course, it's hard to do. And DeathNote is coming back. The only problem for me is that his Mountain King is under-leveled, right? He's on level 2. And how good is MK level 2? Not that good.
It's been kind of a consistent thing throughout the series, I feel like, for DeathNote. He hasn't really been prioritizing level 3 on the Archmage or level 3, in this case, on the Mountain King, but now with that Shredder, with the Footman at the lab, he will probably get level 3 here. If not, it'll be very close. Yeah, this will be level 3, no doubt. Warden about to be level 4 with the nice Ancient of War movement. Counter expansion, as you mentioned, coming up, and Warden starting off, you know, a 7.5 minute level 4. Pretty acceptable for the Warden.
Okay, and we have all of the goodies, right? We have Zeppelin, We have Shredder already, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some tanks, Carson. We'll see about that. So far, a brave move by DeathNote. He has no TP, he has no Scroll of Regen, and he's going to cancel the Expo. That's pretty smart of him.
It's a little risky, like you said, but I'm assuming he's at least going to be able to get the cancel. Tier 2 has been reached as well for DeathNote. But his lumber's a little bit low. That Shredder is a welcome sight. Zeppelin drops the Tree of Life. 50 seconds. Warden's going to... Maybe... Will the Warden be able to stop this on her own? Nice dodge with the Zeppelin, actually.
Yeah, Zeppelin is keeping only red HP footies, but the problem is that red HP footies are not dealing that much damage. It's just going to drop them one by one. We'll see about that. And DeathNote is coming in with Alchemist. This is a very smart choice. Soak, Fortitude that do it quite often because it can prolong the aggression. You can heal the footies well. And man, this Zeppelin drop is still dangerous. Nicely done to cancel the Expo. I love it. And he's healing at the fountain. Yeah. I'm so not at the fountain. This Alchemy is a living fountain, but he dropped on the island to heal. Emergency landing with the cocktails. I love it.
Like the little island before the actual big island with the expansion. Interesting to see all the real estate being used, and he's just prepared to again cancel that Tree of Life. But I think this is why the Warden does not expand a lot of the time. You don't want to spread yourself so thin that you can't continuously pressure the peasants, right? Like if you have to defend that Tree of Life, you can no longer continuously harass the main base, and this will be Dragonhawk Riders. Griffin Aviaries coming up now for DeathNote.
Okay, so it's going to be Mass Air. So my prediction about tanks was wrong, but yes. That's a pretty nice approach. One bear is in trouble. Can we surround?
This rally there.
Like it. Very nice, very nice. And all of this without the TP. But wait a moment. Tier 3 allows you to get anti-magic potion, and this boat would save some peasants. Maybe we are going to see Zeppelin, right? He's up. No, MK is occupying Zeppelin. He has no way to save his peasant. This push is hitting hard. But what about the guard tower number 3? I think DeathNote may be in a little bit of trouble.
Links out, uses all of her mana perfectly. Staff's back home as well. Trying to defend the Mountain King, but there's not a ton of mana. Okay, buys a mana pot. DeathNote's got to do some counterattack pressure here because he is not mining on his expansion any longer. Shop's going to go down. That will deny Dragonhawks if he doesn't have a second shop as well, by the way.
That was actually patched. You can make Dragonhawk Raiders without the shop. Yes, human was buffed very much to overcompensate for Paladin rifle nerfs, you know. So because of that, yes.
Always a way to sneak
are fine.
that in.
We are fine.
Very good, very good. Bear again in kind of no man's land. Can he staff it out? No, he doesn't have the inventory space. Maybe he can deny it? No, not quite. But again, another nice bear kill from DeathNote.
It's called suffering from success, having too many items to be able to keep the staff. So I was a little bit scared of this, a Night Elf army attacking, but look at this, he's not achieving that much. He's attacking like some not very important buildings. And Mamma Mia, I think Mr. DeathNote is not complaining about this position. There is still no counter expansion by Dise. And DeathNote, even though he's being under attack, he's ahead in supply, he's mining just fine. The only problem is Warden level 5, and there is absolutely no dispel, right, for DeathNote. So every Riju is 400 HP, and this Warden looks brand new.
So did manage to keep his barracks alive long enough to get Animal War training, which is quite nice. Warden goes in. We need that Zeppelin to defend these peasants right now, because if not, this is just going to keep happening until level 6 happens, and then with level 6 you can actually just kill the expansion straight up because the units are invulnerable. More peasants go down. Warden still with some health and some mana. Blood Mage 3rd, of course, pretty standard. And just, it's kind of a weird sort of base race situation here right now, Saul.
Yeah, there is no tanks in this game, but kind of feels like it. Warden, again, invested all of the mana into killing peasants. That's pretty nice, and we have a full TP back. There's no TP on DeathNote. Run, DeathNote, run.
Stormbolt, and let's not forget, very high pressure right now. This is 2-2. This is the last game. Loser of this map is eliminated. Winner will go on to the grand finals against Starbuck. This is high stakes right now, and especially no TP on that Mountain King. One mistake, and DeathNote is out of this tournament right now.
Beyond mistakes, I have C3 AFK Dragon Hawks. Okay, they're flying right in. There is no problem. Red HP Zeppelin is coming back to maybe cover some peasants a little bit. And we have 4 peasants on gold. I think in these grand finals it happened very rarely, but on the expansion of DeathNote, I see 1 missing peasant, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that is 4 out of 5. He is fixing it now. And Warden is going to have to help in this defense. I think if the army just sticks around, he's going to lose it all to the Dragonhawks. Okay, now the Warden is here. Almost level 6 on the Warden as well. There it is. 1 fan of knives and he gets it.
Yeah, but it's too early. It's too early for DeathNote. The supply lead is not that big. Let's see if there is Staff of Preservation. Every unit lost hearts a lot because of this 2-base, 1-base situation. But remember, Fan of Knives is crazy. DeathNote needs to survive longer. Blood Mage is connecting nicely. The entire job of Blood Mage is just to take mana away from the Warden. And especially it's fine with MK, right? If you can bolt a Warden, the duration uptime of Siphon mana is quite long. But look at this Warden has no limits. Dragon Hawks are close to dying. There is no Staff of Preservation. That's another mistake, because usually the idea is human is trying to go into like super efficient army with triple staff, with saving all of those Dragon Hawk all the time. So far, they're dying.
Oh, anti-magic potion dodges it as well. He could go above these units could fly. They could go above the trees. They're literally birds. Okay, now he does it. They do hide from the Warden. I think a little bit of creeping is necessary if only DeathNote was given a tiny bit of space to do so. Look at all the creeps on this map. Could even see a panda as well from Dise for sure with all the creeps left.
And speaking of flying units, maybe they should fly to Dise expansion, because he's trying to counter-expand right now. Warden is blinking in with mana potion in order to deal with economy a little bit, and DeathNote is creeping but a small green camp. He definitely needs more men. I think this game is a little bit getting out of DeathNote control. Maybe he needs to be more patient, right? He needs heal scrolls. He needs to accumulate this like super big amount of Dragon Hawks. But it's hard if Warden players is attacking your economy all the time.
At all times, because if you give them any space, they just kill all your peasants, but it's difficult because then your army isn't big enough, and we see everything is just AFKing at home for Dise while he harasses the economy, and he's getting an advantage because of it. What DeathNote can do, though, which he's kind of starting to do now, just creep, get Blood Mage 3, get Alchemist 3. These heroes can carry you against the Warden. It's 3 against 1.
And you know, you just need level 3 hero to get very strong power spike, right? Level 3 Alchemist provides a lot of healing, level 3 Blood Mage would provide a lot of mana transfers. And like now, finally we are getting into those nice Dragon Hawk numbers, but also Carson, they are not upgraded. Yeah. They don't deal that much damage, it's like piercing damage as well. They need upgrades. They need upgrades for sure. DeathNote has lumber, but very low amount of gold.
Only you want at least, well, I would say at least, you want at least 2-0, 3-0 on these Dragonhawks for that extra damage. He's got 1-0 now. First Griffin is nice. That helps with the creeping speed. Huge. And finally, level 2 on those second and third heroes. We just need a few more creep camps for DeathNote, and maybe he can make a comeback in this game. The economy is being left alone for a tiny bit of time, which is definitely a blessing for the human.
Yeah, even though there is a supply lead for the human, I agree with you saying about the comeback, right? Because firstly, there is another expansion. I mean, the amount of bases is even now, right? Neither is going to mine from 2 bases, and what is even more important, Warden is already on level 6. Using ultimates, using all of this mana, Fan of Knives is extremely hard to deal with. And yes, you need more supply lead, you need more items, you need more healings, because man, Dise is really good with operating this Warden. He's really good with all of those efficient trades, and he even has Wellspring. This guy has everything.
Ultimate for the Warden, cleaning up the expansion. Zeppelin is just a little bit too late, but still saves a few peasants. That's better than nothing. And creeping maybe will continue. Dragonhawks are flying around. And the Panda, yeah, as said, is going to start some creeping. Now, there's so much to be crept on this map still for both players. Double Sapper again, Sol. Is there Nature's Blessing? There is not Nature's Blessing, which he revealed again.
Okay, those sappers are on a mission and in a pretty long way, but before this big detonation, just a short comment about the panda. If Night Elf is feeling confident enough to creep the panda, it means that the game is going well for the Night Elf. And imagine, Fan of Nice plus Breath of Fire. Okay, very important moment. Can we connect with the sappers?
We're going to get a little bit of a heads up.
A player's force is
One
on
sapper in position. He tries to repair it really close, but no. Just gives it up. No saving that. And now expansion is dead yet again, but the Dragonhawks are also dying.
Okay, that was expensive, definitely worth it, but the question is, what are you going to do with your base? And again, that was a conscious decision of DeathNote to go to the Night Elf base, and he didn't accomplish that much. He is like in desperate need of hero levels. Level 3 Alchemist, he's full mana. He can heal the Dragonhawks pretty well. He needs a little bit more of creeping. But DeathNote is trying to be aggressive, but the problem is, you know, it's one base basically because of this Avatar of Vengeance. And if supply is even, it's good for the Night Elf.
Just needs some hero levels, man. He definitely needs Blood Mage 3, definitely needs Alchemist 3, wouldn't mind MK5. And he could have gotten it by now, just a couple more creep camps. The Panda certainly has been doing just that, almost level 3 on his side.
Yeah, this Panda is a good example, you know, the perfect student of creeping. Doesn't care that much, like, okay, Warden, we deal with all of the business outside of creeping, I will handle the creeping, and level 3 on the Panda is going to be very scary, and I'm still impressed how well Dise is operating his Warden. Constant pressure on this expansion. And Carson, we are creeping huge red cap with level 9 and Rage Jungle Stalker. Then will give a lot of experience to the human player.
That and a couple more camps and he'll get all the big upgrades. Claws plus 12, maybe should just sell that, honestly. Expansion, again, being harassed by the Warden. The Peasants have been safe in the Zeppelin the whole time, but he has not been mining for a while on this Expo. TPing back now just to try to get some towers back up this Expo.
And to save the Expo, right? Okay, Bolt was dodged by the Blink. Yeah, that is a problem. There is a problem. Panda is creeping, and very good item for the Night Elf. There will be a TC Aura. And when map is that big, you need to walk a lot, so definitely some movement speed will help. And look at this Warden, she's not scared of entire human army. Maybe she should be, because she was greeted with a bolt.
Dryad also a freebie there. We need a lot more mistakes like that, I feel like, for DeathNote, but one at a time. Warden sending the avatars back in, or the spirits rather, killing all the peasants again. Zeppelin didn't get any there. And where is the Avatar in the meantime? It's just at the red camp, so like these spirits cannot be dealt with. Warden's got to be careful out of mana. Okay, has just enough for the Blink level 3.
It's blocked at the expansion.
Oh, no.
Those avatars are like immune. You can't attack them. Of course, they will expire at some point, but I think it's the first time in my life when I see that somebody got blocked in his base by the Avatar of Vengeance. Okay, they disappear now. DeathNote can escape without killing his own Town Hall.
A lot of running around. Panda's done a lot of creeping. Panda's about to be level 4, man. He's doing such a good job. And he needs to tower up this expansion again. Re-expoing is Dise. Does he get Nature's Blessing? No, he's still refusing to get Nature's Blessing. It's kind of funny.
Just for the sappers. The rest of the building should be fine. If there is no tanks, right? Maybe there is no need, but yes, if you're playing versus DeathNote and you are afraid that your expansion will die to sappers, Natural Blessings definitely worth it. It's the perfect feeling. If your opponent detonated 2 sappers and your expansion is still alive, you can just repair it and continue the mining. Ladies and gentlemen, another beautiful Blink, but actually Bolt connected. That's pretty funny, but this Warden doesn't care. And look at the Panda. Panda will unlock level 3. She's even creeping with Avatar of Vengeance. This is like the maximum efficiency that Warden player can offer. Why does Panda use Breath of Fire? Uses the Wisp.
Oh man, I guess. But either way, Expo up and a little far away. Hopefully he'll notice in a second here. And now 65 against 70. Warden continues to be annoying. Finally, DeathNote gets to do a little bit of creeping. This is Blood Mage level 3, and the Expo is now moved to the correct positioning. just creeping his way to level 5 while the Warden has a little bit of fun.
He wanted to just pull with Breath of Fire, and then he missed, on the units. By the way, look at this Panda blocked by all of the Dryads. No, I want to take the item. I want to be in front. What are you doing?
Avatar a little bit AFK. That's a fresh Avatar as well. That's a mistake from Dise. Now maybe this expansion is allowed to chill for a little bit.
Well, definitely Panda is not going to chill too much. Look at those hero levels. Level 4.5 by the Panda. They have too many items. 2 heroes with 12 items in total. Night Elf army was forced to kill one. The question is what Dise is going to do. Definitely he's in the fighting shape, right? Panda is full mana with a TP. But he's pulling back to protect his expo. He wants to play it safe, and I don't blame him. Look at the expansion of the human again. It's haunted. But as you mentioned, Avatar of Vengeance is dead. So there will be no some strong follow-up.
Mountain King is not screwing around, by the way. The plus 25 damage on him if he gets a couple bashes on Dryads. A lot of damage. Trying to just dive on the expansion right away, but instead baiting the Warden in. He's still just attacking the Tree of Life. Can he get the kill? Scroll the Beast now. He might want to engage in. First heal scroll used. Dryads are kind of out of position, though.
This is not a good fight for DeathNote. Let me tell you, he took a lot of damage at the start. We are close to the Night Elf base. Night Elf heroes are swimming in mana. Warden is coming back. Brand new end is double. Area of effect is crazy. DeathNote is actually ahead in supply, but I think until Panda and Warden has mana, it's going to be fine. Blood match. Take mana away.
Warden, of course, still level 7. A lot of Dryads have fallen. The supply is nearly even. Mountain King about to get level 5, but the Blood Mage goes down. Maybe a level 5 Mountain King can surprise with the Stormbolt, but that's the entire human army dead, and the expansion still stands. No TP as well right now for DeathNote. Is this the end of his run? It might be.
There are some level ups, but look at Panda and Warden. This duo is going in. Level 8 on the Warden. There's a boat to save some damage just for you. Mr. Dise did it, not because of you, because he is watching stream on mute, but yes. GG is called. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second finalist. Is going to be Dise versus Starbuck for the first time in exciting Warcraft Champions Season 22 finals. Let's go.
What a lower bracket final, man. Holy moly. What a sight of relief by Dise as well. What a war on Hammerfall. What a war on Warhail. And at the very end, we get the boat. Oh yeah, Dise has been very, very calm and cool in these winner interviews. But there's a lot of pressure falling off of him. Top 2 guaranteed.
To him. It was a shaky series at times for both players, but overall, nice to have a 5-mapper. Nice to see a variety of strategies from both players. We've got the all-ins, we got the Warden, and now we get to see, very interestingly, Dise against a separate human opponent. Same matchup, but a different player, maybe a different approach. Maybe his opponent has a different approach as well. Always like to see the same player in the same matchup back-to-back, but with 2 different opponents.
Wow, what a grand final, man. And what a run by Dise. Again, if people didn't watch till Friday, this dude lost the first series. He made it all the way through the lower bracket, rather similar to Kraft yesterday, last season, just more extreme. Pressure and elimination every single series. Sonic fell to him, Jens fell to him, Hazy fell to him. All of them fell without getting a single map. DeathNote getting 2 in here showcases his marvelous rise throughout the past couple of weeks and month. A worthy competitor for the final was DeathNote for sure. He got so close, but Dise, man, winner bracket is for bitches.
I mean, the DeathNote made it very close, right? This big best of 5 was reduced to best of 1. And man, shout out to both players. Dise definitely mad after losing to Hazy, after having this a winner interview later. I mean, he proved that, yes, he said at the start, Friday, I had a bad day, my brain didn't was not operating as fast as usual, but today he's, I don't know, a Blade Master with speed scroll in Windwalk. He is clicking very fast.
He is clicking very fast indeed. Is he clicking fast to join us in the interview is the question. after the winner interview, we got him in the chat already. Gideon from Being Esports will tell us a little bit about the roadmap of Back to Warcraft and Being in 2025, 2026. We could, if Dise left, we could also give him the time to rest for the grand final. But man, what a series. Dude, how long was the series? Was it like 90 minutes or something?
Pretty long. The second longest series probably to that best of 3 with Sheik.
Crazy, man, crazy. So he did shut down his camera. Maybe he just left. Maybe we just give him the time to rest.
He's got to do vetoes too, so that'd be reasonable.
All right. Well then, I kick you to the side, boys. And wait, I gotta. Okay, Gideon, you're listening, right? So he knows. Okay, I kick you to the side. I'm not interested in talking to you right now. We're gonna give Dise some time, a little regeneration, 10, 15 minutes until the grand final is starting. And we're gonna tell you a little bit about our future, what the future holds for us. You two gentlemen have been amazing. You can rest a little bit as well. Will I show you the bracket once again and set up the call by Soul, by Carson. Doing the broadcast live. I gotta switch cameras real quick. Talk guest. No. Wrong scene. There we go. Guest. Soul gone. Gideon on. Switching the scene here as well. Looking fine. Now, talking with Gideon / being Esports roadmap for end of 2025 and 2026. And then do a solo thing here. And then I gotta switch the lower third real quick. We're seconds away, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Here we are, I think. Let's go. Here's the call. And I'm calling a million people. Originally, I just want one, but it should be fine. Gideon, my dude, welcome to the show.
Hello. Nice to meet you once again. Good. So I'm not sure if it's intentional, but we can just now it's perfect again. Nice to meet you too. Thank you for having me.
To the people who are living under a rock and haven't seen or heard from you or listened to you in the past 3 years, who are you and why are you here?
Hi, everyone. Hi to the chat. Thank you for welcoming so nicely. I'm Gideon. I'm one of the 2 CEOs of Being Esports, the esports event management agency behind events such as Rara LAN, and the Warcraft 3 Dach Inferno, which can't really be translated into English that well. And I think that's why I'm here.
Yeah, you wanted to talk and you gave us a little bit of an update internally, but of course it doesn't help too much if only I know this. So what happened in 2025, I guess, is the way we start this. And what do you want to tell us?
All right, what do you think is more interesting, or what is the one that we should start with? Shall we start with national things, or shall we start with international things?
Well, I think it's kind of nice if we start small and get bigger from there.
All right, let's start national then. I guess that's what you're alluding to. But even though the national competition is not something small for us, of course. But yeah, so what happened in 2025? Luckily, nationally, not a lot of negative things happened. We've had our season 3 of the Dach Inferno, of our league for the German-speaking community. And I am very, very happy that together with Giannis today, we can confirm that there will be a season 4, that we are fully committing to season 4, even though we have not a successful partnership secured yet, basically. But we promise to take over the full prize money with Being Esports if it needs to be. We want there to be another season, and there will definitely be another season 4, which starts very soon. So for all of the members of the German-speaking community, it's roughly 2 weeks until the first open qualifiers will start.
Exactly. I put it on your homepage. I took the freedom to give the information away. All good things are 4, basically. So the roadmap or the schedule is a little little bit odd because there's a tiny little thing called Christmas and New Year's in between. But what we can confirm, we're gonna have 2 open qualifiers once again. It's time for you to grind, everybody. Get ready. First qualifier Friday, November 7 at 7 p.m. and Friday 1 week later for people who are maybe not available that week. How many spots are available depends a little bit. We are still talking to people if they want to return to the league or if they are not available throughout that time. I am yours says that's plenty of time for me. Polish that Archmage Bloodmage play, my dude. Of course, I want to see you signed up for the qualifier. And then relegation on November 22 and 23 with the league starting in the first week of December. Then we do 3 play days, took a break through Christmas and New Year's, start into the new year in the first week of January, and then finish the league and find our 4th Dach Inferno champion.
Exactly. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. I have a couple of picks that I would love to see in Division 1, but if I mention them here, Giannis will hate me, so I won't.
What? No, we're fine. You can say everything you want here.
No,
Gideon, freedom of speech, dude. It's very important to us.
No, you're obviously right. I was just making some rules. I would pick people who play 60-minute orc games. So so let's go somewhere else. We just quickly wanted to let everyone know one of the main things behind being esports, or one of the main pillars of being esports that we want to uphold for, like, it's the highest order of importance for us, is transparency with all of the communities that we are involved with. And one of the main things that we want to say is that we are very, very specifically focusing on the Dach Inferno Season 4, and that something that we hadn't dared to do before, that we are taking the prize money cost up front, even if we are not finding any partners, because we are strongly hoping for a better future, basically, in the German-speaking esports scene as it is. As those of you living in Germany or around it potentially know, there has been a lot of political advancement in Germany regarding esports. We're finally getting accepted. There's finally potentially going to be some money pots that esports tournament organizers can tap into, especially when it comes to prize money for German championships and when it comes to potential offline finals kind of things, which is why we're taking all of the costs for this, even if we don't find a partner, because we really, really hope to have a strong 5th season as well. So that's one of the future plans that we have. This is not a thing that we're doing with the plans of shutting it down afterwards. The contrary is true. We actually are doing this because we really, really hope for an even stronger Season 5.
Yeah, we were thinking about should we expand the league maybe to the Netherlands, maybe to Poland, because these 2 countries are freaking amazing and got amazing players and got amazing scenes as well. But if we exclude them, that is basically... if we include them, that's basically a guaranteed no to potential German funding, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the things that we really hope for. We hope for 2 things. Probably getting funding for the work on it is never really going to happen. That's always going to be something that is going to be like half something of crowdfunding partners or whatever. But the thing where we really hope for funding from state side is prize money. There's a good likelihood that that might be possible. And then the number one hope that I personally have, and we're seeing some advancement there, is offline finals, like offline final support, things actually happening in one place where we can invite the 4 best players, 5-3, whatever would make sense in terms of the amount of budget that is there. But that's something that we're really hoping for 2026.
So if people see this now and think, okay, you got a bridge like 1 season and you really want to pay all that prize money yourself, maybe someone has a company and wants to support in the Dach region, how can people reach you?
So that is very easy if you are on the Being Esports community Discord, which most of the German-speaking players should be anyways. I am BE_Gideon. You can find me all the way up top. My DMs are always open. I always answer to everything, except it's like clear trolling. And if you want to write an email, I will put that in the chat a couple of times now. Give me a second. You can also write me an email. But yeah, Discord, email, everything is fine. Reach out whenever you want. I'm happy to talk also about ideas, whatever you might have. So yeah, would love to speak to some of you.
Okay, then from the caster broadcast side, I can already say that Fishy is definitely going to be back. Sparta is definitely going to be back. Even Flutschfinger has promised me at least one cast, but you never know. I mean, what's a Flutschfinger promise worth? Not that much, but hey, we'll see. Maybe some collabs with the Dota scene. We discussed that as well. We got some nice admins once again. And of course, for the amateur scene, we're going to bring Division 2 back as well. So basically, everything stays as it is in a good way. If you guys have suggestions for example, the map pool, let me know. If you have any other suggestion when it comes to content and how we can improve that league, my DMs are always open. The Discord is always open. But yeah, that is so much, I think, from my part towards the German scene.
Yeah, I think the only thing where we can do a little bit of a teaser is that we are obviously also planning to improve on some things while keeping everything that is good the same. One of the key points that Neo and myself have tried to make work is basically a broadcast upgrade for the later stages of the tournament. And we really, really, really hope that this time for Season 4, we will finally be able to do it. This is rarely really a money thing. It's more like a schedule thing where we need a lot of people in one place to do that. But we hope that with a little bit of more pre-planning this time, we will be able to give you a really awesome playoffs broadcast.
Yeah, I heard your colleague Benny is inviting into his home, basically.
Yeah, exactly. We have a studio in Bavaria. We have been upgrading it more and more and more. We have never used it for Warcraft, but while it could definitely work, and getting maybe at least the entire broadcast stuff into one place to number one, basically make the stream even more amazing, but also maybe create some content around it would be something that we would love to do. And I think this time we will finally be able to.
All right, we got the DACH region covered, but there's many more countries in this world to celebrate Warcraft, Gideon, do you know?
Yeah. So let's go international then. Shall I just take the lead, or would you like to start?
Yes, please. No, I've been casting for 7.5 hours already. You do everything.
All right, perfect. So everyone, we know that in this chat right now, and probably also maybe people seeing this VOD, who really love the international events, who really enjoy both attending or watching Rara Land, and who were probably not too happy with the fact that this year, apart from a Rara Land, a bit smaller event early in the year, we've not had a Rara Land event. It was 100% planned to have one. We've sadly had a lot of different hardships that took place, which made Rara Land 2025 impossible. Almost all of them are connected to the venue where we've been for the last iterations in Dortmund, the base deck going out of business while owing us 20,000 euros. So we both didn't have a venue and also lost a 5-digit number with the last event, which was quite horrible and almost company breaking. So it was simply way too hard to have another Rara Land edition, but we are very, very happy to announce that we right now have several different opportunities to have another Rara Land, and that we are super close basically to confirming a Rara Land 2026 in the first half of the year. It's basically all just logistics that need to be clarified to make that happen.
All right. How much more do you want to give away?
Oh, I'm always one to share way too much, and then people on my team are mad with me, but let's do it. So one of the main things that is very likely to happen is this will be the first Rara Land edition, and also the first being esports event ever, that is not going to take place in Germany, while it's going to be a neighboring country very close on the other side of the border. It would be the Netherlands. So we found a really great event location there, which would love to have us visit, which is way bigger than the 2 venues that we've had for the previous iterations. So it would give us space for more computers. It would give us space for a bigger tournament. It would give us space for more viewer tickets, which was actually one of the main things that we wanted to do with the next Rara Land iteration, because we always sold out and always had a lot of people asking if they could buy more tickets, mostly because they enjoyed the previous iteration so much. We have so many reoccurring visitors, is awesome. So it would be big enough so that we most likely couldn't sell it out. That is one of the things that we can share. I can also tease the time a little bit. So it's very, very likely to be in the middle of May 2026. That is the most likely thing that will occur. There are some chances that it might be April or June, but mid of May is the most likely one.
Yeah, that seems like it. Should we give the city away, the venue away? Or not yet?
Why not? Why not? I mean, the venue is subject to change. We are speaking to some other places in Germany. The main difficulty I've been speaking about this a lot of times and with a lot of people, so I don't want to annoy you. Number one is just venue cost and having PCs and internet on site, right? That is like the number one thing. It is very rare to have all three, an affordable venue with enough PCs and good enough internet, because for whatever reason, we cannot use the LAN client, which is, let's not talk about it. So that is very difficult. And we found a place in Eindhoven in the Netherlands, which is very well connected, has an airport, has a huge train station. It's very easily reachable also for all of the German people. We know that like 50-60% of our Rara Land visitors usually are from Germany. You will get there, some of you potentially even faster, depending on where you live in Germany. So yeah, it is, I would say, 90% confirmed that it will be in May and that it will be in Eindhoven. And if this will work out and if we will be able to announce this, it's going to be very, very soon, very likely within this year.
Yeah, and a special shout out to Razor from the Netherlands, who said, oh, wait, you need a location? Okay, that's my job now. And he kind of found this by himself and made the connection by himself. So without Razor, none of this would really be possible.
Yep, and they have two amazing people that he got us in touch with on site who also really love esports events. As you can see, they have a couple of like smaller gaming events and experience with gaming events like Nintendo Smash. They have the Eindhoven Gaming Days where they are playing a couple of other games as well on site. So they have some experience, which also is a big plus, because having 0 people at the venue who can tell you how their tech stuff works in combination with esports things is horrible. So having those there is just great. And we've been there, we've visited, we've talked to them, I would say like a dozen times now. They are super committed. We are super committed. It looks as if it would work out money-wise without cranking up the ticket prices too much. So we really hope that this will work out and will be the best iteration of Rara yet. I'm convinced it will be, because we will just have so much more space and things to play with for the show.
Exactly. So that's basically the update, right? We're still planning on doing it. We are very, very, very close to committing to that location. Eindhoven, super awesome to reach. Probably the best venue, amazing people to work with. And then the next update, when can people expect the next update?
So the next update for the Dach Inferno, it's already out on the homepage. I will post a Discord post in a second. So if you're looking for the qualifiers and more information on the relegation, that will be up very, very soon. Shared both by Jannis, Back to Warcraft, Being Esports, and myself. So you will find it wherever you're followed or joined. The next update on Rara Land, we have our meeting, basically the final one, where we will say, yes, it works out, or no, it doesn't work out with that specific venue on the 7th of November. So basically, however long it takes after the 7th of November, to create a nice little video and write a nice little post and create some amazing assets. So I assume if it all works out by the middle of November, you should know that there will be one. And then I assume we will get the tickets ready for you early in December.
And if not, we send you very angry tweets.
Yes, please do so. I love them.
Alrighty. If there's anything else, the stage is, of course, yours.
Can I go into 2 questions from the chat quickly?
Yes.
I mean, do we have the time? Or are your games already gone? Oh, perfect. All right. Will Russian players be able to attend if they can make it to the Netherlands? We don't mind at all. So obviously politics is out of the window. Obviously you can attend if you're attending as a player that loves Warcraft and wants to join the community. You're very welcome. And we will work very hard to have all of the top international players on site to provide you with really awesome quarterfinals and finals. Semi-finals and finals, or lower bracket finals and finals, depending on the system that we're going to run with. So yes, you will be able to do so. How much do Rara Land tickets cost? I can link you in a second a post on the price of the previous ones, and you can just expect these to be inflationsbereinigt. Please help me here. So they will be a bit more expensive because the last 2 years have been very expensive years, but they won't be a lot more more expensive. And we're also working on a bring your own computer ticket for this one, which would even be a bit cheaper, so that we can have more people on site if they are able to bring their own devices.
Perfect.
All right.
That's it
Cool.
for me.
Amazing. I will answer some more questions in the chat and leave you to it with the amazing final that I will also watch.
Wonderful. Thank you for the update. Looking forward to the future.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to have a great rest of your evening and everybody else as well.
Take care and greetings to
Bye-bye.
the family. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Dark Inferno back. Rara Land back on the menu. I think that is some at least very, very solid news, even though it's not 1000% confirmed. It's more than nothing and more than we had before. And that's like a positive outlook towards the next year, I guess. So it's time to switch out Gideon again for my beloved co-casters for this entire weekend. And I hope they are ready for an amazing grand final. Soul, Carson, I hope you didn't miss me too much.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Yeah, very pog news. Very pog news. Recently, I was traveling to Netherlands to visit TwitchCon Europe, and let me tell you, Eindhoven, super nice airport, super nice TC city, well organized, and yes, very good prices.
The Torrent Chieftain there? Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Yes, everything was there. So yes, amazing city, and yes, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I know that it's not final, right? But yes, thank you for putting the effort there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Of course, we'd love to have you as much as we can. How is the status of our grand final, everybody?
We are just awaiting you. Carson did amazing job. Lobby is ready. Players are ready. Maps are ready. Are you ready?
I am in the process of joining the game. I just have to make sure that our overlay is also ready and that the player cams are on. They will probably enable it when I'm here. And did I get a dot already, or is it fine for now?
All good. Actually, it timed out perfectly. I said it should be 6-7 minutes to them about 7.5 minutes ago. So I'm sure we have about another 15 to 20 seconds before Starbuck hits us with a dot.
We're timing this really well. Love it. Alrighty, then let's talk grand finals, everybody. We got one player coming from the winner bracket. We got one player coming from the lower bracket. Starbuck is going into this as the favorite, but maybe he's facing his biggest opponent to date. Starbuck's way into the final here, up against his brother in arms, that is Kraft. 2-1, hectic game. Starbuck said, it's Friday evening. I'm just enjoying myself. I have a cheeky cold one, and we're just vibing. Then against Jens, it was a tough task again. 2-1. It's not a I'm gonna stomp all performance here up until today. Starbuck 3-0 DeathNote was not just a win, that was a statement.
Yeah, he totally dominated that first series. He said he was going to show up to play today, and he absolutely did, but a much different matchup against Dise, against Night Elf, and a much more warmed-up opponent. Dise has already had a long 5-map series to prepare himself. And we do have all 5 maps. We're going to start on Concealed Hill. We have Tidehunters, Autumn Leaves, Warhail for Starbucks loser picks, Springtime, Northern Isles, Hammerfall for Dise, a best of 7. No upper bracket advantage. We're going to get all 7 maps, and I hope we do go that far.
Hope so too, man. Hope so too. We're still waiting for the player cams, and then we're ready to go. Man, is Starbuck the favorite? Is that just how it's gonna be, or is there a chance for Dise?
In the recent Warcraft Champions finals, season 20, there was Starbuck there. Season 21, there was Starbuck there, but he lost to a Night Elf, to mighty Jens. This time he was able to deal with Jens, but they went head to head. It was 2-1 for Starbuck, A lot of things happened there. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for another Night Elf to challenge mighty Starbuck. We'll see about that. The game is loading. It's going to be Concealed Hill. The first map of the grand final is live. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Tail of the tape, everybody. This is the 13th best player in the world against the 20th best, but this ELO ranking means not much in my book because these guys have been the strongest players in this entire tournament. They bring their absolute A game. Starbuck has the chance to win 2 tournaments on one day, and Dise could get revenge from, I guess, earlier today. 2-0 was the result for Starbuck over Dise. That was surely a learning. Dise is a smart person, and we are so ready to go. The W3Champions Season 22 Grand Final. Here we go.
Number one, Concealed Hill. Of course, we saw a lot of Warden in the previous series. We may see it again. It's a long series. We could see a wide variety of heroes, of course, but would expect the Demon Hunter here to start for Dise. We'll see how much one-base Starbuck is willing to play. We'll see how much Archmage. We'll see if he's willing to even bust out a cheese. He said in the interview yesterday, you know, you could throw Dark Ranger in a longer series once, maybe twice, but we're not going to always start with it. We're not going to do it every single time. So be ready for that sort of a style, but to start our series here, standard play so far.
Alrighty, yeah, there is a lot of cheekiness from both players to be expected. I'm still waiting for a little bit more. Like Starbuck has shown us glimpses already. He can play Dark Ranger, as you say. He got these cheeky Mountain King tower pushes even on big maps. And what's with Dise? We haven't seen his Beastmaster in a long time. We haven't seen a Keeper like Jens is playing. Like, if you think, well, Starbuck won against Jens. Jens is a super good player. He's probably going to be the successor of Dise as well. I would say Dise and Jens, very, very different players, and it's just not a carbon copy of the other.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago that Jens pretty much never played Warden either. He was always exclusively Keeper. He's played a little bit more recently, but Dise has played a lot of Warden, which is obviously, as we saw in the last series, much different games than the Keeper. A lot of harass, but for now, Demon Hunter. Perhaps even one base from Starbuck, but a Mountain King first. This can go a couple of directions.
Like sideways?
Sideways, forward, upward, backwards, sideways, down, everywhere.
Okay, we got all 360 degrees covered, everybody. Demon Hunter starting well with claws. Mountain King also very appreciative of more armor if he wants to be the front liner. Very hard to predict, even on Concealed Hill with the Mountain King. That's kind of a Korean thing, I would say. JadeDark was probably the most renowned for that very, very early on. Different patch, different times, but that set the path for this MK to work.
TP sold, Circlet, Dust purchased to be able to hunt down those archers. Ooh, Insnare, unfortunate. That's not part of the flowchart for Starbuck. That's going to be first blood in this series right now for Dise potentially, but the archer will be traded. Try to deny the footman. Maybe can surround the archer. Not quite a 4-point, but the block will do it.
Oh man, yeah, usually it's the Bucky Murloc, this time it's the Bucky Troll, but here's the diamond that you wanted in the lower bracket already. Stormbolt, Surround, and Dise might be forced into a TP out, trying to get out, and with the help of Immolation, he can do it. Mountain King, no more mana, might hope for a bash here. We play Ring Around the Rosie.
Oh, bash against the trees. One more bash, and it could be a TP force, but the Demon Hunter barely squeaks out. I would say, overall, not too bad for Dise. A big delay on the potential expansion. 2 footmen down can go to the fountain, and although Starbuck will be able to creep the expansion now, there's an AP coming up near the main base.
Ooh, very, very Lawliot-esque play. Bridge some time with an AP. If that is undetected, this can cause a lot of trouble in the base and buy so much time, especially since Starbuck is expanding now. Against Lawliot, Starbuck would scout this position a million times. Against Dise, not so sure.
Especially on the first map of a series, to have this aggressive or perhaps even cheesy of a style is not very common. Mana burn now. Mountain King is just a bash machine at this point. Wisp is scouting to see if he can get any kills, but the Demon Hunter can't really do much of anything. Bash, gotta be really careful with this DH.
You gotta play around the bash, Dise. You were victim to that already in the lower bracket on Hammerfall. That cost you the game. Huntress are coming in. AP on the right-hand side. Huntress on the left-hand side. Is it enough pressure against this MK?
Speed perhaps could be good for both players. Trying to staff out. 2 attempts to get a bash. 0 procs there. Gets back to the Moonwells. Very, very efficient now. The AP is up. Has to waddle through the trees now. 2 Huntresses towards the expansion. Mountain King would desperately love level 3 because that would give him enough mana for another Stormbolt.
And of course a stronger Stormbolt in that. Is the tree eating? Absolutely. Veggie diet, of course. That was the one block. He's stuck next to the tower and the reveal is ready as well. Dise is getting 1 kill. It's not an all-in. It's not mass hunts. It's a tech behind it. And I wonder what Starbuck is thinking when he sees that Ancient Protector in his base.
surrounded again. That's 2 nice kills by Starbuck, but now the Demon Hunter able to pressure the peasants. That's going to be perhaps a couple more kills. Really nice micro from Starbuck. Oh my god, one more peasant might go down. Look how precise it is from Starbuck, keeping everything alive.
So clean, dude. Oh my god. 3 peasants saved here. Demon Hunter cannot reach. When is it Dice's time to reveal his secret weapon? Now it is, and there's a couple of hurt peasants here in the gold mine. Gotta evacuate them quickly as well.
He's not letting it root. Notice that the militia on top of the Ancient Protector, so he can't root down. Starbuck was really, really well done with that. Preemptively called a militia. He can't root still. He's trying to find the space, but he cannot. There we go. Demon Hunter comes in now. Was that enough with the tree eat as well?
Ooh, not looking too great here. Workers are being attacked. Naga, can she? He must be able to go through here, right? Absolutely. Demon Hunter has a TP still. The tower is down. Staff might not be possible with all that damage raining down on the demon. Gets a little greedy. In the meantime, Hunts have been cleaning this entire economy line on the left-hand side.
Very difficult game for Starbuck, and really nicely done with that militia to stop the AP from rooting. If that hadn't have happened, this could have been probably game over with that Huntress split, but that saved him, kept him in the game. Double lore coming up for Dice, needs to heal up. Might want to use the fountains while he's still got a little bit of daytime, but does drink his moon juice, and now just going to continue creeping. Is Dice happy with the damage he's done? Is he just going to go into a standard game now, I wonder?
I don't know, man, but you gotta respect Dice's approach here. Starbuck in the winner's interview saying, you know, I was a StarCraft player before. Was a bit faster and that, yada, yada. And Dice decides, okay, you know what? I'm gonna play a macro 2-pronged attack against the StarCraft player. That's some balls.
Definitely very hard to keep up with all the harass, and, you know, hard to scout for that AP. He's now blocking the way in the trees with a farm, and the footman is scouting for more APs. Yeah, he's expecting more aggression, and correctly so. There's a shop coming up aggro towards the fountain, and Starbuck is just scouting with footman. He doesn't want to be surprised again.
Huntress can still dominate the footman quite a bit. Tech only at 1/3. Footman is falling. Demon Hunter close to 3, and there's going to be more pressure if I interpret this Ancient of War position enough. Naga has, of course, a lot of room to grow. Will be amazing on level 3 and onward. We do have a tier 3, so Bears also coming, and maybe even a chance for Mountain Giants on this map.
Starbuck saw that shop, that Ancient of Wonders with his footman, and maybe is a little bit afraid. I wouldn't be surprised to see him build a couple of towers in his main base as well. He's expecting mass aggression, but the tier 3 tech shows us, of course, that it may not be. A third Huntress is going to fall to the Stormbolt. It seems like shop was almost done on time to buy the staff, but Heal Scroll now burned. It's a lot of damage from the Demon Hunter.
Demon, no TP here. Might resort to the staff, as you say. Mountain King maneuvering out on that level of the bottom right-hand side. Demon Hunter is doing way more damage here. 5,400 already. Still some mana to be used here for immolation. 1, 2, 3 footman kill are possible, but not that likely.
Coming up, footman retreat to the Arcane, but the Demon Hunter more or less out of mana. Naga now pressuring with the staff, can get the Demon Hunter out of a tricky situation. There is no TP, so got to be careful of a Stormbolt potential surround, but for now, Demon Hunter getting lots of value. Could maybe cancel the guard tower. He's just going for the blacksmith instead. I think he should go for these constructing towers, perhaps. Oh, Mountain King has a bolt. Very, very careful situation. You got to be careful, Dice.
No TP. 1 bolt, 1 bash can seal the deal. And end game 1 in this best of 7. Stormbolt onto the Naga. She has the staff, of course. He desperately is trying to clobber down the Black Citadel. Doesn't work. Staff transferred. Amazing. But how do you get the demon out?
Oh, he's wanted mana stealing to stop the Stormbolt. Bear comes in for the Reju. I thought he was going to lose the Demon Hunter there. Really nice usage of that item there.
That was so good. The arrival of the bear with the Reju. We get another bash. That's not only the stun, but also the bonus damage, mind you. So again, gotta be playing around that. Starbuck holds on to the I just say Black Citadel, right? Blacksmith, of course. Went of mana stealing again. Mountain King in trouble. Demon Hunter in trouble. Lots of action in game 1.
And yet again, it was at 74 mana. If he got the bolt, the Demon Hunter was dead there, but he uses the item perfectly. Naga comes back in now with an Orb of Venom, and the pressure continues. Guard tower, 10 seconds. Could be canceled, but it'd be very risky for Dice to go in that base.
It's very risky in general. Mana potion ready, locked and loaded. Reju again, saves his life. Dryads create some space. Mountain King still in the race. Demon Hunter still in the race. This game is on a knife's edge.
How often do we see him struggle this much in the early game? He's been pressured a lot, trying to save the Rifleman, Rejuve, but this is more or less, dare I say, all in for Dice. He's got no counter expansion. he's really got no TP. He's investing all of his resources into this push right now. He's going to try to break the base, maybe stop the production.
Man, you gotta respect. This guy just played 5 maps against DeathNote, also a human player. And then here in this best of 7, he's still able to bring a completely new strategy to the table. Starbuck is struggling a little bit, was hoping for a cleaner, more flawless game after that expansion was up and after that AP was defended. Demon Hunter now in trouble, needs the staff to work. Naga, where's the staff? There it is.
Their bear does get surrounded. Archmage, though, forgotten about. Level 3 now on the Naga. There is a bolt for the Mountain King. Use it on the Naga. I don't think he has any chance of getting surrounded. That bear will fall, however. Oh, Mountain King's actually got to be careful. There's a Fork Lightning level 2.
Oh, wait a second. Slow arrow, retreating. Dryad slow as well, but the Water Elemental is able to create the space necessary. It's nighttime now. So far, Dice's game plan has been extremely precise. He was probably hoping to do a little bit more damage as Starbuck's defenses was also very good. Feels like he needs a little bit of time to rest at the pool.
Definitely, I'm amazed he was able to heal up his heroes so many times. And now we go for the red camp. Risky. We saw the red camp go very, very poorly previously today. Shouldn't happen again, though. Space being given to both players right now to get some creeping done. Archmage going to go to the lab, and the red camp will go to Dise. That is Warsong Battle Drums. Fantastic item for him.
All right, little bit of damage boost here. Could have been better, could have been worse. Archmage back from the tavern, Mountain King, and we gotta say, Starbuck's one of his biggest weapons, I think, shop control. He always gets an absurd amount of heal scrolls, and it helps him so much in these fights against Fork Lightning, against Immolation. This is what you need, and he always has the presence of mind, he always has the resources, and he always has the time to grab them.
So the counter expansion now as well. He's also 45 out of 50. Wouldn't mind seeing a Priestess third from him. That's very commonly what we see when the Night Elf player starts to get a little bit comfortable, as Dice should be in this game. No TP still, though. He's got to be very careful, but Starbuck hightailing it out of here. Going to lose one Rifleman, but he's just going to hide behind his Arcane Tower if he can. He needs more time to prepare.
Exactly, and Dise needs some time for this expansion to work as well. He's happy with every pickup that he can. Double kill for pretty much free, just a little bit of mana. Absolutely fine. In the meantime, more bears are streaming in. Expansion is growing 50%. Breakers on the way for Starbuck. He has to figure out that this is a counter expansion. He probably feels it by the way the pressure has lessened.
For now, he just kind of got to chill in his base. He's can prepare a push. Maybe he can get a reveal from the lab, something like that. Confirm that it's an expo, and then he knows he's got one play. Oh, is that me or is that everyone?
That is you. I can stream in Discord if you want.
I can always I'll just disconnect. It's all good.
Yep. Let me get the camera up and stream it to you. You will be relying on my camera control like a pleb.
I got the stream open too as well. So
There's delay though. Nobody likes delay.
Beb's in the chat, everybody.
There you go.
There we go. I got you. Thank you.
Should be able to see it now. Thankfully, not a critical moment. We were resting a little bit. Unfortunate. The disconnect protection isn't perfect yet, I guess.
Well, I already left. It's making me do the whole thing. I left
Yeah, 45. There you go. Everybody wants you out. Unanimous decision.
All right, Expo about 20 seconds away. And seems like the pressure from the early game really has helped out Dise to get in a very comfortable position in this game, especially if he gets those Mountain Giants. I think you mentioned them at the early game, but if he can get there.
Very curious to see if Dise is willing to add a third hero, maybe Potom again as we've seen before, maybe a Pit Lord that has been quite trendy today as well. Subi Mask, nice for the Naga, level 4 for her. No Orb of Venom on her, so Frost Arrow might still do something. Starbuck, 66 food. What's the magic number to go for the push?
It's got to be pretty soon, right? He's got the heal scrolls that he wanted. He wants maybe Archmage level 3. I mean, Mountain King level 5 is pretty sick as well. He could even retrain to Clap. He needs Invis to make Clap work, of course, so you Invis the Mountain King, and then re-Invis so you can avoid that mana burn. But for now, just preparing the push. Creeping continues. Demon Hunter probably won't get level 5 anytime soon, but for now, he does have level 2 mana burn at least to deal with what's going to be just water elementals and no Clap, not the AoE that I was hoping for from Starbuck.
Oh, yeah, no Blizzard either, no Mortar teams. It's not the optimal army just yet. Double heal scroll instead of triple, no level 3, as you say. Demon Hunter, by the way, got Talisman of Evasion, so his full skill arsenal has been unlocked, and he can also play with the Wand of Illusion, which might trick Starbuck a little bit, or at least force some dispels.
Going to the main base, Stormbolt, Mana Burns exchanged. Moonwells might go down. Demon Hunter, he's attempting to surround it. That is an ambitious play from Starbuck, but he does lock it in. Needs to defend his casters in the back from the Bears. That is a lot of AoE from that Fork Lightning. The positioning seems very, very good. Yeah, forcing the TP immediately.
Wow, felt like Starbuck wasn't expecting Dice's army to be so close when only the staff was coming in, nicely setting up that flank on the right-hand side. Army exposed, and for Starbuck, nothing to win here. For Dice, a lot. And that is time. 20 seconds on the clock until we get 2-base.
Getting better for the Night Elf. He still has a ways to go in terms of army quality. He can get more upgrades. He can get Mountain Giants. He can get Fairy Dragons. He could get a third hero. He could get more orbs. Whereas Starbuck, you know, pretty much more breakers, more heal scrolls, and go. Maybe he could retrain, but he's not getting a ton stronger without a tier 3 tech.
Yeah, he could still go for some upgrades. He has 0-0 on the breakers. He could add mortars, as we said, but without tier 3, they're not really that good. I mean, tier 3 would unlock an entirely different arsenal, but that would also then give Dice a lot more time for the before-mentioned Mountain Giants, maybe fairies, and everything that you mentioned before already. Supply is getting closer and closer. With the tier 2 army, what can you really do? I can tell you, you can read a book, and that book teaches you how to summon a Blizzard.
Blizzard is going to help out a lot against this bear numbers, so we'll see if he can get the value that he needs out of that. Generally, you want some sort of, you know, blockade in the front, whether it be breakers or whether it be some sort of militia called building like a lumber mill, something like that, but we'll see how well the Blizzard lands. This is going to be the hard carry in the fight. Whether or not the Blizzard lands will make or break this push.
And that's the choke that Starbuck wants. With the breakers up front, it's not an easy situation. The Blizzard is crazy. Look at the Archmage damage numbers. It's 300 apiece. And he has only one heal scroll. How is he getting out of there?
Absolutely insane. Demon Hunter is level 5 in the back, but Stormbolt is controlling him for now. Naka with relatively full mana has yet to Fork Lightning at all. The Blizzard is just doing so much damage. It's absurd. He's just ignoring it. Look at all the bears.
I think there was 3,000 damage with like 2 Blizzards, but the Archmage is being nuked now. And where's your carry?
Oh, that's so unfortunate to lose that hero. That was such a great start to the fight. Immediately Tavern revives it. You need that aura.
Oh my god!
Another heal scroll used to save the Archmage, just barely keeping the Demon Hunter alive, who is now healed up to full yet again. All those bears, we see them waddling to the fountain now as well. Demon Hunter comes back in. He's got to be getting a lot of experience, getting closer and closer to level 6. Naga also getting close to level 5. Demon Hunter, careful again.
He's getting closer to 6 feet under. Demon Hunter has been wiped. And now what's left to stop Starbuck from taking the 1-0 in the grand final? One lousy Fork Lightning, a couple of bears here. Naga close to 5, but isn't 5. Lots of gold on Dice's side, but he still decides to go for an Altar Revive. No Tavern, as he might lack the lumber. Surround on the bear. This is Starbuck on victory road.
Just has not really been using mana. There's level 5. Still has half mana this far into the fight. I feel like Dice left some to be desired. Nice surround. Uproot on the Ancient of Wonders. Naga at least lives for now. Oh, maybe the Archmage kill could be a play, forcing that TP. But yeah, I just feel like he left a little bit on the table in terms of micro. Could have done a lot more with that Naga.
It's been a long day for Dice, of course, but a lot of reactions were amazing. 74 seconds. Naga's coming in. Absolute Hail Mary. She's invis. He doesn't see her coming. Zap and go! And
Nice
play.
play.
He anticipates the Stormbolt. Grand plays by Dice. But is it enough to save him the game?
To the Moonwell, but surrounded, and it can't uproot that altar. Tries to save the Naga, but unfortunately not able to. Demon Hunter going to be back in 50 seconds. There is a decent number of bears that came back from the fountain. Hold up a second. Tavern rebuy again on the Archmage. It's just bears right now. That's it.
35 food, 40 seconds on the Demon. Dice still fighting. No sign of fatigue here, really. But yeah, this is just the end of the road, is it not? Bears falling left and right, and Starbuck takes map number 1.
From 2 players, and definitely this is the highlight play on this grand final already. Invisible Naga 4 gold lightning on the Archmage, and then immediately he waited for the bolt, pop the invul. And as you guys mentioned, the game was looking so good, much better and better for Dise until the last very moment when Archmage decided to just blizzard every single bear. That was a terrible position for Dise. He was trying hard, the micro was there, but this one position just destroyed his entire game plan.
Dude, that was just game 1 out of a potential best of 7. I don't know to what heights we can elevate this still, but it was a goddamn great start.
Absolutely crazy. Such an aggressive play. It felt like Dise was in like the best situation possible, but it shows that at this level, it all comes down to sometimes one fight. If your micro's not there, you can just lose the game, and all the bears clumping together. We mentioned the blizzard, and that was about as good as blizzard gets against bears, honestly.
Sol, I think your camera's off.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was looking at the game, I'm sorry.
It's alright, it is, of course.
God, those micro was too tense.
It was incredible, wasn't it? Also, Dice's timings, man. He is well prepared. Now, you guys, or is it me and you, Sol? Is it me and you?
Yep, that's right.
That is absolutely right. We go on to map number 2. If Starbuck close 2-0 ahead here, door to a championship is wide open, but Dise has something against that, I'm sure. Springtime is the map.
It should be the best map for Dise. We'll see about that. By the way, when Starbuck played in Dolphin Super League, like he was constantly losing on Springtime. You probably remember, Neo, this super close series versus Moon, when like you had to do CSI, like back to Warcraft analysis of frame to frame, like base rate. And yes, there was a little bit of like a cares, right? That Starbuck is just losing versus Nidals on Springtime. Maybe he wants to change that, and yes, Dise, this is the Dise map, so maybe Dise believes in faith. And so far, I'm checking the Ancient of War position. It's going to be a very greedy creeping of expansion. Is it going to be an fast expo? I don't think so, but the time will tell.
There's so many opportunities how this match is going. Could be another Demon Hunter pressure play, of course. We've seen AP pushes before. We could go late game. The one thing that cannot happen to Dise is a situation like on Concealed Hill where all his bears are clumped up and get attacked by a blizzard once again. And here on Springtime, there's actually a lot of positions where this is possible. So maybe try to end the game faster, play a little bit like life, go for the tower push once again, but Starbuck will be ready, whatever it's coming.
Dise will have an idea how to deal with these late game things, but of course, in order to go to the late game, you need to have a decent early game to just not die. And yes, let's see what the players are going to do. Starbuck is crossing the map with his scouting footman. It means that he will know that Dise is creeping the big camp. What is he going to do about that? We'll see. So far, yes, the plan of Dise is working. He's creeping without any issues, and it's pretty funny because Nidal is creeping bigger camp than the human. That's pretty rare. At start, of course.
Exactly. Like a little bit like Jens, I would say. Just don't make the mistake of deny. Exactly. Sasquatch is gone. Demon Hunter Gloves of Haste. Probably not the item he was looking for, but can't complain that early.
And Snare on the footy. That's a nice gift. Welcoming gift for Dise. He's going to finish the footman. Oh yes, and yes, at the start of the game, missing units, like one unit is much more important at the start of the game than at the end. Definitely a little bit of luck, and yes, this Ensnare help Dise a lot. Starbuck on the other side of the map is starting his expert.
Okay then, we get a 2-base game at some point, I would say. Dise is teching first and foremost, needs the tier 2 faster than Starbuck does. Starbuck needs the income more than Dise does at the beginning, as you can bridge a lot with the Demon Hunter. We got that classic fight about the null, or do we? Starbuck, if he wanted to intercept that, he's like 10 seconds too late.
It's free agility on the Demon Hunter. That's another good item. The troll wanted to ensnare, but died before that. And now the question is, Dise, are you going to harass the Expo? And he says yes, please. Demon Hunter is going north, and Starbuck is he scouting for potential counter Expo. Look, Ancient of War positioning kinda makes Starbuck scout with entire army. He's getting I mean, he's not getting full information. Killing the Ancient of War is not that great. Starbuck is pulling back his peasant. He's not going to expand Dise now. Starbuck is committing into Ancient of War, but we have the healthy amount of archers. I don't know. I think it's looking quite good for Dise.
Looking okay so far for sure. Both players' plans have been ruined, I would say. At the same time where Starbuck pulled back his peasants, Dise was pulling back the wisps as well that he probably wanted to use for an expansion. But as we said, man, for Starbuck, this expansion is way more important. Dise is almost done with tier 2, 45 seconds. That is perfectly in line with the Hunter's Hall. Demon Hunter has a staff already, can be mobile. He loves the Demon Hunter staff into bases, but not just yet.
It's very defensive play by Dise. You know, he let human expansion like unscouted, because immediately after he pulled back, Starbuck started his expo, and the fight for the last hit goes to the human player. So, but yes, at least Dise lumber economy is not suffering. At least Dise base is not under pressure. But I think Starbuck is more than happy to have his expansion surrounded the Demon Hunter level up in the perfect moment. Neo, it's immolation level 2 with a little bit more HP. This Demon Hunter is able to destroy all of those footies. And let me tell you, Moonwells are in a good shape, and there are 4 of them.
There was also a wisp at Starbuck's upcoming expansion. I thought maybe he wants to staff there, but cooldown prevents that for now. And Starbuck is, of course, applying great pressure as well. Footman has to be denied. Naga is up. Wisp is coming. And we're on a collision course again on the right-hand side.
Yeah, there's no Arcane Tower in the main base as well, and Demon Hunter of Immolation level 2 can do miracles both versus Footies and Militia, of course. And melee units with low HP, they will just die versus this guy. There was an Ancient Protector approach, but that got cancelled. And man, the Starbuck main base without the Arcane Tower, if Dise could staff there, that would be huge. We'll see about that. We have Ancient Protector growing, and is Arcane Tower ready? Arcane Tower is just ready in the perfect time. Dise is going to be able to secure his base, which is very nice. And you mentioned the staff now is out of cooldown, and Demon Hunter is going in. We are going to try to kill the Arcane Tower.
He doesn't care about this Arcane Tower at all. Burning all the mana with level 2 Immolation. That's so much damage. The peasants are falling left and right. Starbuck was also a bit out of position here. He got the double claw. That's lots of damage. He's dealing with the AP really, really well, but who deals with his peasants?
AP wasn't cancelled, so first big micro mistake by Dise. He lost all of the resources. He lost the Wisp, and he gave experience to Starbuck. But how good is this pressure? Dise is not going to for tier 3. He wants to finish game on tier 2, but with losing Ancient Protector, I don't know if he can follow up.
Starbuck trying to wall off once again. We had this battle around the blacksmith already on Concealed Hill. Tier 2 pressure is the name of the game so far. No counter expansion, just pure damage. Again, the Demon Hunter doesn't care if he's under... Whoa, that's a lot of wisps coming. He doesn't care if he's under the Arcane Tower. Naga cares a little bit, but all that we care about is physical damage, and that's a lot on the Night Elf side.
Are joining us, and that's perfect. Slow effect from Dreads is amazing, you know, to pick some targets, and the amount of wisp is telling the entire story. Demon needs to be careful. He is 23 HP TP, and look at this, he doesn't want to teleport the rest of his army. Naga with Dread stays at the battlefront, and Demon Hunter is going back to the base. That's very nice. There is Dispel already, so the Dryads are providing a lot of value. Ancient of Wonders is under construction, and look at this healthy Demon Hunter.
Dude, this is so precise. He town portaled away when his staff was like 1 second away from being off cooldown. Then he heals up and stabs back in. Another cancel, but you gotta be so careful. Naga might be low on mana, but it's easy to regenerate this 5 to 10 mana for a Frost Arrow. Starbuck is in deep trouble, and he doesn't have a regeneration scroll nor a TP to get out of here.
Dise wants to push into the expansion, even though in the main base there is no towers, but in the main base you can pull militia, you know, so it's always like which decision is less bad, basically. And can he bridge Starbuck here? He's at super low HP, Neo! I think Dise is looking okay here.
Wait a second, the Demon Hunter doesn't have a staff, doesn't have a TP, and Archmage got 2 claws. We need a shop. We need a shop. 40 seconds on cooldown. Staff also 30 seconds. There's no way to get home. Archmage can rest, but the lack of shop for Starbuck is very, very bad for him right now.
22 HP, he went to buy heal scrolls to like very dangerous camp. 11 HP Demon Hunter! He didn't die to creeps, but it was so close.
Didn't even catch that. My eyes were on the Archmage, who finally made his way out of that contain. And we're sieging with Dryads.
Tier 2 is online. It means that Workshop can appear, but as you mentioned, Ancient of Wonder is very important. If you don't have bears, you can heal with healing potions, which is amazing. And yes, Dise has access to it. Starbuck wants to take some harass inside of the main base, but Demon Hunter got stabbed back, no problem there.
Got a potion as well in case he needs it. A little bit of splash damage from the AP. Always forces repair, forces resources. The clock is ticking for Starbuck, but the lumber is a massive issue. Even though he just invested into that Arcane Sanctum for some priests that will finally get the Archmage back up as well. Dise is losing a couple of HP, but he is dealing damage.
Interesting second hero choice by Starbuck. He went for Paladin, not Mountain King. He's like, Dise is so good with operating Staff of Preservation. He has a lot of Dryads. I will just focus on healing, and that's pretty good. The pressure is big. Look at Naga. Naga is like super low HP, but without Mountain King, it's not that dangerous. Demon Hunter has heal scroll. Demon Hunter has healing potion. He's going in. He's immolation. He's basically going through all of those Starbuck units. It gives a lot of time for Ancient Protectors. Neo, the expansion is out of order, and the main Starbuck army is not doing that much. This is looking better and better for Dise, but still, he needs more.
Dise is creating a lot of cost right now. There's so much repair, not a single peasant mining anymore. Starbuck's base seemed to be broken. Did Dise do it? Or can Starbuck somehow recover it? He got 0 lumber.
He has big lumber needs, but he's getting rifles, and rifles are amazing versus Dryads. I'm checking the main base of Dise, and Dise made the decision. He's going for tier 3 already. He thinks that he will be able to break this expo, and he's already investing into his future. But definitely this guy has a, I don't know, bank saving account, that's for sure.
His stonks go up, that's for sure. 1 AP down, only 1 to deal with. But the Demon Hunter is looking fantastic, can clobber it down quickly. Does he have the time to also deal with the Town Hall? It very much looks like it. Starbuck is already going for plan B. He's trying to creep up a little, but I'm missing that X Factor. I'm missing a Mountain King that can win the game. This is a super strong position for Dise, and it very much looks like 1-1.
There is still, you know, he still needs to get into tier 3. He still needs to get his bears. His opponent, Starbuck, right? He has some rifles, but let me tell you, this position is super good for the Night Elf, and you know, he can creep. He has nice levels as well. The tech timing is amazing. As you mentioned, lumber economy for Dise is not that bad. Even he invested into all of those structures, and Starbuck says GG. Maybe he scouted the tier 3, maybe not. GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing game.
Aggressive playstyle again. Makes it work. 1-1 now in a best of 7. It's always good to start off a long series with a tied series. Very happy with that result. Starbuck might need to think about his early games a little bit more. He had fantastic items. Maybe took a little bit too much damage on the Archmage. And now we go on to Tidehunters to see who's going to go up with a 1-map advantage after map number 3. Tidehunters maybe a warded map even. We could see that from Dise now.
Yeah,
The only thing I have to say, Dise has micro on point. I'm very impressed. Like all of those small moves to pick back the units. I know that he lost Warden level 9 versus DeathNote in the previous series, but here I can see clearly that man. Like he's present, he's trying super hard, and he proved it with making the score even. Best of 7 reduced to best of 5.
Exactly. Still a long way to go. And in these breaks, you could spend your time by listening to us, or you learn a language with our partner for these finals. $2,000 are coming from Umi, the language learning app. If you are interested in French, German, Japanese, Korean, or Spanish, this is the app to go. Coming from within the Warcraft community, now giving back to the Warcraft community. And easy download, ! Umi. Thank you, Vesti. This is the support that we need. And if you download via our link, then they see it and hopefully support the finals in the future. Now, back to the game, everybody. Dise 1, Starbuck 1. Who takes the lead?
Yeah, Dise could have won map number 1 as well. It was very, very close. Like, this series has all the makings of a 7-map series. And now we go into Tidehunters. Still plenty of strategies left on the table. Saul, what are we going to see?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm checking out the main human base, and human is making barrack first instead of an altar, and it means Tavern Hero, and I don't know about Tavern Heroes that much, but one of them is trading a lot. We are expecting Dark Ranger. Maybe Starbuck wants to try it a little bit. In yesterday's interview, he said that he usually will make it once per series, you know, this Dark Ranger Tower Rush. And let me explain why Tidehunters may be the perfect map for that. Infi, you know, professional player from China, human, is also experimenting with this style. He likes to pull a lot of militia when Dark Ranger goes out from the tavern, creep the shop, because if you push Nidelve, you need Dust of Appearance and you don't need your TP. You can sell your TP, buy some cool items and continue with the push, because on this map, shop is located in the middle of the map. Is Starbuck going for it? I don't know, but definitely we are not going to see Archmage or a Mountain King, because it's going to be a Tavern Hero.
Of course, you can expect a Warden on this map more than the last 2 previous maps. Now, how do you think Demon Hunter versus Warden against Dark Ranger? People say Shadow Meld is pretty good against Dark Ranger, of course, so Warden might be a good hero. But if you were the Night Elf player, what hero would you prefer to have against the Dark Ranger, Saul?
I mean, there's a lot of approaches, right? For example, sometimes I was trying to push with towers, and there was Demon Hunter with mana burn, and like Night Elf invested 3 wisps to detonate the rest of the mana, and Dark Ranger was kinda empty, right? But it was quite expensive. Let me tell you, both options are okay. Definitely the problem is, are you in time to creep this big gnoll camp? And even besides the hero, the most important part is to realize that it's a tower rush, because you need your second Ancient of War ASAP, right? And look at this, Carson. Militia is going to the middle of the map. I think it's going to be the shop creeping. Shout out for Infi for this amazing tactical development. And let's the creep Makuras, the first monster. I love Tidehunters.
Like, such a little investment as well. Like, what's he going to spend 50 mana on this creep? He might use 2 life drains. He'll end up being full HP. And, of course, can sell the TP. Very few militia being called, and that'll be an insta level 2. Warden is very, very timid. Chased down a footman. Got the experience for it, but still has yet to creep the first Null Overseer camp. Now she'll do it.
And look at this. Starbuck is pulling back. He bought Dise. Is he going to pull fresh militia? Usually Infi is walking, you know, those peasants. There is second Ancient of War already. And who is going to get the big monster? That's very important. It went to Dise. Mr. Carson, I think that it's looking quite sweet for Dise. And look, Starbuck is not making Lumber Mill just yet. That's a little bit weird.
For the Arcane Tower for now. Replenishment Potion will help out the Dark Ranger if he runs out of mana eventually. Love the Claws +8 as well. The auto attacks are going to come into play massively, of course, for this Warden in this defense. Only 1 Shadow Strike on the table. Archers hugging the Moonwells, of course. That's where they stay safe. That's where they can heal themselves up. For now, the Arcane Tower yet to be upgraded. The lumber's a little bit low for the human.
Most important part of this push is as following. Keep the towers alive. And what is good versus towers? Archers, of course. So it's like this dance, you know? Try to save the archers in the right moment. Click on the tower. And I'm checking the main base of Starbuck. And ladies and gentlemen, not having Lumber Mill there was not a coincidence. Starbuck is bluffing. Never play poker with Starbuck. He is a strong player. He's taking already. And the question is when Dise is going to realize that. He's taking already. He knows. He knows. I like it.
2 Ancient of Wars and 4 Moonwells, although that is a heavy investment on tier 1. Oh, he's dusted. He's just eating the he's eating the lifesteal there. But even though it's a heavy investment on tier 1, all these buildings, he can still use the second Ancient War. He can still use the Moonwells. Warden, what are you doing? Dead to the Black Arrow. A huge mistake. I mean, I guess he could heal up fully, though, now out of the altar, but you don't want to give the experience to the Dark Ranger, surely.
Dark Ranger is a pretty good hero, that's for sure. But yes, it's good news for Dise that he's not overreacting here. I mean, it was level 1 hero. Yes, it gave experience to the Dark Ranger, but it's not the end of the world. And remember, Starbuck invested a lot of peasants as well. But man, he's chasing those archers. Dust of Appearance is gone, so archers can hide again. There is no another charge, and Warden is back. And this Warden died 3 experience points away from level 2, by the way.
Fortunate. I'm sure the Warden would have just ran into creeps if she could have, if she got away from the Dark Ranger, but for now, there's almost 1 more life drain left. Replenishment Potion maybe can help out as well with Starbuck in the future. Tier 2 is going to be done in 20 seconds. Then we're going to probably have, what, Archmage second, Rifle Caster push, most likely.
There was one player that recently showed this strategy in Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup, and yes, it was a follow-up with Archmage. The question is how many archers they are, because you can consider both playing Blizzard or Water Elementals, or even Brilliance Aura first. It depends. I see that Dise is not over-investing into the archers. So yeah, but the question is how Dise is going to react. He knows that Starbuck is playing 1 base. And, you know, how are you going to survive the push with Warden? Maybe you're going to see Naga second. Sometimes that's what Warden players do if they're expecting a big aggression. Speaking about Naga, Starbuck wants to finish the game, Carson! He's pushing!
I mentioned this before. Yeah, he said that, like, if you drain the Moonwells, if you pressure the Night Elf a lot, you can follow it up with Naga second. That's typically in a different sort of game, but if the Moonwells are empty, the Warden is going to be dusted. It's going to take a lot of damage. I think he's just ending the game right here. It's almost daytime. The Warden's going to have to use all the Moon Juice just to heal up from here. Double Lore coming up. Double Lore is going to get cancelled.
Yeah, it's not going to help. I would like to spend the resources somewhere else, maybe on the shop, but we have a second hero, and the second hero is a Beastmaster. You know, there is no dispel on Starbuck. By the way, I love 2 Ancient of War fighting. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important moment. Starbuck has a follow-up, but he won't have an Archmage, so he kinda needs to deal a lot of damage. He's surrounded Beastmaster, he has so much mana, he's too young to die!
If only he could summon a second bear before he goes down, maybe his life wouldn't be in vain, but just a single bear on the field. Altar's going to be occupied for a while now. Footmen are canceling the lore. Warden's out of health, out of mana. Lore gets canceled. Rifleman blocked to add insult to injury, and this is certainly 2-1 for Starbuck.
Ranger. Oh man, what a reaction by Starbuck. Cheeky smile on his face. He's still vibing despite the loss on map 2. Seems like he enjoyed that a lot, but also like a little bit of an apology with his hands up after the game. Like, sorry, I had to resort to the Dark Ranger. I know it's very oppressive, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Non-oppressive human strategy, Neo. Do you want to open this Pandora box?
I'm just interpreting what I see on the broadcast, Soul. What can I say?
Okay, so let me interpret as well. I haven't seen it, but I feel the vibe. He said, guys, look at this. This is how exciting the new meta is, and play Dark Ranger yourself. That's what he said.
I'm gonna quote one of the greatest Night Elf players there ever was, who's in the chat. Jens, you might have heard of him. He says, balanced, Kappa.
Yeah, the universal hero, the best counter to Dark Ranger is Dark Ranger. You can always cancel your Warden if you want to. You know, we need some meta developments. That's what undeads are doing. That's what humans sometimes are doing, you know. But yes, definitely amazing execution by Starbuck and this killer instinct, you know, to follow up with this mass footman. I was thinking about Archmage, I was thinking about some casters, but Starbuck made a lot of footies. And he knew that Dise was low, right? That the Warden was a little bit under-leveled after all of those snipes. And, man, beautiful Dark Ranger gameplay. I hope for more.
Maybe one more time in this series we could see it. Oh, we have double Starbucks in the lobby. Double Starbucks.
Pick one of me. Which one? Who is the imposter, Kappa? Okay, it's one Starbuck now.
Okay, we
Perfect.
fixed this. But if you see any flaws on W3Champions, and there aren't many anymore, I gotta say, you could potentially help out because the team around Kovacs and Faro and everyone else working on it is always looking for helping hands. Reach out if you want to support the best and biggest community-driven server there ever was in Warcraft 3. If you can code C#, .NET, React, Rust, TypeScript, or Node, we welcome you with open arms. If you have any other task that you can bring to the table, this might also be yours, your new home in the Warcraft scene. And I gotta rush this a little bit because there's something happening in the game. Carson, we're gonna do this again.
We're gonna do this again, indeed, and maybe this time for both players. We have a tavern build for Dise as well. Typically, I feel like people have been playing a lot of Firelord to try to counter the Dark Ranger. I'm not sure how good it actually is, but maybe you could fight fire with fire if you're Dise and also play a Dark Ranger yourself. I really don't know. I haven't played the Dark Ranger first. I'm not a cheeser, okay, Neo?
You're not a cheeser. Alrighty, let's see. Play Undead for a little bit longer and we will see you with Necro Wagons. I can tell you that much.
Eventually, everyone goes to the dark side.
If you look as beautiful as the Soul 8-man Dark Ranger emote, that is also totally fair. Oh man, I'm really curious. Like, Dise must have known Dark Ranger is a valid play. I don't know what it says about the confidence of Starbuck in his regular play that he resorts to Dark Ranger now, but since he was a very active Pally rifle player, he's not ashamed of playing those kind of strats. So if you go into a grand final, you know you gotta be prepared for this, but what is the solution?
Starbuck absolutely nothing to prove, obviously. He's got all the styles up his sleeve, and when you can play a variety of styles, it almost strengthens everything else, right? If you show Dark Ranger, it not just strengthens every other strat in this series, but also in the future if Dise plays Starbuck again, if another NetUp plays Starbuck again, they're going to be weary of this. Just like when you play Infi, you're like, okay, what the hell is this guy going to do this time around? What's the weird strat he's going to play this time? And then he hits you with Archmage 3-farm Expo, and you're like, oh, I was super prepared for something different. So it's really good for Starbuck to switch things up in the way that he is, but also nice on the side of Dise to switch things himself.
He did play an amazing Beastmaster before in the beginning of the year. That's won him Rara Land in Dortmund. RIP base camp. And it is a Firelord though. Okay. This is both current Infi strats combined in one game.
Very cool from both players. There's a Dark Ranger. There's the tech from Starbuck as well. A very quick tech. No fake tower rush this time around. And we do have the Firelord with soon to be 4 archers. Should be favored in these early exchanges.
I guess so. If you can accumulate a lot of lava spawns, that should be tremendous. I don't think I've ever seen this encounter. Firelord versus Dark Ranger, Tavern meta. And people say we play the Warcraft with the same Warcraft 3 strategies all the time. Not true any longer.
Spawn to start will be Soulburn later to deal with the life drain. Also interesting, how many incinerate stacks can you get on a Dark Ranger if she just sits there still life draining you? You must be able to get plus like 100 damage, you know?
Did you know that Incinerate is the only spell that can theoretically have infinite damage?
So insane.
It
It's
has
so good.
No limit.
Oh, nice defense there. 1 footman low. I don't think any Wisp died. Maybe one was detonated. I love the Moonwell building just to disrupt the life drain.
True, actually. People are coming up with new solutions. In the beginning of that Dark Ranger arc, everybody was just trying to run away and were eating these life drains. And then Shadow Melt came into the mix. Cloak of Shadows as well. And now we build buildings against it.
Nicely done. But Starbuck, of course, just trying to do whatever he can to make a little bit of damage to disrupt Dise a little bit. And then he's going to push with the Rifle Caster at the end of the day. That is his end goal. Level 2 for the Firelord. And he did get that cloak as well that you mentioned. So that's going to be really nice for the entire game. Dise should just keep that and use that every time he gets life drains. Surround potentially on the Dark Ranger. Looking very clean for Dise.
Yeah, he's coming prepared, man. And then a little bit lucky with that cloak. He didn't go into Incinerate. Oh, he wanted to block there with the Hunters, all right. He went Soulburn. That's, of course, another source to stop life drain and reduce damage and do some damage over time. Not too easy to play around that. Also not that expensive anymore.
in position to maybe creep the Tuskar camp, Lava Spawn, chasing around the Dark Ranger. Tier 2 is done. That is Archmage, that is Rifleman, and that is an Arcane Sanctum. But Starbuck, 0 experience. Hasn't killed any Wisps. The defense was super on point, and the Firelord is up nearly 2 levels, but wasting no time to creep that Marketplace, of course. As Saul tested on his stream, Dark Ranger can solo creep every camp on this map other than the Reds at level 1 by herself, so this is no problem for Starbuck.
That reminds me of the good old Cryptlord days during DreamHack, where Insub crept the red spot on level 1 with the Beetles. Mamma mia, phenomenal times. But you get the Mana Stone here. That can be amazing. Archmage follow-up as well. No level 3 yet. A Panda second. Dise for sure brings the heat.
It's going to be nice creeping as well. Immediately starting with the shop. Could pull the Firelord away and get level 2 right away. He's actually going to do that. This is a great start for that Panda. Dark Ranger also getting nice creeping. Circlet, Archmage is out. Saul keeps mentioning the Archer count to determine whether or not there is Blizzard. Currently, 5 Archers, and I think that's all we'll see as the Ancient War pivots over. Tier 3 tech, double lore for Dise as well. Both players getting pretty comfortable in this game.
I think so too, man. Wow, what a setup. Dark Ranger Archmage versus Firelord Panda. Dise will be fighting ice with fire. I really like that Blizzard level 1 if we go bears, and we will be going bears. I think due to the time that's ticking, the rifle push will come. Dise will be skipping Dryads, and we've seen the bears fall on Concealed Hill already.
Yeah, definitely saw the effectiveness of the Blizzard on that game. Firelord being annoying. This very much, it's like a completely different matchup altogether, but this is how we played against Pally Rifle for a little while. Pressured with the Farseer, the Firelord in this case, stopped the creeping, and then just solo crept a Panda out of the tavern with Drunken Haze right away. Very, very quick level 3 Panda here.
That is so true. Replace the Firelord with the Farseer, and there you go.
Yeah, it's another weird human strategy that people are struggling to find answers to. And again, it's the Panda with the power creeping that seems to be the solution for now for Dise.
These goddamn humans, man. If you don't like them, or if you like them, we got a Humba hoodie and t-shirt in our merch store. merch.backtowarcraft.com. Dise is not thinking about any Humba merch right now, and surely not about the other collection that we got. He's being creep decked here at the Bucky Murlocs.
Greater heal on the Firelord. Might need to burn that. Uses the cloak for now. Very risky. Blizzard on top. Wow. You don't see that interaction every day. Didn't want to burn the greater heal. Preferred to use the rejuve, of course. That's why he used the TP.
Man. I'm so hyped for this series, dude. It's fantastic. Starbuck knows, okay, I don't want to. I can't close out the game. Let's go for an insurance at the 6 o'clock with a tier 2 base.
Like if he could show a couple of peasants here, just show a bit more presence with this push, maybe deter Dise from ever knowing that it's actually an expansion. But for now, the Blizzard was pretty good. Bear pressured up to the north. These bears are waiting for master training, which they don't have yet. It's not even being started because tier 3 is only now finishing. 30 seconds until I'll be done. The bear dies to the north of the fight. Really good fight for Starbuck, and he has a contingency plan, that expansion.
That takes the rejuvenation away. We also get closer and closer to Dispel that can then deal with the lava spawns. We get Soulburn on the Archmage. There's of course now 2 channeling spells that you have to stop. You only have 1 Soulburn. What do you do?
Denies the Footman, which would have got Panda level 3. He keeps the Skeletons to the north, which would have got the Panda level 3. He keeps that Footman alive, which would have got the Panda level 3. Dise has yet to use mana.
This is incredible, man. This is incredible Warcraft by Starbuck, especially also by Dise. Hanging on by a thread, and that's not even a decisive push. The Dark Ranger opening is working so well in various ways. But Dise, if he gets 1 kill, he's getting very explosive.
Dise will have a timing. If he can only scout that expansion, which is his scouting has been fantastic in this tournament so far. Going for the Dark Ranger. Not the easiest target to surround or to kill when it is surrounded. But the expansion up and mining. Do we have any scouting wisp on the map? No, just towards the main base right now.
Exactly. Left-hand side is 1 wisp, but it's idle for a long time. He checked the north, was maybe thinking about an expansion himself, but he doesn't have the resources. Tier 3 is done. Firelord with an Orb of Venom is very, very scary. That's also one of the reasons why he doesn't go for Incinerate. Those don't overlap, and unlike Dota, orbs don't stack. Incinerate is an orb. More bears. Bears are the solution if you have even numbers. But how long can you keep up these even numbers?
Maybe a keeper third wouldn't be a bad choice. Oftentimes we'll see a priestess third, but in this case, having Entangle for both Life Drain and Blizzard and another orb carrier that's a ranged hero could be a good choice if we can get through this pressure from the Dark Ranger. The Mana Stone consistently gives her that 25 mana. She always has it. Blizzard on top of everything again. It's only level 1, but still has huge impact. And yet to give that Panda level 3. That's 0 units lost this entire push. The Panda was 2.9 when this push started.
It's incredible. It's just incredible. We got Soulburn on it again. Half mana for the Firelord. No level 3 hero across the board. That is finally the level 2 Drunken Ace. Breath of Fire.
So long to get there, but now it seems like the tides are turning a little bit with that Panda. Heal Scroll. There's 2 of them currently for Starbuck. The slow on top of the Life Drain. If you thought the Dark Ranger was not healthy before, it's not going to take long for her to get topped up again.
And he's just trying to cross the map. It takes forever. Dise knows about the expo. He finally scouted it. Got no TP, but a staff and Dark Ranger. Soulburn, no life drain here. Orb is ticking. Lots of damage, but the Panda can't reach because of the Sork Lady. For me, the secret hero of this game.
So well done, the Blizzard as well. The micro's just fantastic for Starbuck. Okay, there is now 1 bear over at the Expo. Dark Ranger could maybe help defend against that, but Pandas finally gets on top of these casters. Haze, fire, needs to use the fire. He's going to get it dispelled.
Ooh.
It does actually wear out before he uses the fire. Big mistake there.
He did catch a couple of them. The one rifle is burning, but maybe you can extinguish that.
Dead at the Expo! Dead!
What?
The 1 bear!
What? Oh my god, totally didn't miss it because of all the chaos in the base. All of a sudden, it's looking amazing for Dise. That's a double kill waiting in the wings. Starbuck is 14 food up, but that's melting. More and more bears coming. Archmage pretty much alone, but he is level 3. We don't have mana anymore. Panda needs to use the potion this time. Was very, very greedy before. Can't allow that again. And now fear the Firelord, but there's a healing potion on that Archmage as well.
This bear at the Expo just killed a rifleman, killed the Dark Ranger, is killing a priest, is going to kill all the peasants. What a hero bear! The Panda did less than this 1 bear. He should be upgraded to a Pandarian Brewmaster.
My god, he's like Wojtek in Poland. Legendary bear in the Polish army. Also, lots of medals on that guy. I've never seen such an impactful bear.
Dark Ranger coming out of the altar in another 12 seconds. Still the expansion running, though. Still Starbuck with a supply advantage, but a great start to a comeback potentially for Dise.
Oh, might block the Panda, but oh no, he's burning his way through. Staff still off cooldown, can save heroes if he needs it, but Expo has been stopped. It's not cracked.
Bears in the main base right now. He's just healing up, and he'll probably go again. Needs mana on that Panda. 56 supply. Will we see a counter expansion, or are we going to see a definitive push? I wonder what the choice will be for Dise.
That takes so much time to get the Expo up. I'm not too sure if that's enough here. We get a heal scroll, which is fantastic. You can't allow Starbuck to get into his play. He likes to read a lot, apparently 1 scroll after the next. Can these bears stop the Expo?
3 finally for the Dark Ranger. Would have been a while ago if she hadn't have died. Wisps now heading towards the Expo. 3 of them will meet up. That's good for detonates, particularly on the slow. But Starbuck finds them for now. Dise goes across 55 against 61. A relatively even fight because it's the tech advantage, of course. But I think Dise has to do it. He's got 1 more fight in him. This seems to be more or less an all-in.
Town Portal is on Starbuck. He can't creep another camp. That won't give him a level up. This expansion is a bit hurt. He's catching reinforcements very, very quickly. Dark Ranger. Sorceress down right away. Plus a lava spawn. Summons will probably deal with the peasants once again, trying to get as many kills as possible. The problem here is, what do you do when the blizzard catches you?
Positioning, trying to get him into that choke point like he did on Concealed Hill. Blizzard could land. Peasants are making their way to the gold mine again. They will start mining a little bit. 1 rifleman gets caught out. Panda, Haze, Fire, Blizzard, AoE all over the place. Rifleman trying to deal with that lava spawn, does dispel it. A good start to the fight, but it's pretty disjointed for Starbuck right now.
Ooh, so much Blizzard damage once again. Has to shut up that old man. He keeps yapping and yapping. The Dryads seem to be safe here, far away from the rifles. But what about the Bears?
Oldham getting low. Blizzard again on top of everything. That orb is doing so much damage right now on that Fire Lord. One bear in the back of everything, taking a lot of damage. Haze, fire, staff out on the bear. Great micro.
So much damage with the Breath of Fire, dude. He has a mana potion as well. Oh, would he love to have a Blood Mage in this situation? Play with fire and get burned, so far at least. Can he get out there? Life Drain! Not strong enough.
Starbuck kind of half holds again. There's tons of bears all over his expansion, but at least the panda's not here any longer. Dark Ranger's still healthy. Fire Lord's still shooting orbs. And we do have decent amount of kills towards the end. That was a drive. That was a couple of archers, and the bears have to retreat. Again, he holds, but just barely.
Can I remind everybody, just like Seiso says in the chat, that people said the panda is unusable on this patch? W, what a lie, what a carry. 7,500 damage. Also Drunken Brawler now to be able to stay longer in the fight. And again, the shop control, the shop control, the shop control. But these bears all got trapped.
Oh, man. Yeah, one's definitely going to go down. Maybe even two. Blocking with the priest, slowing with the Sork. That might be 2 kills, but Dise just ignores these for now and goes towards the expansion. He knows he has to kill the gold mine. So 2 bears caught out. Starbuck maybe stabilizing slightly. He might lose the expansion, but then we just have a one base game again, and the hero level's not looking too bad for both players.
Ooh, a kingdom for a sapper. Starbuck comes in. He has double TP, actually, and that's not enough brute force anymore for Dise, but everything is clumped up. Drunken Ace, Breath of Fire!
Again, the Blizzard and everything. One Rifleman goes down. Life Drain on the Fire Lord to stop it from auto-attacking. One bear might die, but a priest also going to die. Rifleman microed out to the back. Life Drain again on the Fire Lord, but there's a heal scroll for Dise. Might save a lot of units in a second.
Fire Lord is indeed in trouble. Heal scroll is necessary. Starbuck is spreading everywhere. Archmage gotta run. Rifles gotta run. Dark Ranger once again soul burned. Nice evacuation by Starbuck. This could have been a lot worse.
Town Hall is still up and running. Life Drain going to kill one bear there. There's going to be another Life Drain. A couple of bears are going to die. A little bit too disjointed right now for Dise. He's starting to lose too much to justify on one base, but the Breath of Fire is ridiculous. That's almost the whole human army going down.
Oh my god, that's 5 kills on the horizon here. He wants to stay in this fight as long as possible with the Fire Lord. Dark Ranger stemming against that with Life Drain, but the rifles are the hard counter to the Dryads. If you lose the rifles, the Dryad reigns supreme. GG!
A game on Northern Isles. The Dark Ranger works once, but won't work twice against Dise, and I'm afraid to say, Saul, that's probably the last time we're going to see Dark Ranger in this series.
Oh my god, is Dark Ranger strategy solved? It brings me good memories from Polar Rifle patch when in one game Polar Rifle was winning and people like, nerf Polar Rifle, and then in another one Polar Rifle was losing, and then we spawned Polar Rifle is solved. Is Dark Ranger solved? I don't know, but in this game, definitely, Dise was ready. I was kind of skeptic at the start about Fire Lord, right? Because I was expecting maybe another hero would be better, and if you play Fire Lord, why not to soul burn first? But Dise silenced me, or soul burned me by winning this game. I have no more questions. Very nice execution, and as you can see, Dark Ranger can be stopped.
What a performance by Dise this is, man. This guy kind of disappears sometimes for like a couple of weeks, and then he comes back and it's like, yeah, okay, he's a very, very good player, but I'm not feeling it yet. And then there's an event like Raraland, LAN, or like the W3Champions finals, and this guy is playing like he played 2,000 games last season, and he's been in a hyperbolic time chamber thinking about strategies. Like, when he's motivated, this guy is such a beast.
A great strategic mind, a lot of like this almost perfect execution in the micro department. Definitely very, very, very impressive.
Mamma mia, we're ready to go. Soul, you gotta tell me, it's 2-2 now in a best of 7. What are we down to now?
Well, doing math on stream is extremely hard, but I think it's best of 3 now. As a professional caster, I just guess, right?
That is a very, very good and educated guess. For one thing, I don't have to guess. for the question, what's the best Warcraft platform there is? Because it's obviously War3Champions. I give you a couple of signs here why. You can play the regular game modes 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 4-on-4, and FFA, but you also have a competitive ladder for Legion TD, Reign of Chaos, all the randoms, Survival Chaos, Direct Strike, Risk Europe, and Mini Dota. Thousands and thousands of games per day on 50 servers around the world. That is so unique to War3Champions, and without them, we couldn't play these games that we had in the War3Champions finals. We couldn't connect America to Europe, to Asia, and bring you joy over 6 days. No. All because of these few guys who keep the community alive, basically single-handedly.
And all of those modes, they have a very nice ranking. There is a website with your stats, with your profile. You can track all of the data, even like active hours, if you have limited time to play. Amazing place this Warcraft Champions server is.
Is Amazonia also an amazing place for our Game 5?
Polar Rifle player used to like Amazonia a lot, and Amazonia is gone like Polar Rifle.
Did I say Amazonia? I mean Autumn Leaves.
Oh, sorry. Well, it brings me back to this beautiful map. Yes, I see the colors in game. They're similar to in real life colors outside because we are in autumn indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm checking the altar of Dise, and I see Keeper of the Groove. That's interesting. Is it Jens or Dise playing?
Well, Jens is in the chat, so would be... I mean, I don't rule anything out because Jens is almost omnipotent if you ask me. But he saw some good Jens plays, and this is a brawling map. It's very good to brawl when you have Entangle and when you have Treants. You just gotta find a way, and you oftentimes gotta find a way quick.
Definitely, I do remember once Moon played Keeper versus Starbuck on this map and was looking super good. The secret was pressure, believe it or not. We'll see about that, because yes, with Keeper you have a lot of options. Beyond options, we know what Starbuck is going to do. Dise is scouting it immediately. It's going to be a big expansion at the harder spot, at the Kobolds.
Yeah, and Dise once again gets a good scout off. Starbuck is ready for this Wisp. It's not one of these protected positions, so at the moment, no double detonate at least. 2 Wisps here, like mosquitoes in the summer, and they get the detonate off against the Water Elemental. That's some extra XP for the Keeper, level 2.
That is, we are buying mercs immediately. I mean, the merc, the one merc I think, yes, the Troll Priest is going to join Nidal forces. Sneaky pull, I love it. Why we like Forest Troll Shadow Priest? Because he can detonate Water Elementals. And look at the Keeper, he's looking for weak peasants, and he found one.
There we go, Treants to open up the base. There's no Arcane Tower, pressure's on Starbuck right away. 3 minutes in, there's no time to rest for these players. It's just fighting, fighting, fighting.
Yeah, and you can dream about Arcane Tower if your lumber is going to be low at that. And yes, how long Dise can be here, we'll see about that. Definitely the echo damage is amazing. Starbuck is looking for the surround and he misses. Let me tell you, I like Dice's position here. He's already taking. He has a lot of mana on his Keeper and he's just changing the target. He wants to summon the new trees at the potential human expansion.
There we go.
Upcoming human expansion.
2 Treants summoned, 1 peasant about to die, 2nd peasant about to die. He cannot get surrounded here, but he's getting reinforcements. This Water Elemental might be dispelled soon. He's saving a lot of mana on this Shadow Priest to help his Archer out a little bit. But yeah, he has to decide, who do I heal? The Elk or the Archer? And in the Treants in the meantime, they deal with the peasants so well. He can even summon another set.
There is so many Treants, Neo. This is crazy. The Troll Priest is killing one worker close to the main base. He's everywhere. Like Dise, the presence
Battery low.
bought Staff of Teleportation. He's going to save his base, probably from this annoying footman harassment as well. Dise is in control, and this is supposed to be Starbuck map.
This is a Keeper map, if you ask me. Nature's Meat Grinder, usually with the level 2 Treants, but Dise flips the script, and the Shadow Priest is back! He gets another, and the Treant finishes off the workers. This expansion is so late.
Okay, I have a Blizzard. If you are watching, if Forest Troll Shadow Priest kills 3 or more units, his name should change to Killer Forest Troll Shadow Priest. This unit is usually busy dispelling and dying, and in this game, he's hunting peasants. Crazy.
Oh my god. So, this is such an action-packed series. It might be one of my favorite series of the year so far. Keeper is level 3, and this is where the real trouble only begins.
Yeah, and again, there is no Arcane Tower anywhere. Not in the main
Charging
base,
battery.
not at the expansion. And Dise is coming back. In the meantime, he's expanding himself. And he's on tier 2 as we speak. He can buy the Naga. He can buy, I don't know, maybe even Firelord if he wants to seal the deal. Panda for even harder squeezing. Archmage is in the middle. He has Staff of Teleportation, so Entangle Surround is not that deadly. And is Dise going to creep jack? Maybe a little bit luck. There is on the left, there is a Starbuck army. Dise doesn't see that. Okay, the creeping is gone. How strong Panda is going to be here? And can we do something with that Arcane Tower?
Oh man, that's almost a love letter to Jens. This was the combo that also won a series against Starbuck, and Starbuck has faced this before. Arcane Tower gone. Panda might find themselves in a surround here. Can he fight his way through? Is there something? Oh, the staff! The staff! He got the staff ready! And it's not enough damage. The Panda survives. Dise is a god.
Okay, I'm alive. Sorry about that, players. What I wanted to mention, guys, that Dise used Breath of Fire before stuffing out. He was like, chill, calm, guys. I have it under control. Mamma mia, this guy. I'm so impressed by Dise Micro. He's so good.
Expo almost up. 10 seconds, basically. Will we slow down a little bit? Finally, this was 6 minutes 45 pure action. Starbuck is attacking. That takes 2 more minutes before we're on an even state. But until then, Dise has probably started his tier 3 already.
Okay, so I think Dise, as you can see, he's going to creep his Panda. I think he's like, okay, I'm so ahead. My expansion is up. He can't cancel my Entangled Goldmine. He can't cancel my Lores. I'm going to go to tier 3 soon. Let me just unlock this late game monster Panda.
Keeper.
And Keeper is almost got surrounded. I'm sorry. Okay, so far so good. And Starbuck is like, Mamma mia, there is an expansion there.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, man. He's moving the peasant away from the blacksmith because he knows... Okay, I thought he's gonna give it up, but no. To keep the peasant alive, the attention to detail in this grand final is phenomenal.
Yeah, action is everywhere. It's kind of hard to catch up, but I can tell you one thing. Dise is going to tier 3 direction, while Starbuck is making second barrack. That's a little bit interesting, because usually it's 1 barrack double Sanctum, but maybe Starbuck feels like his tech is quite late, so he needs another production facility. Okay, interesting moment. Do we have Dispel on the Dryads in 15 seconds? So far, Water Elementals are still dangerous.
I think it was an amazing move by Starbuck to split his Archmage across the map and prevent that Panda from creeping. We saw on map 4 how impactful that Panda is, but maybe he's gonna force the TP here now. Can the Keeper reach? He doesn't have an Entangle at the moment and he has to let go. Little bit of wasted time for Dise here while the Footman goes straight into the main. Question is, how much can they do there?
Okay, the Dryads are feeling good. Panda will help with the Footies, and Footies are dying, and Dise is reach. That's very important. He's going to this mid game. He's going to this late game like a boss. Starbuck needs to figure out what to do with that, and so far he's producing a lot of rifles, but that's about it. Like, Dise is feeling so good here. He has access to the shop. He's popping, you know, mana items. This Keeper looks amazing. There is no Dispel in Starbuck army for a long time, and now he can creep even under pressure. This Keeper is ready to force Archmage to TP out.
There's still a clock ticking. Starbuck is getting ready. He's on tier 2. Mountain King second. Double Rex rifle instantly into Sanctums as well. No Breath of Fire here to tickle the Archmage, but forces the TP. That was probably calculated by Starbuck. Finally, some freedom for this Panda to rise to higher levels because he got the weight of this game on his shoulders. The Keeper won't carry you late game. That's all on the Panda.
The bears, by the way, Dise has killed one of his archers to get probably 1 extra bear, and yes, tier 3 is kicking in, and now the big fight for the middle will start. Look at the Archmage. He has 1 healing potion and staff of teleportation. That's about it. Dise is pulling the camp, but it's not like a big creepjack. Mountain King is joining the party. If Starbuck can take, go back to this game, the time is now. MK is here. Maybe he can force a mistake.
Dispel. We got heal scroll, we got an invo potion, we got a mana potion. We might not have the big punch. Entangle on a rifleman, interestingly. Master Bears are not ready yet. Staff is necessary. Here we go. The creeps are backstabbing both players a little bit, and rifles take out Dryads.
Dying, that's not a good sign. We have Orb of Venom at this stage of the game is amazing, but full mana Bear is about to die. He can commit the bolt and snare, but the bolt goes through. Okay, and this Riju is still going. Archmage may not be able to kill the Bear, and at least it's very expensive. Level 1 MK is going down. Panda levels up, Breath of Fire is here, and this bear grew to be a morph bear, and Mr. Dise is going to claim the middle. Archmage Keeper is just summoning the trias. He'll probably pull back to give all of the experience to the Panda. Not really, there is no time for that. Starbuck is coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, this Creepjack, Breath of Fire to guaranteed level 3, and Mr. Neo, Dispel is here, but still those entangles, they provide a lot of value. Militia is going to the middle. Starbuck wants to react, but man, his MK is in level 1. Coming back probably soon. And Panda is a monster now.
There's not much Dispel. There's no Dispel anymore. The only kills that Starbuck can get is probably an Archer, and even that is hard. He's dictating the game with his 2 heroes alone, and more bears are yet to come. 2 rifles here to the side. Has no Breath of Fire. Oh, the stack block. Unreal. Starbuck a little bit unlucky here as well, but at least he's gonna get the big Wildkin.
Yeah, but he got a bear as well for free, and as speaking of the Wildkin, can we do something about that? Not really. Starbuck gets the experience and the item as well. It's a big help for the Mountain King. Good item for the Mountain King as well, but Nidelf has supply lead. Nidelf has like item lead, hero experience lead, and tag lead. But Starbuck has Starbuck Micro and a lot of APM. But let me tell you, Neo, this is not looking promising for him. If we are looking for some hope again, it's Starbuck and his genius micro, his genius positioning. But yes, at this point, he can't even think about this. It's too early, he's too behind.
Yeah, he's 1.5 levels behind. That's crazy. We might need Blizzard again. We might need the chokes again. At the moment, Dise is in a leading position on Starbuck's losers map. He could take control of this series on map 5 and claim match points. Stormbolt waiting in the wings. Doesn't get it. Mana Stone!
Is swimming in mana, and there is a lot of targets. They are kind of friendly to Breath of Fire. Starbuck tried to bring some militia. There was a good call, but again, how comfortably like Dise is looking here. Like Starbuck can't take the fight in the middle. He needs to pull back, creep a little bit. I'm checking his base. He can't even think about going tier 3 because supply is low. It's 80 supply Nidal versus 60 supply human. Okay. In micro we trust, in good items we trust. We need to start with MK level 3. Archmage got already level 4, so that's good. Those priests are going to have a lot of mana. But speaking of creeping, look what Dise is doing. He's like, okay, I have map control, I can get the biggest camp on the map.
Map control, red spot, as well as expansion. I thought Starbuck made a great choice here by going to the right-hand side consumable, and then he would have been able to creep check, but now he's got to react because the Keeper is not part of the creeping. Treants, Entangle, kill after kill. Gotta be a little careful that the Stormbolt doesn't interrupt the Telestaff, which is coming now. Mountain King not in range, and safe we are. Good experience by dispelling Treants, I guess, but also less mana on the priests. What's the next stage in the evolution of Dise? He is getting ready for 100 food.
Getting ready for Panda level 5, that's definitely his plan. This creeping is amazing, and yes, Keeper is bringing a lot of attention here. The problem is that Starbuck Lumber is super cool, right? So killing a few peasants is not that impactful. If you kill all of them, right, at the expo, then okay, I can see the point, but yes. And ladies and gentlemen, Starbuck is pushing, he's trying to finish the game now, but look at the Panda, guys. Level 4.7 in a decent position, and as you mentioned, Neo Blizzard paid off a lot on the first map, Concealed Hill. Can he repeat it again?
Needs to. Panda is supposed to carry. He got tons and tons of mana. These chokes here, they are the scary position for Dise. Keeper is making sure that Starbuck has to move constantly. And this game, he has Entangle against the Blizzard. He can react quickly if that spell is available, if the mana is available. Clap versus Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Starbuck got the heal scrolls, got a TP out immediately. Rifle falling. He also used the Scroll of the Beast here. Mountain King. Oh, that was a telestaff only, and that was interrupted. He has no TP.
But as you mentioned, Starbuck is in the pushing mode, but who is teleporting out? The Blizzard, the choke. Mr. Dise has flashbacks from the first map. He's like, no, I'm so ahead. I have full Moonwells. Neo, like as a Night of player, you know what's the worst feeling? If you lose the fight in the middle, you check your base and you have full Moonwells and you have to GG out because you have nothing left. That's what Dise was trying to avoid. He teleported out, he just repositioned, no harm with that. And he needs to deal with Archmage. So there are two ways how you deal with Archmage with Blizzard in the late game. Step number one, add another stun hero. For example, Tinker with rockets. Yes, Lolite play like that. It's not like some crazy idea from some crazy caster. Idea number two, split your army before fighting. Of course, it's impossible in some chokes, but you can plan your fight and you can have one chunk of bears attacking from one side and another from another side. So that's definitely my ideas. Is Dise going for something like that? We'll see about that. The supply gap is closing, but Panda is level 5. Good news for the humans. And the red camp went down, and the item is pretty good. If you want to kite with Blizzard, TC Aura will help with that.
Yeah, that's amazing. We got so many sorcerers on Starbuck's side already. This trap will be massive. He's running straight into the army. Dryad's taking a lot of fire. So is the Panda. MK clapping. Archmage entangled before he can even use the Blizzard. Heal scroll number 1 used. That was the last one. We got a Fairy Dragon in the middle of the fight, and every slow will hurt so much.
Panda is going in. Archmage has limits, of course. Archmage is on level 5. This is going to be the biggest build there. Keeper pops the invul. It means that Dise wants to stay in this fight. Panda with a juicy Breath of Fire connects nicely, but now we are in the choke. I think Keeper has to TP. I like this decision. Look at the supply Neo. Super juicy fight for Dise. He can just pull back. He can just redo with his bears. He can redo, like, get the mana back. GG is called by Starbuck. Ladies and gentlemen, Dise did it with Keeper first.
Very well done. Like, that was the opener of that game, possibly the cleanest, like, 7-8 minutes we've had in the entire tournament from any player. Like, that was extremely well played, extremely well thought out. Why don't more people pull the Priest quickly like Dise just did? It was so strong. We're so used to the Berserker and the Priest being pulled later on, maybe around the tier 2 stage and then pushing with that. But the immediate Priest pull on Autumn Leaves, really, really solid. Nice keeper play. He plays keeper like that. You're like, why doesn't he play at every map? You know, why is he playing anything else?
Because not many people are built like Dise, Carson. There can only be one. My man, he saw what Jens is doing and said, I can do even better than that. I can put another layer to this. The amount of pressure was crazy, and Starbuck couldn't get out of that anymore. Dise steals the lead in the series on Starbuck's losers pick, and now every additional map that Starbuck loses costs him the grand final, like it did last time when he couldn't beat Jens. Now it might be another Night Elf ruining the party for Starbuck.
Already the final, not the final map. We have 2 maps left. If it's going to go hand to hand, or maybe this is going to be the last map. We'll see about that. It's Warcraft, huge map with boats.
Once again, if you're tuning in for the first or second time over this weekend, we got a huge prize money boost by our friends from the language learning app Umi. If you're interested in learning French, German, Japanese, Korean, and Spanish, you can do so. Learn a couple of vocabularies and refreshen that knowledge with a couple of TV and movie clips in a playful way, easy to digest, 5 to 10 minutes every morning, and you might finally get a little bit smarter thanks to the free app of Umi. A couple of premium features available as well. Without Umi, there wouldn't have been a wildcard qualifier, a close qualifier, or a big prize pool, and so much motivation for Starbuck and Dise, and it definitely pays off. Match points Dise, let's go.
Game number 6. So, Warhail, the boat map. I don't think Starbuck is going to lay down and die here. I think he's going to fight back. I think he's going to try his best. I think we're going to go to map 7. But I think Starbuck needs some boats in the chat. He needs some Bucky captains in the chat. I think we need to see him buy 6 million boats. We have yet to see a boat in this entire tournament. We have one chance left, Starbuck, and that is your secret to victory. And we have a Mountain King first. We have a Warden first. We're only missing a boat, Saul. What are you thinking?
I think there's a great synergy between those two emotes, definitely, that you mentioned. Every boat needs a captain, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest map in this map pool, and let me tell you, Warden is going to do at the start of the game what Warden likes. Huge camp is going to be crabbed. And yes, Starbuck with Mountain King. Well, Mountain King, of course, is like a little bit slower than the Archmage, a little bit slower with cancelling potential expansions, but he hits hard. And versus Warden, with MK first, we may see super giga late game. Starbuck had a lot of game tape. He saw how Dise played versus DeathNote. So maybe he has some ideas how to make sure that in the late game he is going to be the winner. So far, we have a lot of creeping.
Yeah, you mentioned he's got a lot of game tape. We, of course, saw this Warden versus Mountain King on Warhail earlier for Dise against DeathNote. DeathNote with an attempt there, little too low-level heroes, wasn't able to get the Dragonhawks online to do too much, and the Warden got a little bit out of control. So it might be a similar game this time around. We'll see if Starbuck differs, what he does differently. He does get a different item. The Pendant of Energy is going to be fantastic. And the Warden also creeping slightly different. The Ancient War positioning was on the other orange camp for Dise, but now he's not afraid of the Militia pull. He goes for the Merc camp right away, getting a better start.
And speaking of Mercs, in the previous map, he gets this priest guy. Now he's buying just the healer, Murgul Bloodgill. He's not a monster here. He's on the service of the Night Elf army. And he's helping with creeping. And look at this. Starbuck is crossing the map immediately. And you look at human creeping speed. He grabbed the expo and he's already there. But just in time for Warden, to finish. And the question is Warden going to come back? The answer is no.
For the Mercenaries again, nice 4 points around. Wow, and he wasted Moon Juice on it as well, just for it to die anyway. And Starbuck going to go for the Archers now. It is nighttime, but he bolts before the Shadow Meld, and that's 2 freebies for the Mountain King. But the Warden, towards the expansion, no Arcane Tower.
Question is it going to be worth it? There is so many issues with that, and remember, Dise needs to micro all of those wisps, so Mr. Dise, get ready to click fast. It's not easy, that's for sure. There is 1 archer left, as you mentioned, but of course, we have access to mercs as well. Storm River Hermit is good versus like units that you need to purge. Can he survive versus MK? In the meantime, Warden is doing okay, but not that great, and Arcane Tower is going to finish soon. I'm a little bit scared for Dise. The start doesn't look that great.
There's only a couple of passes going down. At least he forced Militia to be called. Arcane Tower will be up in 5 seconds. Expansion up and operational. And no creeping really to be had. That's the issue with losing your first few units as a Night Elf. You can't pivot that Ancient War around and creep without your Warden being there. You need to have, 2, 3, 4 archers at least. Now we're going to have Staff of Teleportation. Warden's going to come back to help defend against these footmen.
Yeah, maybe Warden should stay at home, at this first exchange. Of course, I'm a little bit biased, by what happened. But yes, maybe. There is a lot of mana on the Warden, and we are actually playing double mana spender, Shadow Strike on the MK, but he has the healer support. It's a second Murgul Bloodgill, and he's doing great job about healing this Mountain King.
For the healing, he would be a very, very low HP hero right now, but the Hunter's Hall might be saved. It's going to be a TP commitment if he wants to cancel this Hunter's Hall, it seems like. Starbuck moves the TP in his inventory. He's aware of what he's going to need to do eventually, but he does get the cancel. Weirdly uses a Fan of Knives instead of Shadow Strike. He could have forced the TP had he used his mana differently there, Dise.
Strike was on cooldown, didn't notice, and look at Starbuck, he's in the boss mode! He's like, you think I'm going to TP? Look what I'm doing, okay, 20 HP, 20, 35, this Murgle deserves a rise, he's trying to force the bash TP. Ay, Starbuck is on fire, he's microwing so well with those low HP units, and let me tell you, that was definitely worth it.
From Starbuck, he's on series point down a map. He turns around to gamble the one-hit bash to force the TP. Absolute Giga Chat behavior right there.
Okay, Shadow Strike is here. The scouting footman may die. We need some body block maybe to not invest the second Shadow Strike. Okay, doesn't matter. Starbuck is healing at the same time, regenerating his mana from clarities. And yes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's a little bit unfortunate position by Dise. His Merc was ensnared, but no harm done there. And yes, there is double Ancient of Lore. Starbuck is coming back with Boots of Speed and Staff of Teleportation. He definitely can afford those items. He has a lot of gold.
Very slow start for Dise. Just to put in perspective, against DeathNote, it was a level 4 Warden at 7.5 minutes. This game, not even level 3 as we reach the 7-minute mark. A very rough position for Dise, no doubt. And now the Warden has no blink. This will have to be a staff out against the bash. He's going to have to risk it. Shadow Strike instead. One more bash attempt. Immediately bash forces the TP. Ancient War is going to die as well.
This looking harder and harder for Dise. There's the big creep. Jack Ancient War is dead. Warden is full mana, full HP, but that was the last Moon Juice, huge supply line lead for Starbuck, and you know what? He can buy Heal Scroll if he wants to. That would be like classic Fortitude move, but no, Starbuck decides to pull back. He has Scroll of Regen, he doesn't want to invest that much money. In the meantime, his tier 2 just finished. Alchemist, it means mass air, I think.
I think we will see the Griffin Aviaries soon. Starbuck just towering up for now. Just playing, like, he's pretty much set himself up for success now. He's delayed the Warden long enough. He's secured his expansion to get towers up, that now he's going to have easily 70 supply Dragonhawk Riders before the Warden ever gets to level 5. And when it gets to level 5, that's when the game starts to escalate. You can keep harassing peasants, keep forcing the economy to be low. What the Mountain King's trying to do is make space before that happens, and I think Starbuck has successfully done that.
He still needs more time, you know, to produce all of those units, and in the meantime, finally, Warden has a possibility to creep. So far, Dise is committing to this one base, but as you mentioned, Starbuck is doing everything right. He made some towers versus potential harassment. He's creeping his second hero. Invisible Mountain King. Wait a moment. He's close to the Night Elf main base. He's going to follow the Warden. Man, he has a lot of mana. Is he going to steal an item? Is he going to try to kill the Warden? Let's see.
Kill the Warden. This might be risky creeping. If he gets below, I would say around 200 HP, this... Okay, there's the rejuve. Okay, we're all right. We're all right.
Wow. Mamma mia.
Still good scouting, though, of course. He's just creeping up the Alchemist. This is what DeathNote did not do, is prioritize hero levels himself. Sometimes it's easy to think like, oh, it's an Alchemist. I don't need to creep it. It's not that strong of a hero. But no, Alchemist level 3, Alchemist level 5 is a huge carry against the Warden.
Alchemist creeping goes fine. Okay, I think we are going for the item now. Starbuck is in position. He can bolt. Let's see. Oh, yes, bolt and the item stolen. Then Staff immediately after Shadow Strike, and yes, MK is back at safe position. And Carson, I see a workshop is going to be a mix of tanks and air units.
Only 2 Griffin Aviaries for now. The lumber's been a bit of a struggle for Starbuck, but it shouldn't be a problem in the long run. I think he's got enough lumber peasants, just invested a lot early on at tier 2. Mana is definitely not going to be a problem for this Mountain King, I'll tell you that much. But he is missing a TP currently. Even gets the Sobi mask. Jesus. Alchemist needs lots of mana as well. So this is very nice items. There's a town portal. And level 3. This is level 3 at 10 minutes on the Alchemist. Remember DeathNote? It was like 25 minutes he had level 2 Alchemist.
Yes, definitely a different start to this game. Speaking of levels, Warden is a little bit like sad, right? Level 4. She's crossing the map, but there is no even anti-magic potion, right? So she probably needs to buy an invul if she wants to like use at least double Fan of Knives. Starbuck is going to cancel the expo, and Warden has to staff back in order to give himself a chance to expand. As you can see, Starbuck doesn't have any like cool units yet. He has basically 2 level 3 heroes and mass footies, but it's going to change soon. His economy is going to explode, and I see some tanks on the way.
Nice defense there by Dise. Needs to, of course, retrain, needs to buy boots of speed on his Warden, and needs to try to get up to level 5. Those are a few things he needs to accomplish. Then he can start harassing the economy, finally, at last. But it's tier 3. As you mentioned, tanks on the way. A couple of Griffins to help the creeping on the way. And the coveted Blood Mage as well. Warden, can she even do anything? It doesn't feel like he's going to be defending tanks before he knows it.
The question is, can we keep this expansion up as the Night Elf? Good things can happen, if you have 2-base economy, but in the perfect world, Warden would be already level 5, laming the economy of Starbuck. Panda would be creeping, but this feels like more like a fairy tale than a real thing. And Mr. Carson, Starbuck is sending a message to you.
Speaking of fairy tales, and the cool thing about the shipyard, there's 2 boats in stock. You can buy 2 at a time, man, and the cooldown is barely anything. You can buy so many boats. It doesn't take up supply. You could have like 1 million boats, man, and your opponent's going to be so confused. Everything's going to be blocked, but he goes to the island. The first actual boat usage. We saw one at the end of the game, but we haven't seen anyone even go to the island with a boat this whole tournament. We're finally getting it, Saul. Beautiful.
He wants to start a new life there. New colony with 1 peasant only. Okay. This camp is a little bit harder to creep these days when, like a few months ago, Warcraft was changed. And yes, Starbuck wants a super heavy macro game. Look at this, he already split his peasants in the main base from a potential fan of knives. Warden is finally on level 5, and can Warden do something before...
Again. The split twice, Saul. He did it both bases against the Warden. That is so sick from Starbuck. Wow.
If you don't have a Zeppelin, if you don't have a boat, because your boat is busy at the island, that's what you need to do. Crazy micro indeed.
Yeah, the tanks go across. Eventually, the Warden will get the damage done, though. It's just a matter of how much time, and that's what the spread does. So, I think 6 or 7 peasants go down. And the harass has begun. Okay, we're on our way to level 6, but Starbuck is going to slowly but surely do the Mr. Winner expansion with 1 peasant at the island, it seems like.
It has a name, this way of expanding. Interesting. Yes, it's going to take a long time. I'm clicking. 176 seconds. It's kind of org numbers.
Depending on the main, the army's here. It seems like this shouldn't be too difficult for Dise. He's had not a great game so far, but his army's still stable, still very strong.
Even the boat is there parked. By the way, speaking of Dise, he has an expansion. He's buying some Merc. Skeletal Orc Grant is joining the party. Good normal damage versus the tanks. And yes, the question is how much Starbuck can do here. Supply is kind of close, but remember...
He's got to repair the Expo. He's not repairing. He's forgetting. He's not uprooting. Now he uproots and pulls the Wisp. Will it live? Just barely. The fight at the same time seems to be going okay for Dise, but the expansion has to live. Okay, it's just barely living to the 2 tanks. Nice reaction. Perfectly on time.
2 more tanks are rolling in, though. The 5 tanks. Carson as the boat expert. Can we put this big Tree of Life in a boat? It needed it.
Oh, this is a big commitment by Starbuck. 2 tanks going to go down. Tank tried to go into the boat, but the tree might live. These tanks are all about to fall. The boat distracting for now. I think the tanks are all going to go down. Main base as well. TP Force. Warden got level 6. A lot of bears died. In all the chaos, it feels like Dise is pulling this game back.
And believe it, and very nice catch by you. Ladies and gentlemen, you uproot your Tree of Life in order to change armor type from fortified to heavy, which is better versus tanks. And also you can try to hide in like this tight corner. You can eat a tree for extra regen. Very well done by Dise. And man, he's stepping up with his micro. It was looking so bad. And Starbuck, I don't know. I'm sorry to say, Carson, but maybe the boat strategy is letting him down.
Starbuck a little bit overconfident. Overbuilt tanks, went for that quick 3rd base, didn't go for high Dragonhawk or even air numbers in general. And now Dise level 7 Warden, and this is looking like a repeat of the game we had before. But Starbuck keeps on creeping, has the Griffins, can clean up the map, and of course 3 against 1 is still an issue for the Warden in the long run.
Dise had a lot of warm-up with how to use his Avatar of Vengeance to the maximum. And he's making a Starbuck expansion basically out of order. Speaking of Starbuck, as you mentioned, he's creeping very heavily. But Warden is going to find him. Blood Rage! Stuff back.
Nicely done. Nice save. Very, very close there, but the Warden being so annoying, stopping the red camp creep, and this would have been a bunch of huge level ups. It would have been 4-4-3, I think, from that red alone. Super sick experience, and that expansion is cleaned up. The 180 seconds is finally up in the corner island, so that expo will start mining, but the boat has already been shown. Dise might be aware there's a corner expansion.
Again, Dise needs to have all of this presence of mind, right, to be able to think about it, how to plan against it. And he's moving his army. Is he going to creep the panda? That's my question.
Might be that point in the game you mentioned when the Night Elf gets comfortable, they grab the panda, and we might be there. Has to break upkeep for it, but there indeed is the panda, and plenty of creeps on the map. Definitely enough to at least get level 3.
Okay. We have 2 Ancient of War hugging the expo, by the way. There is still a boat of Starbuck there. I haven't seen in my life the tank boat drop, basically. Okay, Avatar of Vendor is going to scout some tanks here on the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is open, the game is crazy, I love it!
Expansion, I cannot believe that it lived. Avatar is going to expire, so this will be a 3-base Starbuck for now. How long can he actually defend his peasants is the question, because the Warden is roaming. But the tanks, this is the whole point of the tanks, to distract. The boat isn't completely full from the tanks. It actually has 2 spots. Maybe 2 peasants with 2 tanks. Repair them while you're pressuring.
No, it's for you and me to just enjoy this view.
That's perfect, man.
Perfectly
I would love to be in that boat.
Panda got level 2. Panda is creeping on the bottom, and you need to wait. Starbuck is waiting for the perfect moment. Maybe when he waits for other fight to start, and he will try to surprise Dise with some tank drop. We'll see about that. But yes, there is Shredder there. There are 2 Ancient of War. The beach of Normandy. Basically, let's call this maneuver.
He's immediately aware, though. 2 Ancient Wars, Shredder, repair right away, but it's all trying to keep the Warden away from his own expansion. Spread again from Starbuck is really nicely done. Consistently making these good plays. Hasn't bought a Zeppelin, though, to defend his expansion. And Dise, is he aware of the upper left, I wonder, though? This could bite him in the end if he does not know about the 3rd base.
Warden! Blinks away, will be bolt! There's anti-magic potion. Okay, cool as cucumber, speaking of the tanks. They didn't do that much, and as you mentioned, Carson, that's the dream of human players, to have 3 base versus 2 base. Panda got level 3 though. Mamma mia, there is so many different things here, and how do you even scout for this expansion on the top left on the island? I don't know. This game is getting interesting. Supplies even, that's a good sign for the Night Elf, but definitely hero levels and another base keep Starbuck in this game, even on good terms.
Harass continues. He now has a Zeppelin at the expansion. I would love to see Starbuck actually try to expand the other island. I think it's going to be a long time before Dise ever checks that island. And of course, his idea is probably just to move a tree from his natural to another one of the red camp gold mines. Nice blink dodge on the Warden. And the harass continues. Maybe finally the natural will go down by Starbuck.
Okay, is it going? But you can have all of the islands, all of the expansions, but you can't win the fight. Then the problems will start. And Warden is here, Panda is here. Ladies and gentlemen, level 7 Warden is ready to go. Anti-magic potion is popped. Ladies and gentlemen, is it the final fight?
Heal Scroll is available for Starbuck. Warden will not be invulnerable forever against the Stormbolt. Stormbolt and Siphon Mana on the Panda. Dryads are falling. Oh, Avatar of Vengeance is doing a lot of damage as well. There's tons of invulnerable units. It's 61 against 60 supply right now. Oh, but there's not a lot of Starbuck units left over. Not a lot to deal with the Dryads. And of course, everything else is invulnerable with this army. Starbuck has to back away.
is moving back on foot because Staff of Teleportation was just used, and this Warden looks healthy and is actually in a perfect position for another Fan of Knives. Bolt connects, but GG is caught! We have a new champion!
Dise wins War3Champions Season 22. Can you believe it? I don't think many people had him in his card. Starbuck, of course. Jens, the title defense, maybe. Dise goes through the entire lower bracket and kills Starbuck 4-2 in the final. In one of the best performances I've ever seen him play. Rara Lan was something. Leon couldn't fight him in the end, but what a worthy champion, celebrating in the dark. He's maybe the real Dark Ranger.
From losing to Torrent Chieftain on our first day to fighting the entire lower bracket, absolutely crazy. Defeated Sonic, defeated Jens, defeated Hazy, defeated DeathNote, and defeated Starbuck. Absolutely crazy run from Dise.
And on this last map, like, he was so behind at the start. I think it's over when he lost like those 2 units kind of for free. His harassment didn't do that much, and then he saved his expo like literally last moment. And so I'm sorry to say Carson, but the boats they didn't work that well, even though expansion definitely paid off.
Yeah. The tanks were so close to killing that Tree of Life. It seemed like Dise was didn't have the presence of mind to force the repair, but he was just immediately waiting for the last second. Super confident play from both players, really. Starbuck played, down a map and turns around to go for the bash, still decides to go for the tank play, still decides to go for that sneaky third base. Played very confident throughout, but Dise just got the better of him today. Very, very well played from him. One of the best tournaments I've seen Dise play for sure.
Dude, this defense was unfreaking real. I didn't see it. Soul didn't see it. You had to point us to it because there was so much chaos in the main, and that this madman has the presence of mind to pull all the right strings, the wisp position so the tanks can't reach, eating the right amount, uprooting right away. We were 20 HP away from game 7. And then he has the clutchest hold of the entire tournament. And from there, I think that broke Starbuck. Like, he had a couple of good moments afterwards. That third base, maybe a little bit too cheeky. And it was a nice idea, I guess. But that hold was everything.
So I still have a lot of emotions. Like, there was a roller coaster, from this game number 1 on Concealed Hill that was kind of lost because of this bad position of Blizzard. Like, definitely Dise didn't have like one very weak game besides the Dark Ranger game, okay? The rest of maps, he was like facing Starbuck on even terms, which is of course very impressive. GG's again. And interview will be ready in like 1 minute.
Sure, give him all the time in the world, man. He deserves it. He deserves it. Yeah, we gotta say, man, that was a great start by Starbuck, of course, but Concealed Hill could go to Dise as well. Then we got Springtime and Dise comes back like super clutch. Tidehunters was the Dark Ranger show, and how easy it would have been to fall into the trap of thinking, okay, he's going to steamroll me with the Dark Ranger, that goddamn Dark Ranger. I see it all the time on ladder. It's plaguing the ladder. And then the next map, he has that great Firelord solution, man. This interview could go on for an hour that we're preparing right now. It was so sick.
Counter Firelord as well. So crazy. It's all the different heroes. Demon Hunter, Warden, Firelord, Keeper, Warden.
Dude,
that's what we saw.
This is among the greatest grand finals that we've ever had in the War3Champions finals, and we got a new champion, man. Dise, holy shit, what a performance, man. This was one of the best I've ever seen you play.
Thank you so much. I can be shocked by myself also.
Dude, like, we started on Concealed Hill, and that was a war already. You tried to break his expansion early, you got some cheeky strategies with the APs, but not everything went your way. What went through your mind when the pushes didn't work?
No, I had really nice plan, and I should have won that game, but in the end, I had like a super bad position to fight. I was like between my main and shop, neutral shop, and I couldn't use all of my Moonwells. and some of my trials attacked footmans. So I should have won that game. It was like according to plan, but just like I didn't expect him to attack my main. But I guess he didn't even know that I have expo. In my opinion, it's like very, very dangerous to attack Nightel's main. And he did. And my mistake that I didn't scout it. But in the end, my strategy, everything was like according to plan, except like some micro mistakes, etc.
Yeah, so it was pretty much like, okay, the general plan is all right, just go next and I can do better. And you did better on springtime. It looked like your plan was working pretty much perfectly on map 2.
Well, it's really tricky game right now because there's like so many options that human has. One of them is like a creep pool with peasant, and it can be continued with like dark ranger or something. So like yeah, and I guess he knows that I play like different strategies, different heroes. I can put my H4 on Mercams, I can put it on green. So I expected him to like creep pull my my H4 because he was like 1-0 lead. So it was like logic from him to play like DR or something, but he didn't. So I just tried
Congratulations to
to
Dise.
protect
Can't
my
wait to
like
hear what it means
early
to him to
game
win a high
by
tier tournament
making
like this against.
H4 at expansion. And then when he started to make his own expansion, I know that he usually goes to counter attack and cancel expansion. And I like predicted all of that. So I didn't make expo. I went to 2 earlier. But in some games you can make like 2-1 expo. So that particular game I outmined him, I think.
It was such a cool back and forth between you guys. Soul, Carson, anything from you for the rest of the season?
Just continue with the maps, if you don't mind. So yes, game number 1 versus Dark Ranger, you know, that was like pretty strong push. You lost your Warden. But my question is about about the second game. Was your idea to go for Tavern Hero and then counter Dark Ranger with Fire Lord? First question, why Lava Spawns? And second question, why not Dark Ranger to counter Dark Ranger?
Well, first of all, of course, after like losing to TR, and I guess like it's known that Nitals play also Warden on not to Niles, so it was logic to
Make
play...
another attempt, yeah, with Dark
yeah,
Ranger.
yeah, and you know, I'm not that player with like neutral hero, and Beastmaster is one of my like option against like Archmage or like MK. So it was pretty good map to play Beastmaster. And when I saw his Dark Ranger, I think the best hero to play is Firelord because he has silence. So in the late game, you can like use that silence on DR or Archmage to prevent Blizzard, which is so nice. And not DR, my side, because I don't believe that DR can be good against rifles. She is not as good if he go like tier 2 rifle push. I think Firelord better like that late game. And
Okay, thank you.
And Lava Spawn, he can't do anything. He has the Iron Footman's Lava Spawn. It's just like a super amazing summon at that stage. Yeah.
Okay, and thank you. And my last question is how to get your micro, because I was so impressed with the way of like moving the units and stuff like that. Of course, there's some problems, but very rarely. Do you like practice in some micro warm-up games, or you just play ladder, or you are just born that way?
It feels like I just born that way because, you know, it was like, it just naturally happens, like reaction, and like you need to see, you need to understand what to micro. But I don't know, maybe I'd use one thing that many players don't use. I like scroll up and scroll down during the game. So I like increase my zoom sometimes. And that game on Northern Isles, I played like with 3K zoom, which I usually not do. But when it's like so chaotic fight and I need to see everything, I just scroll down and I see like all the different like sides, because like, you know, one bear at the expansion, his expansion, 2 bears like hunting rifle, like heroes there, trials there. So yeah, it's maybe one of the things that can improve your micro.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. And I guess I will look for Ankh of Reincarnation to try to roll better micro next time. Thank you. And of course, big congratulations.
Yeah, Carson.
Thanks.
Yeah, a couple things for me. First, on Northern Isles, that one bear that killed his Dark Ranger at his expansion, he obviously didn't notice the bear. Were you microing that bear to kill the Dark Ranger on 1 HP, or were you as surprised as he was?
I saw Dark Ranger like 50 HP, like or maybe like 70, so like 3 more hits, and I just paid attention on it, and then I realized, yeah, he's a good player. He is like most likely will micro, but he didn't. So I realized that when I like stopped to see his Dark Ranger in the fight, because if he would realize, he would like pull it back and then heal. So yeah, I realized it like 3 seconds before she died, but I didn't see her death.
Yeah. And then there was a similar thing on Warhail, kind of, when he pushed your main base with like his big army, and then he sent tanks to your expansion. It seemed like at first you were going to lose your expo to 2 tanks, and you sort of reacted very last second. Were you aware of the tanks, or were you sort of like, oh shit, my expo, and had to uproot and repair?
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, my expo. I didn't get a notification. Because, you know, sometimes if you get attacked at one side, you get this notification like our forces got attacked or something.
Yeah.
But if opponent attacks at the same time, for example, Wisp Footman just attack Wisp, you get this notification, and tanks attack Expo, it will be like cooldown on that notification. So yeah, I realized it's super late, and it like won game for me, because yeah, it was very, very lucky that my expo survived. So yeah.
Yeah, because you were pretty far behind on Warhail, right? Like before that expo lived and you killed those 5 tanks and you won the fight in your main, was it pretty dire for you? Did you think you had a chance in this game? Because your Warden was level 2 till what, 8-minute mark or something? How'd you feel in the early tier 2 stage of that game?
Well, I'm very better in that condition, because I actually even like pressed Alt Tab to like change my music sound during the game, which I usually not do, because I thought this game is like already dead. I must like check replay, because I don't know how did it happen that I was able to bring back that game. I don't know, but it was very, very bad for me, and I realized that you know, I already give up on that game. So it's something that I don't understand for now, and I have
he also had an island expo at the end too. He was expanding during that push, so if he kills your Tree of Life with those tanks, he has 3 base and he probably wins. But a very fantastic comeback. Yeah, he expanded with 1 peasant on the island, so it took 3 minutes, but closed it out in the end.
Wow, it's like because I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, Neo, anything to close it out?
Not really from my side. You covered everything so well. Maybe what does this mean to you? It's like a W3Champions finals, of course, representing the server has a bit of a heritage. Is this worth more than like a Dolphin Cocoon Butterfly Cup, regardless of the prize money?
What does it mean for me? Like a really great achievement, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm like, yeah, I enjoy this, so it's really, really nice. Yeah, it's a great achievement in that game, which is important for me, of course. Yeah,
it's really, really cool, man. This reminded me so much of the beginning of the year when you crushed everyone in Dortmund. Super, super proud of you for this performance, man. If you have any last words to the viewers, to the W3Champions team, feel free. Stage is yours.
Well, thank you everyone, guys, who cheered for me. I really enjoyed this, and yeah, I appreciate you cheering for me, regardless that like maybe Night Elf doesn't have the greatest reputation in the community, but thank you everyone.
You definitely lifted that reputation, and thank you so much for your games and your time. It's super late, was a long day. Celebrate a bit if you can. GG's, man.
Thank you. Bye.
GG's, dude.
The successor of Jens is Dise. What a freaking chat, dude.
Very well played, dude. Yeah, very well played. Maybe we gotta be nicer to Night Elves. Making me sad at the end.
Maybe I should take the shirt out of the shop now.
I know. Dice earned that at least. He's pulling the reputation of Night Elves out of the gutter himself single-handedly. How about that?
Unfreaking believable, man. The successor. Like, Jens brought us so much joy last time. Dice brought us so much joy this time. What a tournament, man. We thought day one was already great, and then it continues with day two, which was also freaking great. And then today, these finals. War3Champions are just something super special, man. It doesn't matter what you do, if you have like Europe and America separate, if we bring all the world together, and if it's like the biggest players in the world, or as it is now with like the Western elite duking it out, the finals are just something very special.
Amazing experience, and the story of Dise, right? He lost to Hazy, to TC first, and yes, Hazy can feel good about himself. He's like, this guy that ended up winning the tournament, I got one series from him. So Hazy, definitely a little bit of confidence boost, and yeah. I'm still jealous about this micro, man, Mr. Dise, with very strong performance. Let's not forget about Starbuck, of course. Very, very strong performance as well, and super nice. It was super nice final, back and forth with some crazy moves. There were so many those cool moves that like it's hard to even remember the all out spot.
Carson, your resume.
A lot of close series as well today, which was very, very nice. But yeah, fantastic tournament. A lot of fun. Thank you guys for having me. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, it just seems like everybody's improving a lot every single season. It seems like we're getting closer and closer every single time. Starbuck generally just owns everybody, but I don't think his level's getting worse. I think everybody else is rising to the occasion. So well played to all the players. New finalist yet again is nice to see, as so often in the tournament. And thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to all the players for being very easy to work with. As the admin here can say that everyone, all the players carried me to getting the vetoes done. So I appreciate that. Shout out to the players.
Soul, do you have any last words? Because I have to go on like a lengthy run and thanking people.
I just maybe will save you 1 minute from that, because I want to thank the people as well. Everybody that watched, donated as well, to Macherino, and give the sub, and in general with positive comment, not about me, but in general about, the players, the tournament. I hope they have fun, guys. It's all about having fun. Warcraft 3 is amazing, and who knows, maybe Dark Ranger was solved by those Fire Lords, so Dise is making reputations of Night Elf better, and he's also saving them from Dark Ranger. Not like this. Thank you for this opportunity. It was Soul Interman. Thank you.
You definitely need a promotion, man. First of all, Carson, you wake up at like super early hours and you do a banger job with the admin stuff. No flaws, just super quick. Bam, bam, bam. We got the vetoes, we go. We got the map ready, we go. Absolutely excellent. Soul, I seriously have to say, without you, War3Champions finals wouldn't be what the War3Champions finals are right now. This guy texted like 60 players for the wildcard and close qualifiers, and of course the main event to invite them, and is doing so much heavy lifting behind the scenes, and then so much joy with the broadcast. So cool to work with. It's such a cool gang. Every day is like every day is a little party. And since we talked a bit about wildcard and close qualifier, Umi made this so special. Like, of course, it's a sponsored thing, but without them, really, we would have to rely exclusively on community contribution. That always takes a little time. Then we can't really confirm the wildcard qualifier. We can't really confirm the close qualifier. With their help, we were able to do so, and we had banger games, man. Last Friday, it feels like an eternity ago, but that freaking series of Sheik versus Yumiko, Golden Star, then Sheik versus Leon as well in the close qualifier, like Silver Star minimum, and we start this time Friday, and we got the Jens vs. Sheik series that's out of this world as well. Umi, you've been so freaking great. Hopefully we can have you again to continue this qualifier weekend, which is fantastic. Then, of course, the people at War3Champions, my god, such unsung heroes of the scene. Without you, Warcraft 3 competitive would be dead, like 1000%. We couldn't connect the scenes, and without that connection, we wouldn't have enough player for a real circuit. This way, we can have Super League, we can have W3Champions finals, we can have everything, because you guys are connecting these 50 servers around the world, which is crazy, and you bring more people into the ecosystem as well with the custom games that having a banger time. These guys rely on community contributions because they can't monetize their stuff due to like legal things that we don't want to get sued by Blizzard like Turtle Wow. So they rely on you to pay the bills, and this section on the right-hand side is your friend if you want to keep the engine up. That is W3Champions. Kovacs #1, Faro #1. These guys are doing so much. Reward them if you can. Patreon support gets displayed now in client. PayPal donations go a freaking long way. It's Christmas soon. Reward them early or play a little trick or treat with them. And, you know, if money is a little tight right now, a nice message goes a long way. These are guys who are working behind the back, but they read every single message on the Discord and they don't get nearly enough praise as they should. What they did this year to stabilize and improve the server and always push them forward with a lot of stuff is remarkable. Other people would have to pay like 6 figures, 7 figures, whatever it is, I don't know, for this. So community, come together, make them pay the bills without running on a deficit if you can. And then, of course, the players, Carson said it already, outstanding game, super easy to work with. All the people who tuned in, you're wonderful. We had such positive vibes. You celebrated Hazy like he won the world champion. You are discussing plays a lot more during W3Champions finals, and there's less about balance and stuff, which I appreciate a lot. Yeah, super happy, like all around. Incredible what these finals can do. They're very special, near and dear to my heart. Everybody puts them together, like, it's great. Thank you very much. That was a long 6 days. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, you can still raise the prize money if you enjoyed the games. And holy, Get Rich Brothers just did that. $100. Sorry for interrupting Dice's interview with my sub. Are you mad, dude? That's so much money. 3,635 if you want to raise it up. Let's do it and spread the word about this amazing Warcraft scene. With that, Neo, Carson, Soul8man out. Last message. Follow these guys on their channels because their content is amazing. You guys spam your links in the chat. I get a drink now. Peace.
messing around. Calling all you freaks and nerds. You're just missing what you want. My brother's going down the drain. My sister's living the dream. But everybody's singing along. It's okay, we'll all soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind. But everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. My daddy was a gambling man with no strategy. Who gives a shit about him anymore? Guess we never really settled the score. Half the town screaming not in vain, the other half is fake. But everybody's singing along. It's okay, we'll all soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind. But everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. Yeah! Everyone's a hypocrite. In this game we cannot win. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind. But everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. Do you lie awake at night? Are you afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts,